Welcome, bros. Jendrek should be joining me in just a few minutes. And we're going to talk together through Modern Horizons 2. And we're going to rewatch my old review from a year ago where I was talking about all the various cards in detail and giving them woke canister ratings. Oh, hello, Jendrek.
Hello.
All right, so I just describe to the chat what is the plan for today.
Okay,
but I think
you have to show me your YouTube on Discord.
Okay. We can preface that by saying that Modern Horizons 2 definitely ended up being a huge uprooting, let's say, of the entire modern format, and it changed it a lot. So it was honestly a Sisyphean task to rate the cards properly, which I'm just trying to give myself, the preemptive excuses for what is true. About to be entailed in those.
As much as it was an uprooting in the format, it was a spectacular failure for everybody who tried to predict in any shape or form how the format will look like after we are done with everything, because
he's a phenomenal
there were some doozies.
Exactly.
Some cards that were horribly misjudged.
In fact, a phenomenal player of control strategies.
All right, thank you for the sub, but I think I'll mute the alerts for today, so not to distract us too much. But definitely Modern was like kind of build anew on a few very important pillars, those being Ragavan, the Cascade cards, Urza's Saga, and there's also, I guess, the Evoke Elementals also pretty huge parts. The entire review that I made a year ago is actually two pieces. I spent 2 entire streams doing that, and spent 11 hours doing so.
Or something, yes.
But I think we can safely skip around and.
Yep. I have around like 2.5 hours, and then of course after I have to go, you can do the rest by yourself. But yeah, I have like 2.5 hours, give or take.
Definitely. Let's see what I said about Blossoming Calm, a very interesting card. I guess not a very interesting card.
Okay, we will have some benchmark.
The poll go.
After.
I think the poll. Oops. Few results. The poll said. I'm very slow, so this is like a raw word. So the card from me. Maybe I'll put it on like 1.25. Therefore, the card receives 1 woke canister from me.
Is the one the lowest you were given, or you gave 0 to some cards?
1 is the lowest.
Okay.
Doesn't seem nano. I would actually say it's pretty standard wideness for all NTG cards. Fairly.
I think you can even try 1.5 speed.
Yeah. Let's do that, because there's also like some talking to the chat caught in there.
Yes.
Fairly. It doesn't seem nano. I would actually like on the grasp of. Let's see when I actually said something about the card. As I was menacingly staring at the screen and looking for something. Professionals streaming. Therefore, the card receives 1 woke canister from me. It could be like on the grasp of being 2 woke canister, something like that. Okay, on the grasp of two woke canisters. It is a pretty narrow sideboard card that doesn't seem very important in the format, so I think that's pretty accurate.
Yep, for the most part, it's like a card that's primarily good against Burn, I guess.
Technically.
Burn is not very popular.
Uses, but
white decks that can use those cards like calm are not very popular either. So
Yeah. The card sucks and is not gonna see play.
the card sucks. Yes.
The card does suck. It is like anti-burn some sideboards. Let's go ahead, skip ahead to...
I think the next one was Esper Sentinel.
Yes, Esper Sentinel. Let's see what I said about Esper Sentinel. I think I was a little bit down on that one. Is the average empty card MTG? Is the average MTG card one woke canister? Well, average is pretty low. Yeah, I do rate the cards like most of the cards that make it till the review. They get 2 or 3 wokes canisters. Yeah, they do. Don't get more. So like 2.5 is the baseline for the ones that I rate. But I also skip all the limited white mana.
Do you hear this buzzing of the mic?
Whenever an opponent casts their first non-creature spell each turn, draw a card unless that player pays X. I don't know. Power.
Like
1/1.
anytime you say something on the video, I hear this like static. And it started when you started talking about Sentinel, and I didn't hear that before when you were talking about Blossoming.
Warrant a bit more consideration in the previous one. For 1 mana, we get a 1/1. There might be some, but well.
Okay. It's not a big deal. Because when you are talking IRL right now, not on the video, I don't hear it, so it's probably some issue with the video. But once again, it's not a biggie. So just go ahead.
Those are not very awesome stats, and frankly, when I look at this monster in general, a thought arises in my brain. Namely, what? Irrelevant arises. There's probably something else that arose in my mind. No, it's not. If Ragavan can be a 2/1, why does Esper Sentinel have to be a 1/1, right? That seems actually kind of unfair. Yeah, I was kind of mad about that.
Can you imagine a 2/1 Esper Sentinel?
Yeah, but what I meant by that was a 2/1 Esper Sentinel that does not scale of its power, just 1 flat tax per spell.
Okay.
Which, like, I remember being annoyed at that for very, very strongly. Like the fact that red gets that's such a great card as Ragavan, and like the white cards are getting kind of bullied, and they get Esper Sentinel. I do not.
Yeah, like I can see that with an non-scaling tax.
Yeah. Obviously, with like scaling tax, kind of ridiculous. But in general, I was pretty low on that card. Not.
I think most
realizing the implications of its typing, I guess. So
who is the guest?
Taxing effect that lets your opponent choose what's going to happen. That means that overall you leave a lot of what's going to happen with this card up to your opponent. First, they have to cast a non-creature spell. They can also not cast a non-creature spell. Then, when they cast a non-creature spell, they can pay, which baseline is to pay 1 mana, and the card resolves as normal, or they can let you draw a card if just casting the card is of utmost importance. Besides that, you have a 1/1 monster. Yeah, well, I think my doubts were kind of rooted in reality when I kind of hear what I was saying. This is kind of convincing, TBH. If you don't think about what ended up happening, which is like that Esper Sentinel slotted into... like it's as its best in decks that have a very proactive plan that's basically tempo plan, right? Hammer, just like flourishes when you play slowly, then they can take advantage of that.
Yeah,
with.
I'm trying to find because I was doing text write-ups for Patreon at that time every day with spoilers, and I'm trying to find my write-up on Sentinel, what I actually said about it, so we can laugh about my opinions as well. And what I write is that it's quite packed for a 1-drop and can go into a bunch of different places. And I pointed out that it's surprisingly good against Lava Dart for the next one. Oh, that was the benchmark for everything. Yeah. Of course, if you were an X1 creature, you had to be good against Lava Dart. And that there is a bunch of like that. Most like overall, my initial impression was that there will be a solid role player into a bunch of decks that care about some type on this card, be it artifact or human. Exactly. But I wasn't expecting it to be so good as it is. Like it's actually pretty great card.
Yeah, it is actually pretty great. But still in decks with those constraints, right? It does not really see play in decks that don't take advantage of the typing.
Yes, that's true, but it's almost a reason to try to build those decks, I think. Like it's not a filler card in those archetypes. It's actually a card that you are actively excited about having, and you want to play those decks partially because this card is a good card.
I agree. There was a time right after MH2 I tried the hammer deck a little bit, and when I played it, I remember that I was sideboarding Esper Sentinel. That was like my default card to sideboard out against people when I just was looking for space, but definitely did not end up being the case after gaining more experience with the card.
There's a question chat, which I think is a pretty great question to ask, and a pretty hard, or maybe not pretty hard, but a good question for us to answer as well, which is, what do you guys think happened to Lava Dart after MH2? And what I think that happened was that the old red 1-drops in Swift Spear and Soulscar Mage got subsidized by much stronger 1-drops in Darcy and Ragavan. And even though both of those 1-drops are bad against Lava Dart, this alone doesn't make them like worse creatures than the prowess 1-drops because of how much more raw power they have. And because you don't play the red prowess 1-drops anymore, and your red decks are more like mid-rangey and not as like based that focused on being aggressive, you just don't want to play cards such a Lava Dart in those decks. So
exactly, like you can
that's
say
the
that Swift Spear and Soulscar Mage just need the Lava Dart to actually be great. You need the free spell, the free price trigger, the double price trigger from one card that actually was probably needed to make those 1-drops great, because like Soulscar Mage was legal for a long time, was never really a great card before Lava Dart either, right?
Yes, it's basically that you have to make Lava Dart worthwhile by getting something more than just 1 damage from it.
Yes, so ironically, it was Ragavan who killed Lava Dart and not the other way around.
Yes, that's true. I saw somebody mention that in chat. That's pretty accurate and hilarious as well.
All right, let's see what rating I gave to the Esper Sentinel.
So with like all of those things
My guess is
considered,
3.
I thought a little bit more about this card because my initial impression was that it's very weak. But then I thought a little bit more about this, and while the taxing / drawing ability doesn't match up well against removal, doesn't match up excellently against removal.
Damn, oh, kind of smart.
It does match up pretty well against non-removal spells. For example, against cantrips, against, let's say, like even if your opponent has some.
So I got this figure. What was the rating though?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Simba, for adding the comment that we are too lazy to
2 out of 5. What?
2 out of 5, okay.
So much better. A 2 will kind of potentially.
Okay. Let's see.
So what's next?
What a 1/2. That will be tiny bit better, but I don't think super meaningfully. I think it will be a 4 as a 2/1. Potentially. As it is not a 2/1, therefore it is a 2 canisters, not a 2/1.
Yeah, I thought it's gonna be less impactful in play, and I gave it a rating that's definitely
it's a very unassuming card.
Yeah.
In general, it doesn't look like much, but it's actually.
It is actually much.
Yeah, it is actually much.
It is a pretty wrong one. All right. What comes next? Healer's Flock. Take that blue.
Very funny card.
Because it's three healers Hawks, right?
I think they are called, yeah.
What's next? Lens Flare.
Okay,
Affinity
whatever.
for artifact. Doesn't matter. So it's like kind of funny to me that I specifically pulled out a shit card and then like I spoke for a few 2 minutes about how shit it is.
Yes, that's clearly a limited card.
Why is Nyctos Paragon? I think
This one is not even. I don't even know that one from limited because it's rare.
It's
And I
pretty
haven't
good.
played that much.
It's pretty good on limited. You crack a food token and everything gets +3/+3 counters. But
Oh fuck! Yeah, this card is busted.
I think I made a point of reviewing all rares back then, which is kind of wrong. Like,
Okay.
don't do that anymore. Although Out of Time is an interesting one, I think, a little bit. We can hear what I had to say
Esper
about
Sentinel
it.
was an obvious rush, but it was seemed kind of late. Out of Time, 1 white, enchantement, 1 out of time for each creature. Well, more than set review of Modern Horizons, so welcome everybody and cards, because then we always have it done, we always get through it and we have it out of the way before we get to actual bangers. Anticipation.
Because I didn't have much to say.
True, that is indeed sort of creatures are exiled, then it's
Let's see if I give it a 1.
the end. My blue eyes white. I think blinking it actually.
Because I see I was...
Well, look at
Okay,
that again.
so
It's literally
Out of Time was receiving a 2 out of 5 Walk canisters, which is means that it was on par with Esper Sentinel, which it did not end up playing out that way. Do you think Out of Time ended up getting any like results really since MH2
I
dropped?
don't think so. Like the only deck I can see it being
Enchantress maybe.
something like Enchantress, and I don't remember actually writing anything about this card, and I was including some really speculative cards in my write-up. Like I was actually writing about like Gaia's Wheel and stuff like that, and I don't remember.
There's
writing about Out of Time,
exactly
so
one white-green deck in the past year that played Out of Time. 2 copies main deck. Yeah,
Okay, yeah. That
Pretty
sounds
ob-
about right.
pretty obviously it's like a sweeper that needs to sweep a lot to actually be a sweeper for long enough to not let the
Yeah, and there
creatures
are
come back.
just not
says
many go white decks in the format anymore.
Exactly. Partially because of MH2 too, but
Yeah, like I think Fury is like the victim of its own
Oh.
success in this regard.
exactly. That's a good one. Let's hear about that.
mana you can exile a free drop if your total 3 mana was of different colors. Plus, therefore, in the end, like if you pay 1 white mana for this, you can exile a 1 drop. That's because the white mana cost counts for converge 2. If you pay like total 3 mana, you can exile a free drop if your total 3 mana was of different colors.
A lot of people read this card at the beginning with the assumption that it is white plus X, like
Yes,
March
That's true.
of Otherworldly Light.
Yes, and it would be pretty bad if that was the case.
Yeah.
So that's important to understand, and when you understand this, it looks much better than it would have otherwise, because of course if it was 2 mana to exile a 1 drop, not very interesting. So while it's not going to be tempo positive ever, it's gonna be tempo neutral. You're gonna pay the same amount of mana that the permanent cost to exile it. The trick in this is that you've got to play enough different colors in your deck. If you're playing a 2-color deck, then you actually, like 3 mana permanents are actually out of your reach. Otherwise, 4 and plus mana cards are also out of your reach if you play 3 colors. This is kinda Pepija. Yeah, a good point is that
Pepija.
there's some cards that gonna avoid exiling, like
Haven't heard that one in a while.
Storming Entity. The
Pepija.
nice thing about this is that
Yeah, Prismatic Ending was weak to Storming Entity. A little bit.
That's true. That's true.
like while it is a sorcery, which is painful on removal, in general, I think that it is very hard to justify playing enchantment sorcery speed removal.
There is isolate on the screen.
And
It will
if
be
you're willing
good.
to
It
swallow
will
the
be
pill that it's a
good.
sorcery, you get isolate and then scales, which is kind of nice. It is
No, this is positive that it's
Outside?
isolate
you
plus.
have extra 1 mana removal
Okay.
spells past your
Like I
best
guess I
mana
was
removal
just
spells that
laughing
you'll
at
be
the
playing,
comparison
so
to
almost 3 for
isolate.
white that
like,
is
the card.
path to exile.
Yeah, because remember back then it was impossible to remove a creature profitably for white, so like that was
Yes,
like a
that's true.
great thing that you
Yeah, I
will be able
remember
to
how
kill a
fun-
1-drop.
Yeah, how Sam Black had this article on Star City talking about various cards that he worked on during MH2 development, and there was a lot of like pretty misguided opinions in my opinion there, like stuff like I was really pushing for Persist to be 3 mana because I thought it would be busted, and there was a lot of things that I think was wrong, but he was really pushing for ending to be sorcery instead of instant because it was initially an instant, and initially I was like, dude, you could have just made it an instant, it would be a good card instead of being an okay-ish / medium card. And after playing with ending for a while, it would be fucking bonkers as an instant.
Yeah, it certainly does not need to be more powerful than it is to be great.
Yes.
And having complementary removals in your deck means that sometimes you won't need to cast Path to Exile early in the game, and then you don't trump your opponent, etc., etc., etc.
I think you gave it 3. That's my guess.
Isolate can get Chalice and other zeros.
I think so
which is why
too.
this fighting is better. That being said, being a pretty expensive and sorcery speed removal, you actually can't play too many copies of this in your deck, as it is kind of cumbersome. It might be worthwhile to play 1 or 2 copies in some control decks for the flexibility of it, being able to use your removal spell to exile, I don't know, an Ether Vial or whatever your opponent leads on that would otherwise be hard to deal with, might be worth the overall lack of.
Well, Ether Vial got absolutely kicked out of the format by this card.
I'm gonna give it 3.
Yes.
All canisters. Kind of weak 3, but I think it might be deserving of.
Kinda weak.
Let's see what it's about 3.
That's a weak for you.
Yeah, I was when you said I'll give it 3, and you had this face, and I was sure you were saying something along those lines, like week 3.
Yeah, definitely. Like the best white removal for years to come.
Yeah, it's
Kinda
the best
weak.
way to
Oh
watch,
shit!
it's like
I
path, right?
pressed the wrong button.
not path, like Source to Plowshares.
Alright,
Sound.
time for a card that I remember overrating. Resurgent Belief.
I don't know what you mean. Sorcery. Suspend 2. 1 white. Return all enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. For us, with nothing to enchant, remain in your graveyard. And in the artwork we see...
So it was a replenish.
Yep, I was pretty high on that
But
as well.
both the suspend and the suspension mana cost are very low on Resurgent Belief.
Yeah, I was excited about that, about the fact that it was suspend 2/2. So very
Yes.
doable to either cascade into it or just suspend it.
Yeah,
As,
and at that time, there was a moment that there was this replenish blue-white control deck in Legacy that was popular for like 2 or 3 weeks, and it was like shortly before MH2 got released, I think. And people were cycling like Shard Typhoons and Lake Claims and Cast Outs and then playing replenish.
Yeah.
And it was okay for a while. So I was like, okay, so you can just do a very similar thing in Modern. So why not? And then it turned out to not be good.
Well, it didn't turn out much in general. I remember seeing Spike play something like that. A little bit.
Yeah, it was Yuta Takahashi who played the replenish deck.
Yeah, but in Modern, Spike played like a deck like this. I never actually played a deck with that card in the end, despite rating it high, but see, there were like 3 decks. There was 1 deck in the Modern League, I guess. 5 vote. Resurgent Belief.
This kind of shell.
Lake Climb.
It was fairly recent, but because it has much of Otherworldly Right. Yeah.
Yeah, April
This
5.
year, like 2 months ago. Wow.
It's not even a Cascade deck, it's just suspending
Yeah,
it
that was
straight
what
up.
I was thinking about when I was trying to build a Resurgent Belief deck. Like almost this exact shell.
See, so it's kinda good.
Waiting just 2 turns for 2 mana, that means that you can just pretty easily suspend it and actually wait for 2 turns to play it. That means that it's a, unlike Living End, that like you wait 3 turns, 3 turns for mana, that's pretty like insane cost, or Resource Balance where you wait 6 turns. Resurgent Belief is a suspend spell that seems like you could actually very easily just play fairly. You don't even need... You can use the like classic As Foretold or what not As Foretold.
Classic as foretold. That seems better than cascading, by the way, with this card actually.
You can play it fairly, which is a pretty big upside on a card like this. Then the question becomes, since we return the enchantments from the graveyard, how do they end up there, and what kind of enchantments are they?
Yes, I talked about cycling Shark Typhoon exactly as you were mentioning, but what was the rating?
Do some work. Maybe there's a game-winning combo. Cycle 2.
I think it was
Sacrifice
3.
Oh yeah.
Strong 3.
Suspend can see play if the failure. I think it can. Definitely.
Let's say 4 out of 5 volcanic is.
Or some kind of like this colored combination. You can even play Force of Negation in this deck, etc.
Yeah, Force of
I think that's
Negation, protect the
4
combo.
star rating.
I mean, Force of Negation protecting a sorcerer speed combo, not so good, but this was the best white cards according to ratings.
The best.
The best, yeah,
Yeah,
the best so
yes,
far.
Fuck.
Potential is there. White, creature, human
Oh,
cleric.
Sanctifier
Protection
on
black
back.
from red. When Sanctifier on back, ETBs, exile
I
all
think
cards.
Sanctifier is one of those cards that were very
big
aptly
MTG
judged by
card.
people.
It's
Like,
pretty obvious.
Everybody thought that it would
most
be
interesting
good at what
purposes,
it does, and it
a lot of the
was
cards
good
that
at what it does, and it still is.
have graveyard synergies are red or black. I think. Off the top of my head, like the entire dredge deck is really not fully red or black.
Yeah, so it's good. I get hating. Sting with Imp, alright. No shit, Kaneki.
Yeah, depending on the version of Living End, this card
doesn't.
doesn't fit.
Sodek
So-
with grr in chat.
Wait, what? So what they say here?
It's a bit tough. What about Living End Cyclers? Yeah, depending on the version of Living End, this card doesn't fit.
Yeah, it doesn't
Way
hate
it
living
is,
and well,
the
that's
old
true.
in modern sideboards is that it is both a protection from black and red creature. So it's a, given how broken of a mechanic protection is, even if it's really like any like red, black, or red based deck against, and how hard it is gonna be for Dredge to interact with this. Let's see. While you can also have a decent blocker.
What was the
You
rating?
have to sleeve Beast Within or something.
I think like 3.
It doesn't really
Three.
fit.
Yeah, this one is out. This card is kind of obvious and like it's kind of hard to misjudge, and it's a strong sideboard card. That's it. I guess not super much
White
else to say.
Kaneki is actually Lori Vua. That's what Pikes and D said in chat.
Sure.
Just, I guess some people really think that Lori is very old. Which,
Yeah.
I hate to break it to you.
I played Prison Throne
Lori is actually
yesterday.
like 34 or 35.
Yeah, I played Prison Throne yesterday, and like somebody asked, "Hey, Canister, how old is actually Lori Vaubois?" Because they think it's like a 60-year-old dude.
He's old, but not that old.
But yeah, as Saint Nutritious Pawns in the chat, Sanctifier on the back. It's no resurgent belief.
Yes.
In the main against this,
But it is a solid sideboard card. Search the premises. Okay, let's not search them.
Let's just skip through it.
DH. But
Just to degrade.
One, no shit.
can cast
Serra's Emissary.
Sanctifier on Vegas Crazy versus Dredge. I agree. Creature Angel, notably not legendary, which is gonna be relevant later.
Oh yeah, because it's...
Flying, ETB, choose a card type. You and creatures you control have
I have to say that it is kind of heavy-handed. Serra's Emissary, Archon of Cruelty, Persist, Unmarked Grave in one set. It's like feels a little bit weird, like as if Maro was specifically like telling you that you're too stupid to like figure out stuff by yourself and just
Yeah,
has
that's
to
true. Okay,
give
one
you
last thing I
all
want to
the...
say about Lori, because somebody said that it's his fault for having that Twitter profile pic. And it's actually, his nickname in Poland is Stary, which means old man, basically. So that's how the meme originated. And at some point he just played into it and put this older version of himself photo on his Twitter. So, but yeah, I do agree on this being pretty heavy-fisted or heavy-handed, I guess.
Heavy-fisted. Ham-fisted.
I wanted to say
Seven,
ham-fisted,
seven.
but then I switched to heavy-handed.
The only purpose for this card is to serve as a reanimation target for the new card that we're gonna talk about later in more detail, namely Persist.
Here I was wrong, because that is not the only purpose, right? You can also creativity into it. Although I think the creativity decks are pretty shit still, and they always were. So the fact that they were played is
like-
kind of a meme to me.
Yes, the only way to build creativity deck to be like interesting in my opinion and worth testing is if you build it either as like a blue, red, and probably a bit of black, like Reanimator / Fire Ice Dream and Control combo deck, or if you build it as a red-green ramp that just creativities into Primeval Titans to get more Valakut. But those like 4-color Ren and 6 Teferi decks that were popular a while ago are just terrible. Like this mana is just so bad, and it doesn't justify at all the cost. Like, and the upside isn't high enough.
Given that the pool of worthwhile creatures for a lot of mana to reanimate
Non-legendary ones, right?
is not that deep. And something like Serra's Emissary, which is like effectively custom made, custom made,
Yeah.
that calling a creature type, specific creature type, is actually gonna be
Do you want to know what
breaking.
was the
Against
to
control,
laugh?
for example.
Not at
You're
you,
probably
but
gonna
at
be in trouble
Sodek and
with such a card that
I
wants
for a
to be interested
second.
in Serra's
Do you
Emissary.
know what was the card that we were most eager to try out with Persist?
Terastodon.
No, Protean Hulk.
Protean Hulk.
We built a lot of Protean Hulk decks.
Me too. I built them though. I built those too. I remember. Protean Hulk was pretty base. I mean, like, this is what I sometimes do. Like, the conscious part of my brain will know that it's not gonna work out and it's not gonna be competitively good, but I just find the idea entertaining enough to kind of bypass that conscious, rational more so part of my mind, and this is how I get Protean Hulk Reanimator or
you know that
Academy
you are wrong, but you
Manufactor.
don't want to acknowledge that you're wrong, basically.
Yes, and this is why then like I give good rating to Academy Manufactor later on.
Inner Canicate,
Because,
exactly.
if you name instant, you're gonna get hit by sorceries and planeswalkers, and vice versa. And protection from instants doesn't even. And
Shit! I clicked the wrong button because again I'm stupid.
Yeah, that happens to me a lot, especially when I'm watching
going
YouTube
to
while playing Modo,
progress.
and I'm just pressing 1.
Yeah, I'm just hitting the numpad keys, which also the number key. I guess can turn on the numpad.
Can you just use arrows instead of numpad?
Yes, but I have arrows on my keyboard, on my numpad keys too, which then confuses me, right? And I
So
can
why
press.
aren't you using arrows that aren't on your numpad?
Well, I get visually confused and then click the wrong one. But yeah, Serra's Emissary 2 out of 5 just as a persist target. That sounds about right, TBH.
Yeah, I agree.
canisters.
S,
Very good.
which means that Solitude is the
Creature,
next.
elemental, incantation. Black lightning.
Incarnation.
When ETBs exile up to one other target creature, gains life equal to. If Canister unironically puts Solitude on the same level as Meme Enchantment Living End, I will stop watching him for under 12 months. Okay.
And then actually proceeded to do that.
3-2. Pitch spells, in general, good mechanic. Because
Very nice observation.
3 spells is pretty insane.
Not untrue.
The big downside of Solitude specifically, compared to the other members of the cycle, is the fact that it requires you to actually exile your white card. That means that, like when I'm going to be talking about the evoke cards, it's kind of hard to not talk about the entire cycle in general, as they like work very similarly, and all the difference between them are like pretty notable and worth mentioning. The way that Solitude differs from the other members of the cycle is that it's expensive to cast and requires a white card to pitch. White, ironically, like always people say, worst color, etc. So bad, right? Why would you want to play it? Play the color, etc, etc. That being said, there is always a few white decks, but even out of the white decks that exist, let's like change the scene for a moment and let's take a look at like how many decks actually get to play white.
So I guess the argument was that there's gonna be no white decks.
Yeah, I think.
But that's that very common fallacy when evaluating cards. You like think of decks that exist instead of thinking of the card. Yeah, and what is gonna make you play the card?
Yeah, I think like the biggest miss in evaluating pitch elementals in general was the failure to acknowledge that they will be paired with Amnath as a card, and that you will first of all get those bursts of mana to hardcast them quite often,
Mm-hmm.
and that you have a card that's 4 colors and you can just pitch it to any of your elementals.
Yes.
I think it was a
Yes,
big
in,
miss.
in fact, like Solitude actually took a relatively long time to start really being popular, really being like played widely, and
Did
it
it?
was.
Or
I think so. I
guess
think so.
It depends on what you mean by a long time.
Well, like a
It was like
month or like
over a month, I think.
yeah, something like that.
Yeah, because it released like mid-June, and I think like at the end of July people were already playing Solitude, but beforehand, that's true.
Yeah, well, I remember that the first 3 weeks or something, I played Primal Amulet Titan with Through the Breach in it and Emrakul, and that is not something that you play into Solitudes.
That's true.
And again, common fallacy to like look at the decks that exist and not like at the card, and if it's maybe a card that makes you want to play in a certain way, but also in a pretty sneaky way, the evoke elementals, the incarnations, they bypass the heuristic amount of cards that you need to have in your deck of a certain color to pitch.
Yes.
Because that's like a heuristic according to Force of Will, which is basically not hardcastable in Vintage Legacy.
Exactly.
And these elementals, you actually hardcast them like 3/4 of the time, and you're looking to pitch them only when only rarely. Like typically you pitch them when you just have like
You
typically
actually want to hardcast them.
yes. Typically like when you're low on lands, for example, which then by default you're more dense with spells, right? So like if you have spells, then it's and less lands.
Do you know what's the most incriminating part of the currently visible screenshot on the video? If you go to recent decks, there's a modern preliminary, and
red
the
green
4/0
canister
player with red green cards is canister. So
I wonder what is that.
yeah, it's a it's a proof that you've played red green shitters or some other deck like that.
It might have been a deck.
You can click to find out.
It might have been a deck containing Clotis.
Yes.
Clotis Destiny, God of Destiny.
It is canister for a red green seeker. That's a good eye. Yeah.
Was that probably Titan TTB? Maybe, I guess. Maybe it was Titan with Through the Breach.
Is it more embarrassing or less?
Well, Amulet Titan with Through the Breach, that was revolutionary at the time. I think that's
okay.
less.
That deck was okay. That's true.
Well, we can try to look at it.
Found the deck. Oh. It was Titan with Through the Breach. Okay.
Yeah, because I remember I had this idea a day before the release of MH2. So I knew I will not be able to like flesh it out fully, and I was kind of sad about it. Only 30 lands in Amulet though.
Cringe. And no Karns. Some age.
Oh, Karn.
And no Cultivator Colossus.
What didn't exist?
Very poor deck building.
So
yeah,
a white symbol.
I hated Solitude for.
But Heliod Company with a white symbol. But Esper controlled a white symbol. A control deck. But even if we take a random Azorius control list from Goldfish, we've got 1, 2, 6, 7, 11 pitches.
So a low amount of pitches, but as I said, the low amount of pitches does not actually matter.
That's true.
It's pretty tricky, I think, and like not everyone even like maybe understands that even right now, but they don't actually matter as much as those elementals.
Yeah, besides, like literally,
High def in Texas, sure.
It is not the worst option to hardcast, although it is quite expensive, unfortunately. Unlike the other good members of the cycle, like Subtlety and Grief, Solitude.
Yeah, good members of the cycle.
That you actually gonna not get there a decent portion of the time, so you kind of have to rely even harder on pitching it. Then you have to do it. Then you have to compare to the other cards. Compared to like Subtlety. With Subtlety, you get to cast it for 4. With Solitude, you have to really rely on being able to pitch.
Okay, I was also always saying how much is 5. Seems like how hard is it to cast? And I remember I kind of cringe, but also Lifelink is probably better keyword in constructed than flying. I guess
think it's
like
bonkers as fuck.
yeah.
And also, like, we were all living in this blue-red prowess world, and casting a 5-drop in that matchup wasn't something that you could do with any semblance of reliability. So
True, but like either pitch or cast. Like I guess Solitude actually did play a big role in making blue
yeah,
red
and
not a
exactly,
deck anymore.
you didn't want to 2-for-1 yourself against a low curve expressive iteration deck. Like I remember when we were playing like a mid-range or control deck, I got ground out by blue red so many times.
Mm-hmm.
So a prospect of 2-for-1ing yourself was very unattractive to me.
Yeah, I remember I gave Solitude a 4 because Durset is giving me shit for that to this day.
Because if you don't eventually hardcast it, it's gonna have PJ, and you have to be capable of pitching white cards. I'm gonna give it 4 out of 5 whole canisters.
That's all I
Which I think
said.
is a proper rating.
Proper rating, yeah. It's not a proper rating. It's like definitely 5. So I was not as wrong with the Solitude, I think, but a bit underestimating it. And are you saying something right now? Because I can't hear you.
No, I was just excited about Timeless Dragon for a while. Just saying
Dragon.
about Timeless Dragon, and then I
Plane cycling,
noticed that I muted.
discard, search your library for a planes, and terrorize for mana. So
There's
that's
a
a reference to a card that was played in control decks 23 years ago. Great for people to look at the set and think, oh, I played with Eternal Dragon before I got my very high paying.
so shitting on the nostalgia baits,
Yes,
which is fine to shit on.
I think
why
this
not?
card is actually okay.
It's better than some of the cards rated above it. It's
Yes, I think
almost playable,
I
I
would actually
think.
be interested in if I ever want to try blue white, but which I won't because I think blue white is cringe. I would kind of be interested in trying out this card. I think it's okay. Like I think, like, of course, getting an uncounterable creature is more important in Legacy than it is in Modern. But still, I think that this is a pretty okay thing to have.
I would say like it's not very playable, but it is almost playable. Which
Yeah, exactly.
Karmic Guide.
Karmic Guide can serve 2 purposes: 2/2, protection from black 2. It can serve as a
Is Lori Vuvua a software developer? That's a question.
serve
Chat.
as
A lot of questions about
combination with
Starry.
Restoration Angel, or like
I don't think
this
so.
type of a card in like a white meme, mid-rangey whatever deck, which is probably kind of a bad use, and not all that very exciting as a value card, having to pay the echoes, etc. But if yeah, by Restore Angel I meant of course not Restore Angel in general, as I obviously know.
It's not an angel. It's an angel, so you can blink Karmic Guide with Resto Angel.
Yes.
I actually didn't know. I lied in this review. I remember that I lied.
That Restoration Angel exiles non-angel creatures.
So
But I meant more specifically kind of like silly Valua decks, those that sometimes you see Cabinassi for Asping Spike play. I know, be it Soul Herder.
Soul Herder.
Ephemerate Piles.
Remember Soul Herder? That's been a while.
I will always remember this card because of our friend Marcin Krzyżaniak, who
Yeah.
loves it a lot.
He does.
But I haven't seen it in
meme,
Modern in a long time.
For a while.
Directly interface.
Ephemerate.
Protean Hulk combinations.
Oh yeah, Protean Hulk
Like the
combinations.
chat says, there are better piles for Protean Hulk than Karmic Guide. What's the better pile, Sodek? Does come of double PP in the yard, that is true.
Confronting Sodek, I like it.
I just asked him because I didn't know about that. But
No, it sounded very
so
aggressive. Maybe because
Karmic
it's on 150% speed, but it sounded
Can be saved by
aggressive.
Protean
Probably.
Hulk, and you sack outlet, then you sack the Karmic.
No. But the upside was not Revelark I get, but the upside of Karmic Guide pile in your Protean Hulk deck was that you get to play a Karmic Guide to reanimate your Protean Hulk, so it served a double purpose, right?
Yes.
That was the like 5-head thing. But obviously the Protean Hulk never got anywhere.
You know, then you stack the Protean Hulk,
pretty
that Karmic
bad.
Guide there, and then you like
Yet.
fetch some like other
Yet,
things.
yet.
Watch combo to kill the Protean Hulk.
What was the rating I gave to the Karmic Guides?
Some, like, some of that
Because I described the combo for
I would
an
guess
hour.
doesn't work. The Hulk deck doesn't. Oh,
2. Well, 2 is appropriate. It's like
but that's what I
fringe,
you can put any five.
fringe combo enabler. Like, it actually does see minor play in a combo deck right now
Yes.
with the Vivian thing.
Yeah, and
But
and some
obviously,
shitty like Kiki Court-esque decks.
yeah.
If you ever get paired against Kurusu, there is a high chance that they have this in their deck.
Well, Vivian is playing the Kiki combo in the end, right? You get the Kiki
Yes.
combo, so you can call it a Kiki, maybe not court deck, Kiki deck.
It's Kiki Court in spirit.
Yes, so I guess it is.
I drop in
It
that
sees
Hulk,
play
that's
exactly in that, and like
and for 2 mana
that's
enchantment.
the only thing.
The
Seal
2
of
mana
Cleansing.
Enchantment, Dissension has some very fringe upsides, but the card is fairly unremarkable. The green version of this already existed. I'm gonna give it 2 because depending on the specific circumstances, you might want this type of a disenchant over some others, and there is tons of this different disenchants.
Okay, well, this seems accurate to me too. It's like Seal of
Yes,
Cleansing
like-
has some minor moments with Lurus. That's kind of it.
I wouldn't call them minor. Like it was actually a pretty crucial sideboard card with Lurus, but overall this rating seems like fair.
I would call it minor still because there was like 1 or 2 copies of the seal because still kind of
I think it was the
inefficient,
most
maybe.
important thing in Hammer Mirrors, and Hammer was a very good deck.
arguably, but then still was played in 1 or 2 copies, I think,
I
even for
think it
that
was
purpose.
more like 2 or even 3 sometimes.
All right.
But it's like nitpicking things that
Yeah.
are not important. So
Solitary
oh,
Confinement.
this is more interesting.
Prevent all damage that will be dealt to you. Alright. First, for this card, I would actually like for you to tell me what do you think about this.
Oh,
This
just
one might be
outsourcing the.
Psychonax plus Solitary Confinement plus Life from the Loam used to be a thing. It's great. Neat. 1 out of 5. 5 out of 5. 2 out of 5. QB in the format. Yeah, Bone Crusher Giant in the format too. It's a card that was good many years ago that probably sucks now.
I was reading out the chat responses because I have the chat.
I get
it was
that.
like a time without playing Sogres too. And since Planeswalkers exist nowadays,
Let's see what I said because I was waiting in the chat still. Squee Goblin Nabble,
there's
yeah.
any kind of removal spell.
School.
There's
Skull
plenty
crack.
multiple ways to get around Solitary Confinement.
2 out of 5, I think.
Yeah, the Skullcrack makes sense, right? Because it's just
Yeah,
a way that
it
makes your card not work.
It doesn't make like you have to skull crack yourself because the solitary confinement opponent has shroud.
Sure,
So
true.
you have to skull crack
Therefore,
yourself.
I think you're trying to like lock out your opponent, but then it's very hard to actually lock out. Would enjoy Lantern.
Imagine playing Squee with that. I think
Please.
people actually used to
But
play Squee with
Seeing
this
how
card,
much work you have to perform to get the payoff, I am pretty
like back in the day.
heavily convinced that
Yeah, well, you
Yeah,
have
because
to.
somebody in chat mentioned that imagine playing Squee with that. That was actually the lock, I think. Like
it is not worth it
it
to
still might be in pre-modern or some shit.
I'll give it 1 out of 5, but like it's probably
stuff. I
like
don't think it's a puzzle piece. I think it just wastes time till you get to your pieces. Or tell me I'm wrong because
yeah, it's like it's pretty shit. Like it might be. You could argue that it's karmic guide level. Like
Yeah, I think
Useful.
it's a similar card. Like it's a fairly important card in a fringe strategy, I would say.
that's not very good and doesn't even like work that well. I'm not sure if they even like play it.
I think they do. Last time I played against Enchantress, they had solitary confinement. Yeah, it was played in Legacy and Extended. Just as Trunks is saying, with low. And it was actually a good deck. How much
Oh.
did Timeless Dragon get? 1 out of 5.
Yeah, which is overly harsh, a little bit overly harsh.
Yeah, I think it should be 2 out of 5.
So solitary confinement times 3, 5 vote as of a week ago, so I guess maybe it's a
Yeah.
2.
There was a deck of this card 27 years ago, or you can tell me it was like 10.
Soul Snare,
Okay, whatever.
Spirit Shit,
Spell.
Condemned 1.
We got 2 4s. But we choose the prediction outcome. Choose outcome. No, there was no a 5-star white cards.
Oh, dress down.
Yeah, let's go
It
to
was
blue
actually
cards.
a fairly nice nerf for prowess. Alright, now we're going to move on to blue cards.
Dress
Hands are
down.
Very gachi. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
We're going to move on to
we
the blue
mentioned
cards.
that
We've got
Timeless
blue
Dragon
cards.
is good in Legacy Trunks. That's true.
Let me look quickly at the cards, and we're gonna make a nice prediction.
I was mistakenly put the Keg W on that. I didn't mean
Okay.
to.
I don't mean to kick W this card already. I didn't mean to 2 out of 5 it.
I had a hard time imagining what the dress down actually
So there is down.
is supposed to do.
1 blue enchantment, flash. When ATBs draw,
Yes.
creatures lose all abilities at the beginning of end step, sack.
I
dress down.
think that dress down is one of the
So I read this card.
hardest
something.
cards to evaluate.
Yeah, like there's also the fact that so many of those cards changed, like their value depends on the other cards from the sets that are being played, right? So like dress down with no Urza Saga existing probably is a 2 out of 5 because it's super narrow, right? But with the Urza Saga being a like 20% of the metagame at any given time, it's a great card here, plus the French uses, like that's adds up as like a great cyborg card against a third of your opponents maybe.
Yeah, I guess I'm currently writing a sideboard guide for Merktide, and I just want to check how often do I board in dress down in a non-Urza Saga matchup. I think it would be interesting.
Thanks.
And I think
read the chat?
it's
Enchant Rumble.
once. So yeah, it's mostly an Urza Saga card.
And says many things and says,
That's true.
Well, Titan and
Yeah, Titan has Saga, I guess, even though it's not a Saga deck
all right.
per se. I think the only time I bring it against a deck that has absolutely no Sagas is against Yawgmoth. And
Yeah.
I think that you can debate having dress down out of Merktide against Elementals, but I don't think it's that great, honestly.
Yes, replacement level.
Yep.
yada yada yada, this. And it's kind of like all true. It is a weird card.
Yada,
And
this.
Have some effects. Does have some interactions with cards. And it does draw a card. And it is a 2 mana.
Okay.
2 mana
I'm
like
going to
answer
refill
card
my
that you can
cup.
play from a graveyard
and
with lures.
You can continue
you
without me
really
for a
want to.
second.
Sure.
But the thing that strikes me when I look at dress down is, okay, that is all true. But like, why? How do you have it? How do you put it into your deck? What for? As an answer card? Are you trying to combine it with your own cards? Are you trying to cast it in your opponent's end step, draw a card, untap, and play Hunted Horror?
Yeah, well, the dress down does kind of look like Shadow Doubt or Squelch, right? Like 2 mana cycles, all cool, but also how often are you going to want that type of an effect in your
Yes,
deck? So like,
it's like-
how do you justify
I-
putting it in your deck to begin with?
Yeah, I can see how, like, back in the day, we were told or we learned that, like, really, really long time ago, like, think early modern, we were told or we had experienced that having a card that's floor is to cycle for 2 mana with an upside, like it's a decent thing to do with your card to cycle it for 2 mana. And if it has upside, then it's all gravy basically. And then we were conditioned later on And now we basically were looking at cards that cycle for 2 mana as being terrible because it's super inefficient and you don't want to do that because you just can't afford to do so anymore. And now, like not now, last year, when we saw Dresden for the first time, I think many people likened it to this type of cards, like you mentioned, Shadow of Doubt or Squelch needs a target. So not the best example, but a card that will very often beat its floor, which is cycle for 2 mana, and sometimes it will have this nice effect instead of playing it mostly for effect.
Mm-hmm. But in Dresden's case, it ended up being played mostly for the effect, which is mostly
Exactly.
to house Urza's Saga, which I guess
Yeah.
is maybe foreseeable, but a little bit hard to foresee when there's
And
like
it
so
was
many new
bucket
cards
with Lurus as
coming.
well. It was really, really good with Lurus.
That like you can
Hunted horror. Pyrex and
sacrifice it
Dreadnought.
unless you yada yada. Yeah, so you can play 1 mana 12 trample. Pretty cool.
There was a deck like this, right? There was like a stifled Dreadnought deck in Legacy, and
Stifled. Yeah, I think people are playing it from time to time still.
and now it's probably plays Dresden.
If you're not combining it with your own card,
Then what?
then I don't think it's plausible to include this in your deck. So I'm going to give it 2 out of 5. And move on with my life.
Yeah, I'll
The
say.
one is that it's mostly a sideboard card, basically, rather than something you want to build around it in your own deck.
Yeah, but a rather effective one. Like I think I would definitely give it like 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think it's a 4 out. I think it's a 5 out of 5 sideboard card, and like a 4 out of 5 total card.
It's no resurgent belief again.
It's no resurgent belief, exactly.
Fractured Sanity.
Like draw a card each turn to so we like let's say we realistically won on like turn 4.
I think it's hard to misjudge this card. It's a good mill card.
We would be like 48 cards in our deck that can get milled. 14, 28.
Advanced math.
Yes,
That is a large portion of your deck, man.
Types does add up.
that's true.
If you don't think you can cast it on turn 3, you also get the option of the budget cycle. Or if you're holding up counter magic, which Mill often does in possible games, it also like is an option to cycle it and after enable your drowns in the logs or whatnot, do stuff, damage their deck a little bit. In general, Mill is always kinda hard contained by the fact that if Mill was ever great, then people can play a Gaia's Blessing or Eldrazi. So while Mill is never like really great, I think this is overall an improvement over the like weakest Mill spell in the Mill deck. I think it's, for example, not all that meaningfully, so maybe it's actually 2. I think 3 is a fair rate though. But pretty obviously, like card that goes into Mill doesn't go anywhere else. Has no reason to access anywhere else.
Yeah, all I said about this card seems very true.
Yep, agreed. Not much to talk about, really.
Pretty like clear, powerful mill card.
Is my PP when I read it.
What?
Frab Inspector is in shambles.
Okay.
It's like pretty, again, white card erasure. Of course, like hard evidence is not even straight up better than Frab Inspector because like you can blink it, you can do like stuff, you can violate, it's another thing, but it has upside by being sorcery and all 3 crab is actually a better blocker in Factor. Well, like
Academy Manufacturer comes into.
Would like to be good, rather than I think it's gonna be great. Hard evidence like is much better than Frab Inspector, so it's a slight improvement.
When it comes to hard evidence, I kind of don't understand this card from the flavor perspective, which I maybe wanted to ask you if you have an idea of what is going on. Why is it called hard evidence? Is it some kind of a term? Like special term that means something, or?
I don't think so. I think the flavor of this card is well in the flavor text.
The investigator felt a pinch on his ankle. When he looked down, something glittered in the sand.
So he didn't see the bracelet that the skeleton has on its hand,
but the
until crab pinched him and he looked down and see, what the fuck, crab? Why are you pinching me? And then he saw the bracelet.
Okay, so just like the crab is just
The
there.
crab is here because they wanted this to make a token, and they had to like build flavor around it. I don't know. Like hard evidence is strong evidence. Yeah, that's true.
Hard
this
evidence
what
is
it
strong
means, yeah.
evidence, and
It's a
crabs are
strong-
hard.
Yeah, hard evidence means like you have like a definitive evidence of something.
Okay, well, I understand that hard evidence means that it's like
Yeah, but the chat is saying that, and yeah, we may not be native English speakers, but we do know that.
sure. So it's just the crab is like pointing at the
Yes.
but we don't know if the crab is consciously trying to help the investigator or just is randomly there
Maybe
because it seems to be
there would be like
a shore.
there was this movie with Jim Carrey about Ace Ventura, Dog Detective. Maybe they would make a reboot about Crab Detective.
Maybe they will. Maybe
They
not.
won't. Probably no, because it sounds like a super shitty idea. Because crabs can't talk.
Does the text in Polish give any clues? There is no Polish cards.
Yep.
Somebody in chat mentioned that's a good
Luckily, there are
about
no Polish
creativity.
cards.
That's actually very true.
Oh, see, chat was already onto the creativity
Because
combination.
you get both a creature and a
Kaneki do like hard things, mana
to
traders.
creativity,
I think from my
to
experience,
get into anything.
Canister is mostly
or
drawn
do
to
anything that you
things
would
that
like
are
overall, like
created artificially and are
doesn't deserve much
of
better than
soft
that, but even
consistency,
that,
like McNuggets in McDonald's or some gummy, not gummy bears, but gummy things.
Yeah. So the skeleton is not meant to be the investigator, I think.
I don't
But
think so, yes.
It's just because the investigator has looked down and seen something glittering in the sun, which I
Yes.
guess is the bracelet on the
This
on the
Jendrek guy is very smart.
skeleton.
Thank you so much.
So yeah, hard
I really
evidence.
like your rental services.
It's not actually mana traders.
I do I do know that it's not actually mana traders.
Yeah.
I was just giving one more proof of how smart I am.
Okay.
The witty remark.
Yeah. So hard evidence got 2 out of 5 out of me, and like I said that it's good with creativity. That's sounds about true.
but it cannot.
Inevitable betrayal.
And keep in
Just
mind that if
skip
you're
through it.
subscribers, you can
I think you just put it there
like
because it's a
other
rare,
things that-
and you were just putting
I
it
agree,
there.
This card has been played a bit in Modern.
I think we can rewind if you gave it more than 1 out of 5 and actually see what you had to say.
Yeah.
2 out of 5? What the fuck?
1
Okay,
out of 5.
I'll be right back.
Maybe 2. We can say what any last 4 thoughts. And I don't know, steal what?
Exactly. Yeah, I guess Cyborg out of like As Foretold. As Foretold doesn't exist anymore. Why doesn't As Foretold exist anymore? It was a small presence in that. I guess you get Shardless Agents, so you have like your redundancy in a way that makes sense where you don't want to draw a living end. Yes, I guess just Shardless Agent replaces As Foretold and you have like the same effects. I think there was some Rhinos decks sideboarding Inevitable Betrayal against Ulamogs or Primal Titans.
Yeah,
But
I think that like as foretold is an enabler that also needs the cascade, so you have 2 cards instead of 1, just a cascade spell. And the plus of as foretold was that you could have played both as foretold and Electro Dominance, so you had 8 of that cost reducing effect, and you only had Violent Outburst. And with Shardless, now we have 8 cascades, so why would you play Electro Dominance and
yeah. And also like you didn't have cascades in 3 color with blue. You had to go 4 color to be able to play blue cascades, so now you can play Timur.
Hello, Louis.
So everybody
you
plays
doing?
Timur. Lose focus. I know people
Not getting the ETB
talk to
trigger
me
is
about
something
this
that
card a bunch, but it sucks.
Yeah, I'm getting mad now because I think
Look at blue.
Canister
Counter target spell.
won't say anything on this video about Counterspell.
No. I
Let's
will.
control page 2.
Murktide region. Let's see what I had to say. Seems like not much.
Murktide Regent. 5
Regent.
blue.
Ah,
Creature,
Regent.
Deal flying ETB, a counter for each instant and sorcery card exiled with it. Never an instant, but
Wait.
Murktide Regent. So I think many people have a boner for this card, and it is a mythic rare, and it is blue, etc. But I kind of don't get this boner-wise, because an almost identical card.
Okay.
I guess it is an upgrade over
Tombstalker
Tombstalker specifically, both in the fact that casting blue is less of a problem than casting black. It does require you to delve less, and it is likely going to be bigger. So, while it is better in many aspects than Tombstalker, it is still a creature for 2 mana that is not going to be castable on turn 2. That is a French vanilla. Gives you Fort Scour on turn 2. On turn 1, you're going to play Fetch, Fort Scour, Fetch. That means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That actually does cast Murktide Regent, and it's going to be a 4 plus whatever you made with Fort Scour. So it's going to be from 4/4 to 6/6. Being a blue card is pretty nice for pitching to Force of Negotiation or the other one, if you're interested in that. So it actually is better than Tombstalker. It's actually much easier to cast on turn 2 than Tombstalker, which is probably pretty huge upside. People mentioned it in the context of playing it in the Blue-Red Prowess deck, for example. In Blue-Red Prowess, it would not be a turn 2 play for the most part, unless you're willing to include Potscar there. Like arguably you could play it over like Bedlam Reveler or Sprite Dragon. Not really Bedlam Reveler, as it doesn't produce card advantage. It is going to be vanilla creature that's going to trade 1 for 1. And
Well, this is also the tricky bit, and that is that Path to Exile existed so much, but it's not really that tricky because Path to Exile stopped existing, but Solitude started, so it's kind of like a 1-for-1 trade in the format. And I guess Murktide Regent was actually pretty hard to kill.
Yes, especially that what is like even more comical to me is that we were all concerned about Blue-Red Prowess, and this card is like super hard to kill for this deck. Like, I guess they were running Vapor Snacks, but still.
Yeah, they were running Vapor Snacks. And also I was just thinking about rushing this out into play as much as possible, which is what I would want to do in a Prowess deck, but like obviously it's just like very powerful threat, efficient threat that you pair with Counterspell, and then that's better.
Do you know what's the first deck I built with Murktide Regent?
No.
Mono Blue Control. I played it when MH2 released. I've made a 12-hour stream and I was playing different brews, and one of those, and it wasn't the worst one, was the Murktide Regent Mono Blue Control, and it has fucking Nevirinal's disc in the sideboard.
Nevirinal's disc, that's a good one. Good sweeper.
Yeah, a Mono Blue sweeper poggers.
But yeah, even before MH2, this was relatively hard to kill, wasn't it, right?
It was, that's true. Did you play Suspend also? Of course, I played like 3 Suspends in that deck. And Shackles. This one I'm actually proud of.
Feasibly 6/6, maybe 7/7.
Such a good card.
You play a few copies in your deck. So it's gonna be a pretty big flyer a decent portion of the time. So I would probably imagine it as Gurmag Angler level card. It dodges the removals, that is true. Dodges push and bolts, doesn't dodge path. As it is typical for Delve monsters, I'm gonna give it 3 out of 5. After all, it is a French vanilla. It also has a second ability: whenever an instant card leaves your graveyard, put a counter on Murktide Regent, so it actually can get even bigger. If you play a second one later in the game, or if you Snapcaster Mage or Lava Dart, it actually like can gain extra counters.
Do you
It's
think
like
that
a very relevant line?
There's a
That
case
seems like a nice upside.
for rating Murktide Regent 4 out of 5, or is it just snap 5 out of 5?
It might be a 4 out of 5. Like I guess it is like more of a 4 out of 5, I think. It has weaknesses, even like as far as, because it is also the card that kills you the most often, right? So then the perception is that, and the deck is named after it right now, so the perception of it is probably greater than like the strength of it.
Yes.
And it is a big dumb creature that has like most of its value tied in the fact that it has secret hexproof from many things.
Yes, exactly. It has a very similar feel to me to what Teferi Teferi Hero of Dominaria had like in early 2021 before they released Horizons, because people were playing like Skyclave Apparition and stuff like that. So 5 mana Planeswalker that was out of the range of Lightning Bolt basically had hexproof because nothing could kill it.
Yeah, and also good point in the chat that like with Unholy Heat, the exactly the 7th point of toughness
It's really important.
is really important, which is a breakpoint that never really happened before. Like if something was like 5 or more toughness, basically it was kind of untouchable by burn spells. You just assumed, so it like didn't matter if it's 5, 6, 7, 8, but it actually does matter that it's 7 or 8.
I'm trying to find what I actually said myself about Murktide. But go ahead, I will find it and then I will maybe add something more.
Notably, Unholy Heat was missing from the set review entirely because it was spoiled on the last day in the like last commons dump, and I just didn't even talk about it because I
very rude.
Didn't read it properly, I think, even.
Yeah. Okay, so what I wrote about Murktide was we were so close to not having any bullshit delve cards in the set, weren't we? Murktide Regent is the blue Tarmogoyf that people were waiting for all those years, except it's much better than Tarmogoyf in most blue decks. You are priced into playing a bunch of cheap cantrips anyway, and it can somewhat easily land on turn 2 when coupled with Thought Scour, Fetchlands, and free spells in Force of Negations and Subtlety. It also has flying, can't be pushed, can't be bolted most of the time, and any subsequent copies of it and or Snapcaster Mages, of course, will grow it. As much as I'm excited to try Mono Blue Control, I think printing this card wasn't very smart. That's what I wrote about it. So I was high on it from the beginning.
Yeah, you probably were more accurate.
And
except for the Snapcaster Mage part.
I will have a trivia for you. When we were testing to the last PT, we were actually asked by Brad Nelson, who was in MH2 development, and he designed Murktide Regent. That's what he told us. And he asked us, what do we think about this card? Is it a good design? And we said that he didn't told us at that point that he designed the card, but he was asking our opinion. And we were like, yeah, it's a pretty well designed card. And he was like, cool, because I made it. And then we were talking about this like second clause on it, about like pumping the one that's already on the table. And I mentioned Snapcaster Mage, and he was like, yeah, because when we were in development, we were pairing this card a lot with Snapcaster Mage. And it was something that we were actually super excited about, because when they were designing MH2, they had no knowledge of the card expressive iteration. They didn't know that the card expressive iteration will be in Strixhaven. So they were building like those control decks with Murktide Regent, and they were actually putting Ragavan and Darcy in like Jant decks, because there wasn't this notion of blue-red deck in their mind, which is like
that's like all changes, and it's kind of hard to account for everything. So you like don't know half the things that are gonna happen.
Exactly.
Why is this a mythic rare? Yeah, this being a mythic rare makes me think that's like super powerful, but then
that's a good heuristic. Like I was trying to revisit my thoughts because it was a mythic.
Super powerful, just seems decently powerful. For gameplay, gonna get
Parcel mirror, sure, bro.
It's held together by iteration alone. I do think that iteration is one of the strongest cards in the format by far.
Yeah, entity also you can have
Rise and Shine.
Rise and Shine looks like some. Okay, I was about to say that it's the Mirrodin Besieged of this set, and you gave it like, I don't know, 4 out of 5 or whatever.
No, it was a rare.
Well, it gives
Richard and Doghand, yeah, I'm interested if this card even 5-0'd at all. Probably it did, but Richard and Doghand very few times in like two league results by Merfolk playing the Doghand. So even with the Merfolk decks, it's pretty like it's not played.
Yeah, when I NA results too. Yeah.
NA results.
When I first thought about Doghand, I was more interested in building like a mono blue Stompy deck with like like Grand Architect, Ethereum Sculptor, and Lodestone Golem, and then you are tapping their things with Dockhand, and they can't play anything because you have Lodestone Golem in play, and it was terrible. Really terrible.
There's
Yeah.
8 counters. One tap, tap,
Tap.
read the flavor text, trunk back, and don't ask too many questions. And gets paid for it, and then just comes back home to his wife and
I got into the lore of the Dockhand.
stealing.
Yeah, you can just skip through this. We don't have unlimited time, sadly.
Painting by a monster.
Tap additional lands.
3 out
Yeah.
of 5, what?
That's a pretty solid. That's a pretty insane
I
rating.
did not expect that at all.
It's like a 2 at best, but it's probably even weaker in practice because
It's a soft 2, as some people would say.
yeah, but like it's not even playing the Merfolk deck, so I assume it's not even good in the Merfolk deck. Although I can't know for sure because I haven't played the Merfolk deck myself, and it is a little bit
though, so
it is a little bit weird to me that people don't play in the Merfolk deck. But if we default to the Merfolk people's knowledge, I guess it's a 1.
Also, my new favorite one is calling any 3 out of 5 card that should be lower Merktide Regent tier. I really like that.
Creature elemental incantation.
Incantation.
First, I would like to discuss something that many people like to mention, namely, like Essence Scatter versus Aethergast, or like time effect. Let's call it Aethergast effect, putting a card on top. In my view, the difference in power level of a Essence Scatter NA, or let's say Essence Scatter and a Memory Lapse effect, is very slim. The fact that their opponent redraws a card, if they want to, does mean that their draw is, on the average, better than...
I frequently was thinking that with the Aethergast and the subtleties, but I no longer really think that it is a much worse effect to let them put their card on top again. They just recast it so often.
I think what made you and me as well think so, and many people, is that back in the day you were playing Aethergast in Modern in 2 most popular cases. The first one was you were playing a pretty aggressive deck like Prowess, or did you get to play Phoenix with Aethergast? Not really. I think for like
Phoenix?
2 weeks or something. So it was M20, and then it was like a month before it got banned. But never mind. Like Blue Red Prowess, let's say. And you were really good at leveraging this tempo, this 1 turn that you were given with Aethergast. And the second case is you are pairing Aethergast with Mystic Sanctuary. So you had this option of just repeatedly Aethergasting the same thing. And you were actually okay with giving them more time, or like letting them draw it again, because you were able to just reset this Aethergast over and over and over again while making your land drops. And at some point, the thing that they have on top became like irrelevant, or you were reaching, because if it was like a Primeval Titan, you were reaching your Cryptic Command Mystic Sanctuary lock, and it didn't matter that they can finally resolve it. And it's just not the case anymore, basically.
Yeah, well, sure. In like less words, I would say that sometimes I cast subtlety, especially when I had 1 subtlety in my elementals deck, either with Kahira or later on with Yorion, Eladamri's Call. Sometimes you just subtlety something, they put it on top, they recast it anyways next turn, and it was kind of poor in a passive deck, right?
That's true. When I was playing a bit of subtlety against 4-color, I was pretty underwhelmed by it from like a Merktide deck or some sort of like mid-range blue deck. But I I do think that it's much more of a like Living End or Rhinos card than it is a mid-range card or control card, as we both thought when this was released.
There also would be, but fundamentally, you are still trading cards at a rate like 1-for-1, or the 1-for-1 like on the effect itself. Like obviously, subtlety is going to be either a 1-for-2 or 2-for-1, so it's fine. Memory lapse doesn't give him the option. Yeah, let's call it Ethergast then. Very fair. All the ones.
Slightly below
And the
my
white one.
rate.
Being a
What's
pitch blue
blue you
effect
said?
is naturally a much better
Yeah,
ability than pitch white,
I think so.
because
This
it's
slightly
very
worse
easy
card than
to
Merit
like
Light.
decks that play tons of blue cards come up naturally and build themselves, and blue cards enjoy presence of other blue cards. While that same thing is not necessarily true about white cards. Turns into a deck that is interested in playing pitch cards much more. A deck that's going to play
I was excited about Jace and then having subtlety and force of negation and just your
Yeah.
opponent checkmated can do anything.
Yeah, my first drafts of like control decks post MH2 were like 3 Jaces, 3 Teferis, Hero of Dominaria, 4 Force of Negations, 3 Subtleties, 4 Counter Spells. I don't know, 25 lands or whatever.
And then the other thing I was excited about, which was the fact that you can hardcast it for 4 mana,
Sculptor,
3/3
is
solid
easier time pitching than
flyer,
a deck that's playing
while also getting the benefit from the ATB. So
Yeah.
like a nice 2-for-1.
subtlety.
And I guess it actually ended up, because now that it's played in the sideboards of the Murktide decks, it is played largely with that role in mind, I think. Like 70,
Exactly, yes.
70-80% times you want to be able to hardcast it on the Romna for like whatever.
Yeah. And I think
And-
it's kind of serves similar purpose quite often in Cascade decks. More so in Rhinos than Living End, but
Mhm.
even in like in the Grief builds of Living End, it's mostly I think a pitch card, but some people are playing those like rag version of Living End with like main deck subtlety instead of Griefs, and they have like Brazen Borrowers in the sideboard to have this like some sort of flash plan against like Cascade hate.
Well, I
And I do
definitely,
think that it's a pretty good card in this like Mystic Snake realm of
yeah, I definitely won games with Living End against Yawgmoth. They cast Necromantia, exiling my Living Ends, and I cast Endurance into Subtlety and pressure them and actually
Yes,
win with that
exactly.
pressure. Or against some blue-white control decks with Rest in Peace in play, I flash in the Subtlety and
Yes.
tempo them.
Another reason why Blue-White is cringe. They just can't beat a flash for it.
Exactly. So it is maybe kind of a twisted way in which Subtlety ended up being good, because obviously now like it's the best home for Subtlety now is Living End.
Yes.
It's not really great fairly, but it did have that kind of a trajectory where I was super excited about the card. At first I thought it's the best evoke elemental, then for half a year maybe even or something it was largely viewed as nearly unplayable, but now it has been returning to being quite solid, and while quite solid, although somewhat niche still.
Exactly. It's not like a universally powerful card, I would say.
Yeah.
The same way as like
to being released. That means that
Solitude is.
when you play out your Chase the Mind Sculptor, or build a deck which is gonna play like
What rating they gave?
Primal Titans and Humans are in shambles. You can't either Cavern of Souls,
Bypass
Humans are in
Cavern.
shambles.
that true.
They are,
Other
but
spells
for
with the battle.
much different
Harping.
reasons, I would say.
Yeah.
You get free
Talked for a long time about it. I gave it 5 out of 5, which was an overstatement of its power,
I do
but
think that it was my number 2. Like when I made my top 10 list of best cards from the set, it was my number 2.
yeah, I would give it 4 nowadays, but
Yes, and I wouldn't, and I'm not ashamed of it being my number 2, but my number 1 was Dottie Voidwalker. So
so solid choice.
It's broken. Interaction is broken.
Alright, what came
So
after
like
the
that.
subtlety?
Any moment,
Suspend.
7. Just like with
I think I shit-talked Suspend and gave it a 1 out of 5, then went for a bathroom break.
that makes sense. Pretty good strategy.
I remember that the Suspend was already a meme by then in the Discord, because John Star was claiming that's the best card ever all the time.
Yes.
It's a long break.
And now Johnstar is shitting us for our
Really
opinions,
thinks-
and he was actually the suspend fanboy. So.
Yeah.
5 for all player.
2?
Yeah, like not exciting, but has a pretty nice role to play.
Nice role to play.
Um,
What the fuck are you talking
do we
about,
say
bro?
that?
would get.
It is.
Do we say
5
that?
for all player. Kind of like not exciting, but has a pretty nice role to play. Be the 10
What's the role?
minutia.
The
Perhaps.
role is being
it has
favorite
both upsides
Johnstar's
and
card
downsides.
ever.
You know, like you can snag your own creature, replay it, etc. At the same time, you can suspend your own creature too. If you suspend something, it comes
Vapor Snag was modern playable when the set review. It was, yeah. Which also was like, I was lower on Murktide because you can also just bounce it. So like a Delve creature was much like what it was not that unkillable against Prowess,
5
right?
out of 5 Mariahs. It's perfect, the Johnstars.
like
Rage.
most of white ones.
Sphealun of Sea and Sky.
You can suspend your own
Sphealun.
cards, which people are suggesting, but then you're waiting 2 turns, which is so. Sky and Sky has Endure Extractable. The card says Merfolk, both
The card says
Where it
Merfolk.
should
Sums it up
play.
perfectly, I think.
and draw cards, etc. Pretty like big for that. And it works pretty well.
Like,
We have a small
the
board of Merfolks
most
or a big board of
experience
Merfolks.
I actually have
board
with
of
this card is when we were testing for the historic PT and people were trying to play this in the sideboard of Phoenix for some reason.
I actually played Sphealun in the like previous PT, the Kamigawa
Okay.
one in the sideboard, and it was one.
So you are guilty of that as well, okay?
Yeah, well, I largely copied like the list, and I did not
So, yeah,
did not end up cutting the
this-
Sphealun, but it was my biggest regret that I have a Sphealun and not a Chandra or
Yeah, but
something.
basically what I was trying to accomplish with this story is that I mostly associate this card with historic and not modern, which shows how good it is in my opinion in modern.
Merfolks.
Sure.
You're going to be decent against Rafts because even if rest of the Merfolks are gonna die,
So Sphealun good in Merfolks.
that's for 3 mana. Although
3 out of 5.
Regent
How's
level card.
make the Regent level? Yeah, I guess I was just thinking that Merfolk is going to be the bee's knees, the like insane deck that's going to with those new additions, Sphealun and
And subtlety.
Subtlety. No, Subtlety is not a
Suspend,
Merfolk.
And deckhand.
Deckhand
All
mostly.
those cards.
I think 3 out of 5 for modern is clearly an overstatement. This is not a good card in modern.
Yes.
Nobody plays it for a reason.
Oh,
Playable
Fod Monitor,
for
that's
3.
interesting.
Let's go. And also not. Fod Monitor, 6 blue. Affinity for artifacts. If you don't get to cast it for 1 mana, it's actually not a Muldrifter. And since they banned Moxopal, Affinity type aggro decks. Arcane Fringe.
It's true. And Sun.
They are.
I think it's very hard to it's gonna be very hard to cast this card for a low amount of manas. I had experience of playing Vodcast even in Moxopal deck, and it also was always much more expensive than I wanted it to. So I will give Fod Monitor a 2 out of 5 with not much
Yeah.
from me. That is potentially good if things line up. And like,
Yeah, I think
if
that's
they actually unban the regular artifact lands,
lower than it should be
which,
rated.
they probably
But
should.
I think here that like the most elusive part of how good at that point of how good Affinity will be is that once again as
Urza
we
Saga.
missed many things, we missed that Urza Saga is effectively 3 artifacts in 1 card.
Yeah. Urza
Construct.
Saga is pretty good at enabling affinity
Yes.
cards. And then you sometimes get Springleaf Drum with Urza Saga last
Yeah,
chapter.
so
So
it's
that's
for mana. So yeah,
mana.
I think it's a solid 3.
yeah, I would say so too. I think the card might still get quite a bit better
Yes, over time,
in the future
definitely.
over time, because it's like it's baseline powerful.
Yes.
And it's just a question of how easy is it to enable it, and I think it's not super hard, but not trivial enough for it to be
Yeah, you have to
great
work
yet.
for it, but you don't have to work so hard rather.
Yeah, but also like that,
I think-
if there's gonna be better ways to work for it, it's gonna be.
I mean, you're gonna play your 9 mana Cascades.
Yeah, you have no
spell,
Urza
and
Saga
you're
in this
gonna
deck, for
give a
example.
Golden
So,
Jar,
or not you, but
and you're only waiting
Yeah.
for extra cards.
person
in the
who built this
Monitor.
deck had no
Yeah.
Urza Saga.
Surveillons de Ponces.
Top lands.
Wee.
And on top of that, you're terribly bad against Stony Silence. which is
Although
not-
it's like, if not for the lack of Urza Saga, if you just replace the like Ink Moss with Urza Saga, this deck actually looks quite solid. I guess.
Vladimir.
And like the
Trying to
Sphinx
recover
maybe
from
kinda.
of that benefit. But not really fun. So the card receives 2 out of 5 from me, even though it's kind of cool.
Okay. What do we have next?
Tide Shaper.
Another Merfolk.
Okay, it's another
Without
Merfolk. Just
one
skip
mana.
through it.
3 out of 5 guaranteed.
The
3 out of 5 because Merfolk. Merfolk doomsaying video.
What the heck? Why did I love Merfolk so hard? I
know.
don't. I'm not a Merfolk player, right? So it's confusing to me.
Yeah. Hello, Professor. How are you doing?
If your opponent's playing blue already,
Love to see you as well.
said like play. And the next card, the big
Oh.
card.
Oh, we have counterspell here. Okay.
Obviously.
Spell.
Yeah, I thought it was alphabetically
Blue,
up.
blue,
It was
Counter,
alphabetically up to
spell.
this point, so I was confused by that.
Merfolk's 3 out of 5. Pretty sure the Delph Dragon is better. Need to add a point or remove points! Exclamation mark. I don't think the Delph Dragon is that meaningfully better than Merfolk's. Although it is true that the Merfolk deck might be unplayable.
So I did acknowledge that the Merfolk deck might be unplayable, but yeah, they did still
For
get
the Merfolk's deck.
3 out of 5.
Could really be rating the different arts. No, it'll be kinda cumbersome.
I do actually say anything about the
How
counterspell
do
or
you say when a card gives the name to a class of cards like this? Yeah, it's kinda inconvenient because then like I look at counterspell and I say, oh, counterspell is a really good counterspell. Counterspell rather than a Tempest counterspell, because you don't care about the Tempest counterspell. Don't need them anymore because you're gonna be playing counterspell. Let me check how did I fall. How did I describe my own ratings? Counterspell. I think it deserves that. Like, I think it does
Yep.
make, given how bad Mana League at times is.
I think 5 out of 5 makes
And, like,
sense here.
I was I was saying
Like,
lots of
the
bullshit,
class is probably worth
Yes,
only 5 out of 5.
but
but 5 out of 5
yeah,
seems proper.
this is a good grade for it. I think I personally
after you said, I'm glad they didn't
underestimated
think
how strong counterspell will be.
Yeah, I think I also did, even despite like giving that, I was like not fully understanding maybe all
like,
the
I was sure
repercussions.
that people will play 4 counterspells in the blue decks, but
Mhm.
and that it's better card than Mana League, but not by how much it actually turned out to be. Like having those like broad answers that aren't like time sensitive, and they are time sensitive because counter spells are obviously time sensitive, but not like sensitive of which phase of the game we are in.
Mhm.
Is like they're so good. Like I think blue white is even have those notions of being playable because you have the duo of counterspell and prismatic ending, just very broad, efficient answers, basically.
Yeah, and
Just
also like
good.
Blue Red Murktide is like built largely on the fact that if you combine a counterspell that just counters anything with a
Yeah,
threat
I
that
would say
has
that-
hexproof from many things, you can just counter the few things that actually hit your threat and like win with your
Yes.
Murktide region this way.
Yeah, I would say that in blue red, the 3 most important cards are Ragavan, Iteration, and Counterspell. I would say so.
So
like,
it's
with
fair.
Heat being close to those 3, definitely, as well. So, like, Ragavan into Counterspell is just so powerful.
What are the bottom 3 most important cards in Blue Red Murktide deck?
Luyu with the same answer. Yeah, like what actually it bugs me so much that people are calling the deck Murktide. I just started calling it blue red, and or Murktide in quotation marks because Sodek ordered me to call it Murktide still for the like search engines value and stuff.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think that Murktide is slowly becoming less and less important part of those decks. I think Shredder is the more important card than Murktide. I think the bottom 3 most important cards in this deck are probably like, aside from lands, I think Murktide region is in the bottom of of importance. I think that,
Damn, that's a hot take.
and I think that probably like you don't have many different cards in those decks. Like you have like, I don't know, 12 different non-land cards in the deck. Probably like Spell Pierce, because it's like additional copy of those very good effects. Like Consider is super strong. I think Consider is like top. Like Consider and Bubble are like comfortably like 5th and 6th or something. I think it's like Bolt, Spell Pierce, Charm, those types of cards that are just another copies of those effects that you already have in Counterspell and Iteration, because like Charm is basically bit of Iteration, bit of Counterspell, and then Bolt is like another hit. So I do think it's like Merktide, Bolt, and Spell Pierce or something like that. But yeah.
Alright, so Merktide Regent is the worst card in the Merktide Regent deck.
Yeah, like I think actually Merktide is this type of card that's very similar or somewhat similar to Ragavan in Legacy. When Ragavan got banned in Legacy, the blue-red win rate actually went up because you were playing Ragavan against against the mirror, because it was really important in the mirror, and it was pretty bad against other things. So if actually people handshake on not playing Merktide Regent ever, the blue-red win rate would, I think, be higher overall, because I tend to board out Merktide Regent quite often in blue-red, especially now with Shredder the mix. So
It is true that in Legacy it felt easier for me to win against the blue-red decks with Reanimator before they banned Ragavan, because they had plenty of like Blazing Volleys even in the main deck, or in the Festivus, stuff like that.
would blue-red be tier 1 if Counterspell didn't exist? It's extremely hard to say, I think.
I think it probably wouldn't.
It probably wouldn't, but it's hard to say still. Like how much, like, do you just have no Counterspell and everything stays the same? It's probably, yeah, it probably wouldn't be, it definitely wouldn't be nearly as good as it is now, but it's still probably would have been a decent deck with like a mix of like Mana Leaks and Remancer, maybe even fucking Deprive or something. I don't know.
Well, since Merktide Regent is the worst card, you would just cut them for Logic Knots.
Yeah, it would be worse than Shadow probably. Yeah, you would just play like the Shadow decks with Drown in the Lock, because that's another card that's like got maybe not invalidated by Counterspell, but like,
yeah. So it seems like in the original review I just didn't say much of substance about the Counterspell. Just gave it 5.
I'm really not sure why you referred to as the Control Master. You did well with one of chapter. Well said.
What's it?
Seal of removal, blue enchantment, sack seal, bounce. Differently. So, of course, you can also say, Lurus, you can bring it back with Lurus from your graveyard, and then that's also true. It is a slide
that was me.
upside.
That was me when
But,
this
tiny
released.
bit. It is. It is fine. So again, like upsides, downsides.
I was
fine,
really high about
whatever,
it.
like bounce spells are only good in specific.
And
decks.
I actually played it, and it was pretty great. So.
Already was spell for Lurus value. Yeah, but it costs 2 mana, and
For a while.
1 mana is much less than 2 mana.
It was
And then
fine
you
with
figured
Lurus,
out
but
that
Not right
you'd
now.
rather play
Not currently, but I
Explosives
do.
main deck instead of Seal of Removal. And
But
I
yeah, one
stopped
thing that
playing
annoyed-
Seal of Removal.
2 out of 5, same as Suspend. You're gonna see fringe play and like some things, but like not. Honestly, not much of a difference whether this card gets printed or not.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
sounds about right.
it's fine. Like slim upside if your deck synergizes in the correct way,
Yep.
which it sometimes did. Upheaval. Johnstar will just give 1 to everything, but Johnstar is also not the streamer here.
Yeah.
So the way
The
to
only
benefit
one
from
that this
Upheaval-
card gets is being picked first in cube when your pack is bad. This is one of my favorite cube cards now. It's really good.
Let's check if how much Upheaval 5-0. I'm pretty sure it's 5-0 a bunch.
I think it's like
Amulet Titan, yeah. Fuck, 1, 2, 3, 5 trophies and Amulet Titan. Is it Yorion? Yeah, Yorion Amulet with Upheaval.
What the fuck?
It is pretty nice with Cultivator Colossus. You just put back all the lands again into play.
Yes.
But also, it's kind of not real, right? Yorion Amulet. There's also blue, black, green 4 times. Which I think is going to be, yeah, game objects, Urza, Upheaval.
Okay. let's get back to the video because we have like an hour left or
Is
something.
to
So.
produce more than 6 mana.
And I'd like to go through red cards.
There's nothing.
I think that will be most interesting.
Fires of Invention. Damn, that was a good idea. Fires of Invention. Maybe I should try that. Fires of Invention
That
upheaval.
actually sounds pretty poggers, yes.
That's very painful. Yeah. But for the most
Wait, but then you replay fires, but you have no land, so you can't actually cast anything with fires. So maybe you just don't replay fires.
part, I'm gonna give upheaval 2 out of 5.
2 out of 5, so it's... What tier is it? Why is it good? Because you get to float mana after upheaval. Because with fires you don't spend your mana. But it's like... Esper Sentinel tier, yeah, upheaval. I think it's not really a playable card though.
4 mana, creature incarnation, flying. When it's in your graveyard and you have an island.
Anger, alright. Anger is better. Vengevine.
Vengevine deck. Kinda.
Good with Vengevine, true.
I just learned that I don't I don't actually have to leave
and
in an hour, so we can just do this whole thing together.
So mill yourself,
Pog champion.
play Vengevines. You can probably
Yes.
include 1 or 2 wonders. It might also be hard to, probably not gonna imagine it in other uses. The fact that you need an island means that some of the decks that I was thinking
Yeah, I gave 2 out of 5 to Wonder. I think Wonder is... It's... good. Kinda. It's like, it's kinda strong. But Vengevine is not... Well, if like Vengevine will be... or would be strong in like some way, then Wonder is probably gonna be strong too. I think. And that hasn't really materialized so far, but it might in the future, I think. I don't know if you have any opinions on Wonder. Seems like not really. Can you hear me?
Yeah, like how good Wonder could have been. Not that great.
Well, if there is like a based way to summon Vengevine, saying it can be pretty strong, right?
Yeah, but I don't think that Wonder makes this deck like
I think it's
like,
pretty
it
big.
doesn't change it's from being bad to being busted or anything. It's like nice upside to have in those decks, right? Rather than deciding whether the deck is playable or not.
Yeah. I mean, flying is strong on like creatures. Makes like Vengevine hit for 4 damage instead of attacking and being possibly chum-blocked, but it's fine.
of playing Vengevine with Asmoranomi, Mardikada, Istina, Kuldakar. Wouldn't even like want a Wonder, so like there's a few limiting factors here.
Yeah.
Maybe
That's true. It's not like busted per se, it's just like a slight improvement.
that means that in white I have given out a lot of 2 in blues.
Archon of Cruelty.
What's got its to get? 5. Okay. Could you please list them? My mom. Exhaustive list. Me neither actually, like I also cannot.
Right, let's talk about the Archon.
No, kurwa,
Coś tam przeklinam. Ten kod odpierdalał pewnie.
the Iona. Okay, so yeah, then we're gonna... So the first card that's relevant for Archon of Cruelty is non-legendary creatures. And sacks a creature or planeswalker, discards a card and loses 3. You draw a card and you gain 3 life. So that means that whenever it attacks or ETB, so every turn, you drain 3, and you go +1, +2, you go +3 cards.
Alright,
That's
so
really
explain the card.
You go
It's
+3
really
cards.
big, yeah.
And block them, discard them. Against creature decks, you slow the board down, etc., and you do stuff. Made specifically for Fascist, and I think it's actually pretty good in that role. It's like flying version.
Yeah, because I think I remember a little bit of that sentiment that it's like Archon of Cruelty, some kind of a meme 8 mana monster. Not even that good, but as a reanimation target or as a creativity target, it is proven to be pretty great.
Yeah, it's actually a super strong card.
Yeah, it's like a super strong effect once it's in play. Did you actually ever see that there is Bolas horns in
Yes,
the background? I did not see that.
it makes sense because it like
Cruel Ultimatum.
yeah, because of Cruel
Yeah.
Ultimatum. Yes, exactly.
Damn, that's based.
Nice bit of flavor, definitely.
Malice spreads on wings of tyranny.
That's the
The deep flavor text.
discard. If you would like to, it doesn't really seem like there's much better than doesn't gain real value. Insanity. Not that many non-legendary targets to return or reanimation targets. Basically, need
Inkwell Leviathan.
because it's obviously like
3 out of 5, yeah. Well, it is a great target.
Yeah, I think 3 out of 5 is fair because it's the type of card that you will only play in like a very
When you cheat it into
specific
play
deck.
somehow.
But it's a really good card in those decks.
Mm-hmm. Also, like here I was rating for Modern. I was not rating for Legacy, I think. But in Reanimator, in Legacy, I think it was a very large upgrade to switch to 4 Archon from like the random creatures that were there
Exactly.
to make sure that your deck functions better with the Unmasks and Grief.
Yeah, I think Louis said it best. It's the best card in a lot of bad decks, and it's a very apt description.
cards specifically made for one context. Versus
Bone Shards.
as an additional cast to cast, interesting. Sacrifice a creature, destroy a creature. So it is kind of lame. There is a sorcery, but while I agree there is a downside, this card does seem like kind of a very nice enabler for some things. The flexibility between being able to discard and sacrifice means that it has a meaningful upside over Lightning Axe, which is like a pretty good card, like mostly used as a like sideboard card in decks that would like to discard. But Bone Shards, not an instant, huge downside, but is able to sack, which is a big upside. So, for example, Bone Shard is it's also in black, so Bone Shard is going to be a potentially good way to discard your cards in a reanimator deck if you're willing to do that.
Yeah, I was pretty high on Bone Shards in general, and I think that did not end up materializing because almost no decks successfully use Bone Shards as an enabler. Even though it looks super enticing that you could kill their creature while also progressing your own game plan, but it just goes wrong. Too often you have to discard a card that you don't want to discard, you end up down cards and lose.
I've played like, I don't know, 1 or 2 leagues with Reanimator when Tainted Indulgence got released, and even though I lost most of my matches, I thought that Bone Shards was like a pretty okay part of that deck.
That's interesting because whenever I played a deck that was trying to use Bone Shards as an enabler, it felt like really poor in practice.
It's really easy to have too many Bone Shards. I think I've had either exactly 1 or I had like 2 copies. Something like you can definitely like when you start overloading on that card, it's really bad. Definitely.
Nice things. And
Stitch a Supplier, that's good.
Reanimate.
Oh, Protean Hulk. Yes, because it was a sack outlet for Protean Hulk too.
Yes.
So you persist back Protean Hulk. That was so good. That's such a big part of the puzzle.
Or being able to send in your deck. Cast it on some decks, like in the Protean.
What the fuck? 4 out of 5. Yeah. Well, even if you say that it's been good for you
It's
at times,
research and belief level.
even if you say it's been good for you, I don't think it actually is research and belief.
I think
level.
it's like I would give it somewhere like I would give it 2.
Yeah, I would give it a 2 too. It's like I think for most of the time when you end up playing it, you kind of trick yourself into that, and you cut it from your deck as you tune it, as you iterate on your deck more so.
hook deck exactly.
That's been my feeling with the bone shards. I was excited. It looked good to me.
Colorless overload 6. What do you think
Break the ice.
of this one, chat?
That's strong hate.
Wasteable.
Yeah, well, hates on Urza's Tower as
It asks you
Professor Canister showcase.
islands. Your opponent responds. Formats. Uh,
2 out of 5, sure. Sideboard cards. It's sometimes played, it's not often played. Cabal Initiate. This one, let's read. 1 black, 2/1. Discard a card, gains lifelink. Threshold +1/+2. It is hard to discard cards in Modern sometimes, but not to the level where you want to play limited card. So
Yes.
somehow this snuck into my review.
Yeah.
Probably got a 1.
Response to the elevator is getting a whole card, yeah. We're gonna give it 1 and move on. Although I think it's like almost there for a common.
Almost there for a
Almost there.
common. Yeah, well, sure.
I think it was because there was like Blazing Rudwalla in the set,
Yeah,
and people were playing like hollow ones, so
exactly. Blazing Root Wall. Damn.
Or constructed.
damn son,
But
where
not
did you find it?
A creature destroyed this. It is a Wrath of God.
Yeah, like in the meme. Good one.
Yes,
Side some downsides.
because I'm a
There's
hip
10%
young
faster
person who
versus
follows
can be cast
memes.
through Galactic versus Lodge's Disdainful Stroke versus get spell sent, but better card. Yada. It's a very specific. To actually play them to you can ability versus being able to cast a 2-mana spell.
Them was Obnixilis level of
Spell card was
overrated,
white,
is what
black,
Louis said.
blue cost. Yeah, but if you're playing Supreme
I don't
I
remember them being talked about that much.
Yeah, I don't think it was like I don't think anybody was like particularly high on them.
Yeah, it's just like very minor card, I think.
Esper deck. It is not like your mana is taxed more when you replace it with them. And you have a Supreme Verdict in your hand. Level Wrath, although
3 out of 5 seems like a bit too much for it, but it's not Obnixilis.
Yeah, I think it's like I
Level.
think nobody expected them to be like insane cards. I think people expected them to be a pretty good card, or even good card, good to great maybe, in decks that weren't really like. It's a type of card that would be playable in this fabled Grief plus Ephemerate pile of cards that people thought will be good, right? Like you are playing a white-black, like mid-rangey things with creatures, and you have a card that can be a Terminate, but also a sweeper when you need it. It's much more of a black-white mid-range card than it is a control card, I think.
Yes. Like I sometimes see it in some Mardu mid-ranges without play Daffy Voidwalker, and they can sometimes kill just one of your creatures. Sometimes being able to sweep is really nice. It's fine, but also didn't really make an impact on the format.
It's fine in those decks.
But it's also mostly like slots into bad decks,
Yes.
which is
But
why it wouldn't
like
make it.
unlike Archon, it's not a best card in bad
Not
decks.
the
It's an okay card in
Voidwalker.
those bad decks.
Yeah, it's a card.
Oh, my number one card. Let's
The
go.
card will be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere. Counter on it. You may play it. Hyped, but it's a free 2 for 2 mana too. So, a Leyline of the Void effect. It's in general very powerful. Now, there's many decks where
Yeah, I do talk rather slowly.
Yes.
And like when I do a review like this for multiple hours, at a certain point I get tired, and
Yeah, I have the exact same thing when I'm streaming for a
you would
like
kind of like
prolonged
have a
period of
Leyline of
time.
the Void effect, but you actually can justify porting in Leyline of the Void, right? But Daffy Voidwalker is a main deckable 2-drop that you can play in your, I don't know, mid-range deck. And then you have a 2 mana, Leyline of the Void, and you're playing against somebody with Snapcaster Mage in that deck, and then suddenly they won't be able to flashback stuff. They're gonna
True.
play their Mishra's Bubbles, and they can't recover them for Lurus. They're gonna play Chromatic Star in their Tron deck, and suddenly it doesn't draw a card. And sometimes you're gonna play against Dredge, and you're gonna play this on turn 2, and good riddance to Sodek. Or you're gonna play against a Protean Hawk deck, and it's gonna be
Yeah, good riddance to
a must
Sodek.
kill before anything works. So, I don't know, just Leyline of the Void is just such a strong effect that it's very odd to me that something like this gets printed where it's like a very reasonable creature to have. On top of that, there is also the extra ability. Tap, sacrifice, choose an exiled card that opponent owns with a counter. You may play it this turn without paying its mana cost. That means that
How much better would Voidwalker be if it could block? If it wouldn't have shadow. If it wouldn't have shadow. So it's blockable, but also can block.
I think it would be better. It definitely would have been better than it is now.
Mm-hmm.
But Louis actually thinks that Shadow makes it better. I think it makes it worse. I think it's a type of card that you'd much rather have the ability of blocking than it being unblockable. I don't think it would change it significantly, but I think it would have been better without Shadow.
It's tricky. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, block and activate, for example, would be, I think, might be like a command line.
Okay, so I can place your cam here. Does it make sense?
Yeah,
So
because
see my old
on the
face.
bottom, I will probably obscure the canisters
Yeah.
rating.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, being unblockable on a free power creature is also a bit powerful, so it's pretty tricky. It is still like 2 mana, 2 toughness, so that means that it's rather easy to kill, and then it ends up killed for 1 mana, while it costs 2, which is probably why it's not super great in mirrors, in mid-range matchups. So it's actually not strong enough in mid-range matchups that it to be as main deckable. It is still main deckable, but to a lesser extent, which is why we see it in limited amounts, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like for this card to be worth, because like people would say that that it's a free 2 incidental grave hate for 2 mana is like a good card, yada 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 yada, and it's not necessarily untrue, but like the highest cost that cards have in general and the most scarcest resource you have is deck space, and you get so many great cards over the last few years that actually playing this card over, you actually have to cut some other card that's probably much better. So for it to be worth main decking, the activated ability really have to pull its weight. So you have to have consistently great things to steal off of it. Like it's not a good card when it like it's okay when it casts a specific iteration, probably, right?
I very rarely see Voidwalker actually cast stuff. Although he did succeed at making me never play Through the Breach Amulet again when I got paired against Spike on the red-black midrange, and I threw the Breach and Emrakul, and he had 7 permanents, and he kept Duffy Voidwalker, and then he recast my Emrakul after it died through the Breach at the end of turn, and I missed the fact that he can do that. And I obviously died, which then made me never play the deck again. So Voidwalker succeeds at that. How they rate it?
while
I think you gave it 4. That would be my guess.
First I research powerful cards to steal, I
So
guess.
this gonna trade with removal spells
Or
Yep.
for Nova Lue in many.
yeah, that's a
For
bit.
Nova Lua, yeah.
I think 4 is a bit an overstatement. Yeah, like 3 is probably more of a proper rating.
Yeah.
3
It's more
sounds
of a
right.
Untitled Regent level card than Resurgent Belief, so.
Exactly. Exactly.
Matchups, and it doesn't. You can just hate the Value.
Okay, I will go to the bathroom because I have to wysiurać się
All right.
and be right back.
In that case, I'll be answering Twitch chat's questions right now. It's both not a great 2-drop and not a great Grave Hate. It's okay in decks that can play better creatures. I think it's a pretty great Grave Hate, right? Like Lane of the Void, how greater than this does it get, right? It's pretty powerful as a Graveyard Hate, so that's not fair to say. So the only thing is that it's not a great 2-drop because it is not in fact a great 2-drop. It's like 3-2, unblockable, can't block. It's fine, but not modern level, right? How do you think you would rate Unholy Heat if you did? It's impossible for me to say. Right now. But I wish to say 5 out of 5, but I don't know if I can say that. I think it changed the Lantern Throne matchup, but Lantern died anyway. Yes. I don't think I played a little bit of Lantern, but never enough to actually run into a Throne deck with it and steal something meaningful with Voidwalker. So it might have changed that matchup, but also I never played it. Echoing return target creature card and all other cards with the same name. This is like an ancestral recall if you have 4 Street Wraith in your opening hand. That's just what I said.
Ancestral Recall.
I guess it was me after all. The same mind put that card in
The
there.
opponent should probably concede out of fear immediately. For actual playability, I'll give it a 1 out of 5, but it has an interesting effect.
Yeah, okay, fair. That's a very fair rating for the Echoing Return. Very well put. By the way, do you need to have 1 to 3 Street Drives and you return them? Yes, and then you like have plus 2 cards, so like... No, you have plus 3 cards. Wait, can count. Yeah, you need Street Drives. 3 Street Drives. What about Grief?
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, I just
My bad.
went through Echoing Return and that card is a Ancestral Recall with Street Wraiths. Did you know that, Jendrek?
Yeah, I heard you from the bathroom.
Okay.
I had my headphones.
2 black
And
black.
I almost missed the
Elemental
toilet
incarnation.
because I was laughing at you comparing it to Ancestral Recall. And you will never know if what I just said was true or not.
Menace, ETB, opponent reveals hand. You choose a card that by this guy. And unmask. That's a better unmask.
It is an unmask.
How good is an unmask? Well, depends. I did play unmask in my life. I did do that mostly in Vintage. And I played in Legacy too, etc. In Vintage you've got some like nice upsides when you're playing with Grief. Triggers Vengevine, triggers Breach from below. Can be Faster Storm, etc. So in Legacy, arguably, like you can target yourself with unmask and you always target yourself only against Gilbrand and Megaton 1.
Afterwards, I actually played with the Legacy Reanimator, and you do target yourself one mask, which is not super often, but often enough for it to be preferred over Grief, TBH.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sure, whatever. Don't care about Legacy on this channel too much. So let's preface that with saying that an unmask effect, I believe, is rarely or almost never going to be a desirable effect to play in a fair deck, just as is.
True.
And I agree with that. Or rather, I agree with that because I just said that. And Grief's playability in Modern is going to be based on the synergies that you're going to
It's
employ
gonna be based.
with it,
Period.
I think. Well, in Vet, it's going to be great. In Modern, I think you need to support Grief with synergies.
Okay.
I haven't tried to putting together the Ephemerate deck with incarnations, but Grief with Ephemerate is a specifically based combination, as opposed to some others. Some of the other elemental incarnations, which are always very reactive and not as good with Ephemerate. And
Is that true? I think so. I think it still is true. Because
Definitely Grief is the best one with Emerald. I don't think it's close.
yeah. Like Ephemerate was playable, but I think it's not really longer playable, even if people still have it in their Yorion decks nowadays. I think that's a mistake to play that card for the most part.
I think it's pretty clear. Like there is a pretty clear like tier list. Grief to me is the best one with Ephemerate. Then the removal ones, so Solitude and Fury, are below that. And then both Endurance and Subtlety
Sure.
like don't benefit at all from Ephemerate. Like in response to the evoke trigger, of course.
Yeah, well, like Grief Ephemerate is actually like still a strong combination even today. Even if there is no good deck that does that, it is still a good combination because you cannot break it with removal.
Yes.
Unlike the other ones, which I think is what makes the other what makes Fury and Solitude plus Ephemerate kind of a bad combo right now is that first it can easily be interrupted, and that's a pretty big deal if it gets interrupted. But also the fact that it's kind of a solution in search of a problem, because, well, probably partially because of the fact that it's so easy to deal with big boards right now. If somebody really needed to, thanks to Fury plus Ephemerate, Solitude plus Ephemerate. So thanks to the fact that it's so easy to deal with those boards, people just don't play decks that do that, right? That just put a lot of creatures under the board. While intrinsically, everyone is going to be weak to turn 1 Grief Ephemerate.
That's true.
So, yeah, I guess it's still like the best one of Ephemerate, but it's just not in any... Well, it's definitely not a ban-worthy interaction, despite like what was some people's initial reaction to that maybe, and it's definitely not great right now because there is no deck that does that. No deck that would be white-black want to do that. I think it's like that's pretty common thread for pretty common thing for black-white things, combos, cards. It's kind of bad to just play a black-white deck so often. They rarely materialize. I don't know if you have anything to add.
Not really. I was just messaging Alduin. So, but yeah, I was listening to you, and I agree with things you said.
Like I was kind of excited about this deck being a possibility, but since I've seen that Solitude is a very reactive evoke elemental to play alongside Ephemerate, my excited has became a bit smaller.
Yeah, if you had a second thing that's like as good to turn 1 Ephemerate, I think that would be actually maybe a good deck, but it's not a thing.
Yes, agreed on that. Once again, the whole rule of 8 thing, yada yada yada.
Malaki Rebirth as an alternative.
Even combination. 4 for free. Yes. Well, no, you discard 2 cards and you get in Grief, so you get...
Rash Rebirth, what is this? Choose target creature. When that creature dies this turn, search your library for a creature card with lesser mana value. Put on the battlefield tapped and shuffle. I don't know what you rush Rebirth.
This is pretty interesting.
You can rush. You can like grief and cast Rush Rebirth on your grief, and also cast
It's not
Ephemerate.
Pyromancer?
Ephemerate on it. No,
Okay.
that's not good.
Yeah, but you can get like I think something like a Seasoned Pyromancer seemed like a good card to get with it. Like
Sort
Rush
of.
Rebirth seems bad in general. Like this combination
Yeah.
in particular, but
Turn.
yeah.
Into that.
I'm trying to think about what you
I
actually
think
want.
Oh,
Living End
what did I say about Living End?
spell. So, if you choose to play black, it's Grief is a reasonable argument to choose to play a black-based version of Living End over a blue-based version of Living End for Force of Negotiation and or Subtlety.
So here a pretty big like
So all those things considered,
miss, because I think it's not very intuitive that the
They both do the fact that-
Timur version of Living End just gets to play Grief, right?
Yes.
Because it's secretly, sneakily gets to play how many? 1, 2, 3,
Yeah, once
4,
again-
16? 16 black cards?
Yeah, once again, the issue of what the benchmark on quantity of black cards we've had beforehand in our minds.
Yeah.
Because 16 seemed pretty low at the time, and now we know it's like a comfortable number.
Yeah, and Living End is a bit different than in different decks, because earlier,
a lot.
yes,
Yeah,
but
it is
also
15, not 16 years.
in-
The card itself, but whatever.
in earlier decks, in normal decks, you just prefer to cast over pitching. In Living End, you prefer to pitch over casting,
Yes.
and oftentimes people don't play black mana even, right? But at the same time, it is literally impossible for you to get flooded on Grief, right? If you ever draw 2, you will pitch them to each other. So you will never have more than one useless Grief in your hand. So
So,
that mitigates the risk of
Yes.
having dead cards in your hands.
do
a
you
lot.
think that that Grief would be a better card in Living End if the costs of Evoke and hardcasting it was swapped? If you actually if the cost to play the card, to hardcast the card was exile a black card, and the cost of Evoke was 4 mana.
But only in Living End. Like the other decks.
Only in Living End.
Probably better. But pretty weird incentives there.
I think it actually might be worse.
I mean, like, you would get you'd get a great secondary plan, right? You can just like play Griefs, discard your opponent's hand, 3/2s, attack,
Yeah, like
right?
I think it's definitely close, but I think it would have been worse.
All right. Well, let's hope we
We'll
never
never
get to.
know.
Let's hope we never get to learn, because
that the white
obviously in practice you can't
Solitude overall and
allow only Living End to play such an effect, and that would be rather powerful.
Elementals left me thinking. It is
It's 0 mana 3/2, but you have to pay a card for it as well.
fine. It's playing modern now.
So does your opponent, right?
As I said,
Yes.
it's probably a bit card intense to trigger benchmark of this.
But I do think that the big part of
Okay.
Living End is that you Griffin Living End is that it comes back
probably-
instantly. I think that's a
Definitely.
really important thing.
I did not put a rating on Grief.
You would cascade into it. Okay, yeah, that's a good argument. You would cascade into it.
Seems like I didn't put a rating on Grief, so maybe I guess it's unrated. But
Yeah,
it
but
is.
I think
It
was
is.
like it's safe to assume it was 5 out of 5, right? back then.
Maybe. Or a 4.
You gave Subtlety 5. I think you gave Grief 5 as well.
I would not.
I think
Trust
this was
myself
actually
on
sure
that.
it's not bad material.
Oh,
That's
I
fair.
guess we thought that
Kitchen
Subtlety was
Imp.
the best one, right?
3 black creature imp flying haste madness black mana 2/2.
Okay, chat
this card is actually
is saying
pretty
that you gave it a 4.
Yeah, I gave it a 4.
I think Kitchen Imp can be kind of a fringe fill out for a
Fringe, more like cringe.
Yes.
TBH, I think the kitchen imp is not too bad. Give it 2 out of 5, I think. Like, let me check if anyone has ever 5 out with it. But if you could play Faithless Looting, then I think it might actually be pretty okay. Magic Online Society, Community Modern League. Alright, I guess not. Asylum Visitor, Cabal Initiate. Damn, what are that?
Mr. Simba claims that it's a tier 1 card in Pauper.
Yeah, exactly.
Or turn 1 card in Pauper, but that doesn't make sense.
card after some iterations might like not fit into the first iterations.
Yes, Kitchen Imp is not so good,
That was the same.
after all.
It's a very odd, probably some kind of a rules reason. Missing one important.
Yeah, I know that there's like a
Go for
red
it.
black
It's
baron deck
missing
in
one
Pauper.
important
I
bridge
saw
from
it
below.
recently.
Pretty
sweet.
line.
Magus of the Brigade, that sucks. It's pretty obviously
There's
terrible.
so much bigger. Even
Yes.
Goif.
Necrogoyf. Somebody laughed at me for Necrogoyf yesterday, I think, and was saying, "Oh, I look forward to Necrogoyf free review."
Twin bombardment deck can be good. Sure, I'll change my mind once you show me.
Let's
Do
read
you
it.
think it's Merktide level?
5 mana, Lurgoyf. It might be Merktide level. Necrogoyf's power is equal to the number of creature cards in all graveyards. Okay. 4 toughness, fix. Okay. Madness, 3 mana. Beginning of each player's upkeep, that player discards a card. So you do. That sucks.
As you show me.
Although I guess you're playing a Madness deck, so.
Can I say it's been like 4 hours already. Aren't you cards in all? When I look at Necrogoyf, I think my first thought was expensive, trash, don't like. Then my second thought was actually 3 mana madness, not that bad, right? And then like it can have pretty high amounts of power, and then like some like upside of discarding the cards. It is after all a rare. And then I thought, shucks, I don't really know. I've seen a list
And I
posted on
thought,
the internet
shucks.
by someone who had a Reckless Worm in their deck, which is this card, which is 3 mana madness 4/4, which was a bit cringe, I would say. With the uncastable
Expert
full house
commentary.
and like pretty hard to achieve madness cost. In a deck, but my hopes are low.
Okay, no Merktide level.
So I was not really a fan of the Necrogoyf.
Thank you for the raid. Valumpa.
It's probably 1 out of 5. Yeah, it's
Very nice.
not even unclear.
Nested Shambler. Black. Creature zombie. When it dies, create XD tapped squirrels, where X is Nested Shambler's power.
This guy is interesting. It makes squirrels.
Be having be +1/+1.
I forgot it exists, but I think it's actually like
Again,
almost
first card in history of
strong. Because it's pretty unique effect. Like if you can pump the power
Yeah, it's
some
actually-
efficient way.
It's
It's
actually not a bad card, I think.
it's a card that
Like
might
a synergy deck that cares about like a sacrifice theme deck, right?
yeah. If this is a card that could like be a well, nobody ever 5 out of it.
Yes.
But I think like it could be a card in a combo deck in a few years, for example.
Yes, it's definitely much
Traveler that
a card with much more potential than some cards that 5-0'd,
Mm-hmm.
for sure.
there's multiple tokens.
Squirrels
Minus
are tapped,
counter.
persist.
With Persist, we already talked about it because we had multiple locations to bring up some of the cards that could be used with Persist. Reanimation spell for non-creature with -1/-1 counter for just 2 mana. On top of that, we also get Unmarked Grave, which means that we also have a specific entomb for a deck like this. Plus the previously mentioned Bone Shards, etc. We've got a pretty nice, pre-constructed Reanimator deck, which is not something that like was possible in Modern. And I see 2 ways to build this. One as a black-white sewer, using Priest of the First Money, the Priest, but as redundancy it could work, maybe. Or with Footsteps of the Goreo to reanimate Protean Hulk as a redundancy. Between all of the cards that we've gotten to enable this, so yeah, like we would reanimate like mostly probably the Black Archon, and play some other maybe targets to tutor with a tutor. To reanimate in some more specific situation. You could also use Dermotaxi, which is also a reanimation card. Kind of, but it does like ask you to jump through different hoops, and like you need to.
I'm curious if Dermotaxi. Whoops. If Dermotaxi 5 out. I would not be surprised if it did not. I don't remember ever playing against it, and it's a little bit of a weird card.
Yes.
Yeah, no results found.
I forgot that that card existed.
But as redundancy, it could work, maybe. Or with Footsteps of the Gorilla to reanimate Protean Hulk as a redundancy. More specific situation. You could also, and like you need to build around that.
What does Dermotaxi do exactly? ETB imprint a creature from your graveyard and tap 2 untapped creatures you control. So you kinda needed what? Lingering Souls in your deck to crew it ever. Because you need 2 creatures to crew. And then you get to attack with Dermotaxi, which is a Grizzlebrand.
Or an Archon.
Or an Archon, or like whatever.
Like
want
mostly
it to be.
easily probably achievable by Lingering Souls. Not sure if you could do that differently. But like Dermotaxi like would like to for you to actually be something like Grizzlebrand, etc. White Angel protection from card type. Yeah, that's also a plausible card to reanimate. So with Persist and Unmarked Grave, you actually wouldn't need to fill out your deck with all too many trash cards on top of that. And you should be able to play a decent amount of regular black-white sewer cards, be that like Lilianas or whatnot.
That did not really materialize, I think.
Removal spells, etc. So
Well, the Esper decks sometimes look like this now. But
Yeah, I guess so.
the thing with Persist, it is a bit weak in general because you end up spending way too many resources and a payoff that is not worth the juice is not worth the squeeze, I guess. Let's just say. And there is also the fact that it's inconsistent because there is only 4 copies of that, so half your games you spend your time doing nothing and trying to assemble that and failing.
you know that black-white sewer is not necessarily like super powerful, but with a reanimator angle being a slightly bit more unfair.
So I think the Persist was a little bit of that case where I was kind of knew that it's not gonna be as strong, but I was coping and trying to convince myself that it's gonna be because it seemed fun.
I think Persist was this type of card that was just attractive enough for like a non-strictly reanimator deck to pick up, that it can be played in this like you are talking on the video about the black-white sewer deck, like this type of like I don't know, we are playing like a black mid-range with like self-discard outlets like Liliana of the Veil and something, and sometimes you will reanimate, like I don't know, you have some fucking Grave Titan or whatever that you can hardcast as well because you are playing like a mid-range deck.
You know, you're in a top deck situation and you draw Unmarked Grave and then you go Unmarked Grave, my Lingering Souls, and flash them back.
Yes.
This type of stuff. But also a good point in the chat. Some black wrote that article about his time in designing and how he was making sure that like, oh, maybe it's gonna be too strong. So yeah, I do think that Persist is kind of strong, but also if there is only 4, then it's never gonna be. It would need another playset of an effect that's on par with it.
Yeah, once again, rule of 8 is really crucial to those combo decks.
To reanimate is technically a line. Now that's wild.
Stoneforge Mystic?
Probably not. The preferred way to do that, but technically you could do that, yeah.
4 out of 5 is a lot.
What quills? To learn to discard. Oh yeah. Sam Black also made moderation, yeah.
Exactly.
So
And
4
he
out
thought
of
moderation
four,
was strong, I think it's-
4 out of 5 is definitely an overstatement. It's not.
It's not research and believer level.
Yeah.
Into Title Scholar, into Liliana, into Concede equals sewer. Exactly. Now, I oftentimes think about how good would a demonic tutor be in nowadays formats of Magic the Gathering. It is a fairly powerful card in Vintage. But why is it a fairly powerful card in Vintage?
How strong do you think, Jendrek, would Demonic Tutor be in Modern? Just straight up. 2 mana, you get the effect. Pow pow. That's it.
I think it would be pretty busted.
Any combos deck.
Mostly, yes. I don't think you would play it in like a mid-range deck or whatever.
I guess you
But
would,
maybe I'm wrong.
you would play it in the decks that just play Profane Tutor straight up. So you can, I mean, if the Coffers deck is interested in playing the Profane Tutor, then it assuredly would be interested in playing a Demonic Tutor.
I think like Lotus Field decks that somebody mentioned in chat would be.
Lotus Storm, S tier of Demonic Tutor.
I mean, it wouldn't be S tier, of course, but it would be much better.
Yeah, probably in some combo decks it would be.
It is a fairly powerful card in Vintage because it gets Ancestral Recall, the remaining one.
So
I
talk
think
about
even
it,
the
how
regular
it's
Demonic
not
Tutor
good.
would not be all that powerful in real formats nowadays, non-vintage formats.
Because a tutor, I think Demonic Tutor no drawback for 3 mana is not good even in combo decks.
Yes.
Yeah, so I guess we agree on that. On 2 it's probably
Like, I
actually
firmly believe
quite
that
good.
Demonic Tutor, well, we had a Tainted Pacts combo deck in Historic, but like I think past that, like Demonic Tutor wouldn't actually be even like really good in Historic. So,
Yeah,
like,
you
with
could
this
play it
drawback, I'm
as
gonna give it 2 out of
additional
5.
copies of Sylvan's
The
Crying.
Demonic Tutor effect
in
is like
Tron.
specifically also not worth to try to build around and play like Mass Foretold or something. So you're gonna give it 2 out of 5.
Like, you would actually
feel like
might
Demonic would be
play
really good in
Green Black
Legacy,
Tron.
TBH. Yeah, Legacy
like
maybe.
Ace
Maybe
tutors if you
their
really
part is
want.
good enough, although I'm not even sure. Probably would be.
Yeah, I give it 2 out of 5. That seems kind of proper to me. Like it's
Yeah, I think it's
played in a few decks,
tutor.
but it's mostly meme decks.
Yes.
Like what is it played in? Ad Nauseam and Coffers. That comes to mind. Anything else? Probably just that.
No.
guess they
And
play, like,
the fact that it
worst
matches
cards
up so poorly against
But for me, like
the
for
Fairy
non-legacy
Time
formats,
Raveler,
it is also not the Demonic.
Yeah.
it's like
PJ.
nail in the coffin.
Sudden Edict. Well, that's for like legacy to answer Married Age.
Sure to sacrifice it at the first possible occasion,
Yes.
or you're gonna get got.
The best
True,
removal
true.
spell against Sakura Trivelder.
But you know, edicts are like not good on their own in general. Specifically better than
Chad, do you sacrifice your tribe elders as soon as possible? You probably don't, because it's actually more likely that you are going to be able
Block
to
a
block
Ragavan
a
with
dashed Ragavan than protect it from Sudden Edict. But maybe okay, Sakura Tribe Elder is not really a played card, but if Sakura Tribe Elder was a played card, the Ragavan decks should definitely play Sudden Shocks, because then they can get you. And
Definitely.
you will have to walk into that. So it's like
not really all that played in modern.
unescapable situation.
And then you
Legacy,
have
because in
a
Legacy,
sudden
especially-
shock against both Sakura Tribe Elder and Grief Ephemerate. So it's a double trouble
Solid.
you want to answer
situation.
Married Age with no Married Age to answer. Answer up.
2 out of 5, yeah, sure. I've had a mill player play it against me. I think I was playing Neoform, and I couldn't have responded to Grizzlebaron drawing. So that was actually kind of brutal.
Yeah, I
Because-
think I've played it at some point, but it's like, oh, That one is interesting.
The next card is Turak, Dead Cantor, 1 black. On Turak, Dead Cantor. Out of 5 post jump meme, 3-5. It's weird, 3-5. I think Turak is too slow for modern. Not excited out of 5. Very.
I can't understand what I'm saying.
Very excited.
Neither can I.
Warflash at 2 mana, Dice to Bolt at 4. I don't think Dying to Bolt, I mean, it's like saying Blood Red of Dice to Bolt. Yeah, so what? You get cards. So 2 things are nice about this card. First, protection is a broken mechanic. The protection is relevant. Being able to play a trigger protection, especially in the main deck, is insane. That being said, it's protection from white. And while Path to Exile exists, Solitude exists now, etc. White worst color, so by extension, protection from white least relevant, right?
That's actually not true because
On top of
it's
that,
Yes.
pretty good, but
It's not true anymore.
generally in
mana,
spirit.
black. Value card that requires your opponent to still have cards in hand to gain value. And a 4-3. It's not even a 4-3 if your opponent didn't discard the cards. They don't have the cards, and it's actually not a 4-3. It is a 2 mana card, so it does fit into a Lurus deck, so you can play more value in your Lurus deck. That being said, Lurus living and letting you recast 4 drops from your graveyard is going to mostly take place when your opponent doesn't have cards in hand because you discarded them earlier to reserve your Lurus. And
I think it is some weird logic from past me because obviously it's not about recasting this from your graveyard with Lurus, but just being able to play it in your deck with Lurus.
Yes.
So that's
Having a 4-drop in your
Actually,
draw
I
was
cannot
like
answer it.
definitely the biggest
there's a
thing.
2-1 go white.
It's
drop
got
as well.
going for it.
I think all things considered,
also pretty weird that I said that it's hard to expect your opponent to have cards in hand. It's not that hard. Was it hard before MH2?
Yeah,
I don't know.
If
I don't
you
think
are
people.
living in like prowess Heliod reality, then I guess so.
Yeah, did people used to top deck more in prowess Iliad reality? I guess when iteration was new and not like that much explored, did people have just less cards in hands?
That's a reasonable assumption, I think.
after saying it out loud and thinking about it a bit harder, at first I wanted to give Turag a 3 out of 5 Woe canisters, but after spelling out the situations, I think it's actually fairly weak. I'm gonna give it 2 out of 5.
Yeah, I would give it 3 right now because it's a very good hate card. But it's like
Yeah,
only
I think
good
it's-
as a hate card, but it's a very good hate card.
Yeah, I think it's a comfortable 3 for me as well.
Yeah. Kind of low. It's like a grindy card, and I'm biased against those.
Next card, Unmarked Grave. 1 black sorcery, search for another legendary card, put into grave. But even a budget Entomb, specifically made to support the budget animate data we get. It's like obviously like a packet of the same cards. Given that I gave 4 to persist, it's basically like the same card as persist, so I'm gonna give it 4 too.
This is also a bit of a fake logic.
That's true.
Because-
Unmarked Grave is pretty bad.
It's pretty bad, and we see many decks with persist not run the grave and actually try as hard as they can to not run grave nowadays.
Yes.
It is much worse than Entomb, so I think it's, I don't know if it's quite a 1 out of 5, but
How much would you value would you rate persist because it was 4 out of 5 in your opinion before?
probably would notch it down to 3.
Yeah, I think if persist is 3, then this is like 1.5
1.3.
or something. Yeah, I think it's a 1.
That is fair.
It
I'm
might
sure
be
they were
too
once someone
early.
important, but I couldn't tell you who they were. Doros Expedition Guide. Yeah.
Probably always gonna be played alongside the same card, and they're always gonna be coming together.
Not always.
EDU to EDH. What we get? 4.
Braids.
One of my first decks built in MH2 was black-green braids.
I'm glad that someone has thought of
It's a
that.
minion, get it?
Yes, I get it. It's
like kind of nice that
the
they sacrifice
funniest
version
thing
as
I've
you
ever
could,
seen.
especially like for the Wars Art version. Not Trash, it's to
Why I talk so much about braids?
Braids wins the tournament.
1 out of 5, but no shit, bro.
I played quite a bit.
Patrick's bidding. I forgot about some of those cards actually being in modern. It's pretty funny to refresh.
Yes.
Patrick's bidding. I don't think. Let's see if it 5 out.
Definitely. I think it was
How do you spell this?
Patriarchs. PAT. I think it would be really weird if it didn't.
Goblins.
Yeah, goblins,
4
exactly.
times by the same guy, 2 times in a challenge. 3 Blood Moon, 2 bidding in goblins.
Yeah, like Patriarchs bidding goblins was the deck that was playing Patriarchs bidding back in the day, so it's
pretty nice
only
with
logical that
Skirk.
people were trying to like relieve those glory days from like extended and stuff.
Yeah, pretty nice with actually Skirk Prospector kinda.
Yeah, that was
Then-
exactly like this is basically the deck from extended like 20 years ago.
Mhm.
A lot of same things like Prospector, Matrons, very similar stuff.
Yeah, also 3 color, 3 Blood Moon, that's true. 2 Grim Gruely to make sure that your Blood Moon affects you. Well, it's fake 3 color, but it's playing Grim Gruely, which is definitely green.
Yes.
The Grim Gruely is for the combo of Purity Goblin, and then you, I guess, Grim Gruely, Red Cap.
In the sideboard. What the fuck?
For what?
For Bogart Herbinger in the sideboard.
That's a bit puzzling, yeah. I don't know. The Snoops are there, so they have the Grim Gruely Red Cap combo with Prospector.
They don't have Kiki Jiki to
No. The Kiki Jiki is in the sideboard, so
yeah.
so you board them together. I don't know what's the thought process behind that, but certainly an interesting one.
Fate, you board out Biddings, Gram Gruli, and whatever last piece you want to play.
Probably. Or if Blood Moon is bad and you have 3 slots, so you have to fill them out somehow.
Yes.
Of course, and there's more than they did in the first set. Would you choose?
You choose.
You choose.
Maybe one order.
2 out of 5, maybe 1. Sums it
I think it's a
kinda
1.
well.
There's some sick combo.
Probably a 1, yes.
Which pro
5 out in that Goblin stack.
Why is this scam? Why? They still didn't use. You still don't have the cards in Magic Online, right? 4 Snap, 4 Fuse Guild, 4 Canary Spell, 4 Drown, 4 Push, 2 free force. Good.
Okay, so going to be moving the red part. In the meantime, I got tired. I remember when I streamed that and I put on an Aniki picture in the corner and I was like opening the chest, trying to open some MH2 cards. I don't remember if you could have back then already or not, but that was probably the reason. So you can skip through that and move the root walla.
Which others? We're gonna talk about some of the red cards. Now let me look at the red cards and I'm gonna make a bet. Just what to think about what bet to make it interesting.
Take W by accident.
Prediction. I opened Blazing Root Walla in the corner too, but I meant Basking.
Nice double
Basking.
root wall unearthed.
And Blazing Root Walla is a, Basking Root Walla at home. Actually, whoa, it's not even just weaker. Blazing Root Walla. Alright, I have to tell you that. What does basking mean? When you chill out in the sun and collect the sunlight so that it's warmer. But I have to admit to you that I kept reading Blazing Root Walla as 1 red. Blazing Root Walla gets +2/+2 until end of turn, activate only once each turn. significantly better because it makes using the pumping ability that much more realistic. It's red mana, so that's a little bit awkward. But as it goes for modern and for the like decks that would want to play Rootwalla as an aggressive card, I think as this an aggressive card alongside Cookbook, etc., it's pretty progress. It's harder for less mana and can deal much more damage. Vita side, this is a flashback, and it
The Scorch.
No, Lava Dart. Ah.
does, Blazing Rootwalla is discarded for Value, so it's not, while it can die to Lava Dart, it's not actually weak to Lava Dart, I wouldn't say. So,
I wonder if we had looting legal, if a Vengevine deck would be like if you could cast Faithless Looting, discard Vengevine and Rootwalla, if that would be any good or not. If that would be like an aggressive enough strategy that's playable.
Might be.
Probably. It feels like they removed such a great amount of potentially interesting archetypes with the looting ban. I don't like that.
Yeah, fuck looting's ban. The only good thing that came from looting ban is that Dredge is no longer good.
Yeah.
for me, Blazing Rootwalla is actually an easy 4 out of 5.
Oh shit.
Easy.
Okay.
4 out of 5.
I don't know what's so easy about that,
It's
but
gonna be auto-included in like all the Vengevine, all the Underworld Cookbook, all the Hollow One decks.
Auto
It's-
included what?
it hasn't been an auto include in all the Underworld cookbook decks, and the other
Vengevine
ones
All
don't
those Vengevine decks.
exist. Yeah.
Excited to have this Basking Ritual or Blazing Ritual rather.
So I was kind of hyped about that for
those decks so far. I think it's
no reason.
pretty great. Like the Rootwallas are pretty innocuous, and I think being like 3 cards, both mana-wise and value-wise.
It's innocuous, but it's still innocuous successfully. If I guess we take Vintage into account, it's actually pretty good in Vintage, but that's like entirely different thing.
Yes, that's
But it's
basically a modern.
probably a 2 out of 5 now
Yes,
at best in modern, maybe even a one for modern. It's like just not
I think
played.
it's 2 for modern. I think like because you all like, for example, we've had cards like Bidding or Unmarked Grave before, and they were cards that already have shells for them in the format. Like you already have the Reanimator decks, and those cards are just not good enough to be in those decks. And Rootwalla is a card that doesn't really have home in the format, but you would play it if there was this sort of like madness adjacent aggressive deck. So
Yeah, it's a card still waiting, I guess.
What do you think of this
Yes.
one? Because I'm kind of conflicted. It's only card that costs more because you have to work a bit hard for those, because you need to play Mishra's Bubble in your deck to realistically play the Delirium, and then like you hit Mishra's Bubble, which a 2-mana 3/1 draw a card is good, but if it's not reliably gonna be that, it's like a 3-mana dice to dart,
Dice to Dart, yes.
but I don't think it's really feasible. It's like, what's the name of the guy? Abbott type card. Instead of giving
Abbott
better rates,
type
because I
cards.
was excited by the Gamba,
Merktide Regent
portion of the
level.
stream.
I see.
and I'm refreshed, so like right now the cards are gonna get potentially better rates.
Oh, it 5-0 multiple times.
Did you 5-0?
No, in the weird Rhinos decks. You had it
Oh
on top.
shit. There's so many.
There was like those people who were playing like Incubation Incongruity and Carnival Carnage to have like split type cards, and they were like playing this like a cross between like Zoo and Rhinos.
And you still don't get to, well, you do get to play 2 drops, and you just accept that sometimes you Charlotte's Agent into Territorial Cavu.
Which is like a 5/5.
Okay. Which is like a single Rhino. So then you're like, yeah, 1 Rhino this time. 740th place though. Kinda telling.
I know that Raging Tilt Monster played with it a bit. I don't know if they didn't really have any good
Ooh, a Rutwala deck.
result with it, but
Damn, that's nice. June 8th, so that was... How they... If Modern Horizons was released on June 18th, how did they 5-0 on June 8th with the Rutwalas in their deck?
because the set was on Modo
For 3 weeks already, okay.
or something like that. Yeah. I think it actually was on Modo from June 3rd, I think.
It's very possible. But this deck seems almost playable, but the Blood Red Marauder does not seem like a strong thing in it. It would be kind of cool with Vengevine though. Because you can get 2...
And with looting.
Yeah, but with Vengevine you could get 2 creature casts from 1 card.
That's true.
But 3 out of 5 for the Marauder is definitely way too much.
Yes.
It's pretty bad, I think, overall. And it's like unlikely to really be broken. The things that make Cascade broken are the free spells, and this just doesn't work in that context ever. So just as a value card that can't block, it's kind of weak.
I think it's like a potential 2 out of 5 card. Like I think in this type of like you have a hollow one deck, this type of space of design, you have an aggressive deck and you are just putting 2 bodies on the board with 1 card. I think it might have some legs there. That's why I would put it on 2 instead of 1 out of 5. But it's like once again a soft 2, I would say.
That is fair. I think you can skip Brea's Apprentice because that card is only here because it's a rare. Calibrated Blast.
There's no 20 CMC card in the format. So you can't build a deck that just contains Calibrated Blast, 20 CMC cards, and...
Imagine if there was a 20 CMC card. Actually, that deck would be kind of scary, maybe.
I think it would be good
And try
with
to kill
2
people
CMC
on the play.
20s.
On top of that, that wouldn't be really a good deck.
I think
That
it would
like
be
kinda Tibalt's Trickery level, probably slightly worse. Yeah, 1 Trickery and
okay
Protection.
with 1. But with 2, I think it would be
But it's not
pretty
possible.
good.
And even if you play a deck like this, it will be
And I'm a
possible
person
to take
who
down a Calibrated
has like
just, stupid me.
20% win rate against Calibrated Blast.
So
I always
there's a
lose
higher
to it.
CMC than 16. Draco is not even legal in...
So you always play counter spell, and you also have a 20% win rate against Calibrated Blast.
Yes, because they like I either I keep a hand in the dark because I'm playing a model league against somebody I've never played against, and I keep like Ragavan 1 counter spell and a bunch of unholy hits, and they are playing blast, and you can only counter the one part of it, and you took 3 on first turn, and then they blasted you for 15 and played like fucking Ramuna Bluings. And then post board they always had the goddamn Boseiju, the
Boseiju, yeah.
uncounterable one. And if they are on the draw, they obviously have Gemstone Cavern and Boseiju on turn 1.
Yes, and you don't have Ragavan, so like it's always the worst.
So
like absolutely.
fuck that deck.
So KW rating
The highest CMC in Modern is Emerald on Stone.
pretty proper.
Or vintage card. One side, then it deals.
I mean, kinda. I only gave the KW rating to it, and it is kind of a deck, but it's kind of a meme deck still. Although, like,
As Sodek would say, Canister is not a meme deck. It's a solid tier 4 deck.
tier 4 deck,
Whatever
yeah.
the fuck tier 4 means, basically.
Yeah. Captain Ripple Vance ended up on my list by some reason. So
I don't
skipped that.
know. I didn't know that that card existed.
Chef's Guess. 1 red. Gain control of target spell. Copy. Reselect at random. Yeah, that's skippable too. Although I assume it's Asmorano Mordicata is in a Kuldakar, but doesn't really look like the character from the card.
That's true.
DRC.
Oh. Okay, let's go.
Red. Human Shaman. When you casting non-creature spell, I think it's a strong 1-drop for red decks. Just like Bloodbraid Marauder, it has Delirium, but given the extra ability on this, when you casting non-creature survival 1, I think activating Delirium on Dragon's Eye Channeler is much easier than it is on.
Very true.
So, like, to imagine a specific situation, you played on turn 1, you play Mishra's Bubble, then you go fetch Mishra's Bubble and a random card at the top of your deck. You already have 3 types in your graveyard, right? And then you put a 4th type into your graveyard or something, and you surveil again if you cast a spell. It's like very feasibly a free already by turn 2. Not always, but fairly feasibly a creature by turn 2. You can put Lava Darts into your graveyard.
Lava darts.
It means that like you're drawing a decent card almost always. Like you can surveil quite a lot with this. And while it technically has 1 toughness to die to Lava Dart, it's
How about that?
not gonna have it for long. And a free flyer for 1 mana seems like a good value to me. Attacking each combat if able, I assume it's like mostly an ignorable drawback. I don't think it's quite a 5 out of 5 wall canisters, but I think it could be a potent 1-drop for both Prowess decks and Shadow decks. The problem with this is that it competes with the Prowess 1-drops. Is this ever better? Yes, I think there are scenarios where it could be better, or there are scenarios where I would like to play more 1-drops. I'm gonna give it 4 out of 5 wall canisters.
I kind of said like,
That's fairly spot on, I would say.
yeah, I would say the things, but would it's probably a 5, right? Not a 4.
I don't know.
It's like
Although
people do
I
cut
do
it
have
from
a
their
documented
decks
disdain for
nowadays.
this card, definitely. But also I do think that attacks each combat if able is a pretty big drawback. I think it's a much bigger drawback than people think it is. I think not being able to block with the card in a deck that's, in my opinion, a mid-range deck, like I think Blue-Red is a mid-range deck, is not great, I think it's a 4.
I think it's a 5, I would say. Maybe a 4. I guess it is kind of maybe depends on the metagame in that way. The Ledger Shredder, yeah, like the way it matches up against Ledger Shredder is a little bit lame. The way it's supposedly matched up against Lava Dart was also a bit lame, maybe. So I guess 4 is probably solid rating, maybe long term, I guess.
Yeah, I think exactly. I think that Ragavan is Slam Dunk 5, and I do think that this card is worse than Ledger Shredder.
Worse than Ledger Shredder.
So
I think I was spot on with Dragon Rage's Channeler.
yeah, for the most part, I agree. I agree with 4 out of 5. As I said, I agree with everything except for the part about attacking each combat being a small drawback. I think it's a pretty significant drawback.
That is fair.
Ox doesn't really play too well with.
Yes, I played this music because it
Fatal
was
Server thing is
sad.
It looks like looting, yes.
Yeah.
It's trying to almost be kind of good, but like 2 mana, mostly that. It's bit of a killer. It is like, ever since looting is banned, looting was so much better than the next. There's nothing to say. At the same
2 mana, like this is not gonna be. It's pretty hard because they banned looting, so they don't want looting in the format. But whatever effect you put at 2 mana, it's gonna be always 2 mana,
2 mana is
which
just so much more than 1 mana.
yeah, which makes it not gonna work. Like you can make draw free, discard free is the same thing. Same card anyway, so it's saying like it's still bad because it's 2 mana.
Yes.
So
would be Dredge, and like this card draw is worse overall, but better with Dredge. I think if you can realistically play it in some deck, but 2 out of 5.
2 out of 5.
Us.
Might be 1.
I'm not sure if it's like.
Yeah,
necessarily
how
worse
about
than
that
I
card?
thought. It's also
Somebody in chat suggested a pretty interesting card. How about a draw 2, discard 3, but on a land? What do you think about that card?
What, like, you mean you use the lens ability?
Yeah, but it doesn't tap for any color of mana.
Okay, but it's a reusable ability that you can just
Yes,
do.
you can just tap it every turn if you want to.
Solid. Would it be
I don't know.
solid in modern? I mean, you do lose cards, right? So
Yes. And you can't tap it for mana.
yeah, maybe it would be good with Yavimaya or Urborg. So, and you can
I can
discard
see that being the case.
extra Urborgs too. So
I think that kind of card would have been. It wouldn't be as good as Resurgent Belief. I think it would be like a 3 out of 5 card.
very few cards are as good as Resurgent Belief.
2 cards.
Flame Blitz. This is a card that you probably played previously in your career.
I don't think I've ever resolved this card, but I think I've had it in some of my sideboards as a one-off.
It's pretty solid. I remember some people played against me when I was playing 4-color, and it was pretty devastating at times.
Yeah, I guess you can check it. Like you can actually see if people 5-out with the
Well,
card.
for sure they did.
But you have to put it in the sideboard.
Flame Blitz,
because now
right?
it's in the main deck. I guess somebody, yeah, I guess Enchantress is in
Enchantress.
the main deck's Flame Blitz, but you have to change the sideboard.
See,
Yes, a
5
lot of
pages of results.
A
But
lot
like,
of people, yeah.
it's like
The question is
Enchantress
whether I
decks.
am one of
Enchantress is mostly actually splashing for it. Or Gruul Scape Shift in 5 Torneo, 6 Ma Liga, Arena Guardians. Storm's Wrath, Cartographer's Survey. Oh, and they have a wish. They have wish for Flame Blitz. That's actually not that bad.
Yeah, it's actually pretty okay. I remember once I was playing some sort of like blue-white X deck, and I got Flame Blitz out of some weird deck, and it was devastating.
Also a cycling.
Red mana enchantment. Looking for end step.
Hayashi 5-out with it yesterday.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
And I assume if somebody
I think it's like
posted
again,
that,
like a
it
card
means
that you
that they
won't
were playing
feasibly-
it in the main deck. Because
Do you think Hayashi cycled it more or played it more? Probably cycled it more.
definitely cycled it more to get enchantment for their delirium things.
Yeah. I mean,
I think 2 out of 5 is a pretty reasonable.
yeah, it's probably a card that actually looks like it's. Again, you said like deck space.
It's a really
and-
narrow card but it's really good at what it does.
Yeah. But like you say that it's again like the deck space problem. How do you like justify actually putting it in your deck, right? For content. If you're Hayashi, then sure.
Obosh. That's true.
True.
Incanceration, Double Strike. ETB deals 4 divided, evoke 4 divided to creatures or planeswalkers. Evoke, exile a red card from your hand. 3/3. What do you think, chat?
What do you think? How do you think would modern look like if Fury went face? Right now.
I think it would have looked about the same as it would have looked without the card at all, because it would be banned at this point.
Probably. I think that would actually make the ephemerate combination with it actually pretty decent. Because
Yes. Like Fury going face would have been absurd.
also I never looked at this art properly, and I didn't realize that there is like an arm going over here, a buffed
It has
arm.
hands, right?
Yeah.
Like if Fury went face, you are playing it on turn 1 with like some sort of raised like undying effect. And they're actually at 12, and Fury kills them in 2 turns.
Yeah.
So, yep.
Any fairies in the chat? Fairies.
Very great joke.
1 out of 5. That is fairly harsh.
Yeah, it
2
looks
out
pretty
of 5
scary.
if it had flash. Yeah. When I first read Fury, I thought, damn, this is actually pretty interesting. Like you can trade 2 cards for 2 of your opponent's cards, or maybe even more. They play 1 toughness creatures. Chaos itself, that's funny. And then I realized it has no flash. And I think a pitch spell without flash, like a reactive removal spell pitch spell without flash, has so much less value than one with.
This is something that Bumzing said in the chat a few times, that Fury obviously was pretty underrated initially. It was an example of the reviewers trying to focus a lot on what the card lacks instead of what it actually does. And
Yes.
it is true that it lacks flash and it lacks the ability to go face, but that does not really matter, while it still provides you with a desirable effect and a strong effect. And
Yes.
I think Fury, like even more so than the other elementals, I guess even more so than Solitude, the body is really strong when it's in play. It's really strong, really powerful, and so it makes for very big swings when hardcast. Countless times have I died to Rhinos,
Yes.
top decking Fury, like killing my creature, and then
Killing you in 2 turns, yes.
yeah, and it's just in play and I can do anything. And also in 4-color mirrors, that's one of the biggest swings, just someone playing Fury that can divide the damage effectively.
Yeah, or kills
and,
Omnath. And
yeah, kills Somnath or like finishes off 2 planeswalkers.
Yeah. I would say that the only thing that Fury is worst at is having the worst art out of the 5.
Yeah,
I think
well,
it has the worst art.
now it looks weird to me because I never seen the elbow here, so I just assumed
Yes.
it's like a hand, but I didn't see the elbow, and with the elbow it looks kind of weird to me.
Best alt art though?
That-
I don't know.
That's kind of
I think that the best alt art is Endurance. I really like the alt art of Endurance.
So
what?
yeah, Chad mentions Obosh, that you could play Obosh.
Yeah, sure, Obosh. Well, it's pretty good in Obosh.
Yeah, okay. Jan just messaged me the list that Hayashi 5-0'd with.
Is was
Uh,
and another
with 4 main deck Flame Blitz. And how many enchantments do you think was in that main deck?
4. No, 8.
12.
Okay, 4 moons, 4 flame blitzes,
Yes.
and 4 seal of fire.
No, 4 Blood Suns. On top of 4 Blood Moons.
Blood Suns. It's fair, I guess. To play
4
Blood
Soken
Suns.
Suns? What the fuck?
4 Sokensen.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
was 5 mana, 3 toughness versus bolt, and kills itself on an empty board, which is kinda. Wait, can you divide the damage as you choose and not assign any? No, you have to divide them if it's the only creature that's gonna kill itself, right?
No, it's any number, so it doesn't kill itself. Obviously, bro. Can't you read the card?
Ability is not that terrible because it is like a flame concavo type effect still, and like sometimes you can get 2 creatures, and you can pitch it to kill 2 creatures, but I think Fury would be any number of targets. Okay, so you can 0, so it doesn't kill itself. Let's go. So I think Fury would be much better in the format if Lava Death wouldn't exist, because it would be actually quite potent at punishing mana dorks, or like some like mana dorks early starts, killing 2 creatures for 0 mana and then like dominate.
Damn. So Fury was also a victim of Lava Dart. I wouldn't have thought of that if I hadn't heard myself from the past say that, but it is kind of true.
Our minds were so corrupted by Lava Dart that
Yeah.
we just saw Lava Dart
Yeah.
everywhere.
Now the Fury is the thing pushing out the low toughness creatures, I guess, rather than Lava Dart.
Yes, but also like
So
I
maybe
think
maybe now Fury is the one pushing out Lava Dart, right?
yes, like I do think that it's I do think it's fairly easy to see how Fury gates small ball creature decks harder than Lava Dart, so that Lava Dart doesn't really get to do that because all the decks that are gated by Fury are already like all the decks that would have been gated by Lava Dart are already gated by Fury, on top of some decks that wouldn't be gated by Lava Dart but are by Fury.
Yeah.
So
Hitting the
like-
battlefield while being a good top 20. I think I'm gonna give it. Like, it doesn't look terrible to me because you can like play it with mainly the plan of hardcasting it and like a seasoned pyromancer red mid-range deck kinda. Like, looks like 1 mana, which you can. But it is like kind of a, I think, a victim of Lava Dart success too.
3 out of 5. Yeah, I would think it's a 5 nowadays. Galvanic Relay. That card has seen some minor play.
yes.
Or
And it's
imaginary
banned
small
in
instant like Lava
Pauper.
Dart would create such havoc in the MTG modern format. I agree.
Wait,
I'm
what?
gonna give it 3. It still could be a free spell. Or if imaginary small instant like Lava Dart would create such havoc in the MTG modern format. I agree.
Yeah,
It is a bit like surprising how
good comment from someone.
Storm spells that are pretty bad. Or than any regular Storm combo style deck with Papija because you
Do the Storm gamers play Galvanic Relay when they play Storm? Or is it like not good in Modern? You have to wait a turn, right? So it's probably not even.
It's actually played in Storm quite often in the sideboard with Wish.
Okay.
In the main deck as well, but yeah. Like there was actually you have sideboard already checked from Flame Blitz. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, one Wish, one Galvanic Relay.
I saw a bunch of like 2 and 2 splits.
So it's a fine card in bad deck.
working bit of the doubt.
2 out of 5.
Glimpse of Tomorrow.
Solid.
That's been 3 red.
Glimpse of
all
Tomorrow.
cards,
That's
yeah.
an interesting one.
Yes.
Into your deck. Then reveal that many cards at the top. Put all non-auras, like variation of Warp World. And Warp World is a 8 mana card.
It is, yeah.
Actually does actually all that much better. And for the most part, I assume if you would be playing a Warp World type effect in your deck, it would be because you would be interested about utilizing that effect yourself. So because of 2
Yeah.
mana, suspend 3, you can actually suspend it yourself, and maybe it's gonna come off. Suspend 3 is kinda a lot, but
What if Glimpse of Tomorrow hit both players? I think it would be pretty significantly better than.
It would be pretty busted, I think.
suspend 3 is kinda a lot, and you're not even sure if you will want to have this and Eldradi's in your deck and try to high roll into 2 Eldradi's with this from your free lands when you cast this and win this way, which is maybe, I don't know, not very cash money.
Yes, I only had the like Hypergenesis approach in mind when I was
We
first looking
used
at
to
the
say
card.
cash money, right? We used to do that back in the day. It was cool.
Yes. But I only had the Hypergenesis approach in mind where I might
Yes,
just throw
that-
like
yeah.
Eldradi's on board.
I think it was pretty common. But there were some people who actually thought about, like, I think mostly people who had previous experience with like actual Warp World deck.
The Warp World deck with Canling Gardens and Eternal Witness and some weird
Yes.
cards.
Or you can try to produce a lot of game objects with, like the deck that I like posted that people told me about. To get a lot of objects
Oh,
at the top of your
okay, they
deck.
manufacture
Like, put it into play
objects.
and then you do stuff again.
So actually,
Yes.
So actually, I had that in mind too. The Academy manufacturer decks, they're like objects into looping
For the most
stuff.
part, good 2 out of 5, as both of those ways sound very roundabout, very random, and it feels like there's probably some better ways to do what you're trying to achieve with either way. either way you're trying to use this card.
Also, not sure if I had grasped the like Shardless Agent implications back then. Probably not really. I think I would give Glimpse a 3 right now.
Yeah, I think
Because-
Glimpse is definitely a 3 out of 5 card.
Yeah, it
My
makes
opinion.
it makes a deck. The deck is not very good, but it's decent.
It's reasonable, yeah.
It's reasonable. It's kind of flawed, but has some upsides. Glimpse of Tomorrow? No. Harmonic Progedy? Sure. Doesn't seem close. They look for shamans, yeah. They find anything. I think just the Lord Shaman that some people love for some reason. Can skip that. Probably give it 2 and said, oh yeah, 2.
Yeah, whatever.
Mind Collapse.
Yeah, we've had another one to go, like another 5 hours one to go through.
Yeah.
So
Mind Collapse is kind of whatever.
2 out of 5.
2 out of 5 because a free spell, right?
Okay.
Obsidian Charmo.
Let's say
It's pretty hard to misjudge. I give it 3 out of 5, but it's probably 2 out of 5 because
Yeah,
it's very narrow.
Say
Like
2 out of 5 card, I think.
it's really only good against Throne. So
Yeah,
it's not even
the sideboard card.
yeah, but it's a sideboard card. But also like when you board it in, it's not even good against a broad category of big mana decks.
Okay.
Really, it's just Throne.
stealing your opponent's card and casting it. Or includes not, but the upsides in this, which is a card, which is 2-1. Now, for Monkey, I'm going to give 5 out of 5. Because the card is insane and is packed with a multitude of abilities. With the caveat that even though it is absolutely insane, it might not be playable because it has 1 toughness and it's like dice at a very bad versus Lavadad. Which is something that we have said about many cards, obviously. Jackal Pup with small upside.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
your
I
upside is
was
small, friend.
meaning to ask you,
So like the
how
upsides in
much do
this
you think
are
your
ramp,
grade for Ragavan would be lower if it didn't have dash? Because
Probably
there
was
are
so
some people who say that this card without dash would be the same card.
I would still give it
Just
a
flavor text.
I would still
And
give
I
it
don't
a
want to
5 probably.
point my fingers, but it was definitely Sodek who said that.
I would still give it a 5, I think.
Yeah, it's probably still a 5 even without dash.
Like you do dash pretty often, but
Yes.
it would be weaker. But
card advantage.
maybe if it didn't have dash, 4 color would be the best deck actually because they could prismatic ending Ragavan always.
Yes.
Also, whenever I look closely at the Ragavan art, look at where he has his hand, right? He's like scratching his balls,
Yes.
or has his hand somewhere in his genital area, which is kind of indecent.
It is
It's a good
indecent.
draw in the late game.
Especially for a
It depends. Like, if your
PG-13
board is
game.
blocked, it's not. But on an empty board in the late game, it's actually a great draw. And it's a 2 power 1-drops that hits relatively hard. Things that you could do with this includes playing it on turn 1, hitting your opponent, getting a treasure and casting a Blood Moon. Or stealing your opponent's card and casting it. Or performing any other exciting action that you can imagine. Or you can, given that cards in Modern are like relatively cheap often, if your opponent is ever tapped out and like there is no cards in them, like when they're tapped out, you can guarantee a hit with this.
The list of the exciting things I listed does not include probably the most powerful thing of attacking with Ragavan and actually just passing with
Yes.
counterspell. I
Like,
guess maybe it's not exciting, but it's definitely very powerful. The best thing probably.
yep. Like, the pairing of Ragavan and Counterspell is just so insane.
And then if you like happen to flip a cheap creature, you can immediately play it if your opponent's playing cheap creatures. Treasure helps cast op cards since he doesn't change mana requirement of the card stolen. That is fair, yes, that is true. You have to cast those cards via the treasure. You flip a Tarmogoyf in a mono deck. You need to spend your treasure to make green. Now the question becomes, if you're playing Commander and you attack someone, and you flip a green card, can you even play it?
It's a
Because-
really good question. That interests me nowadays.
A powerful card without dash. Yeah, it also has dash on top of that.
Flip a water Tarmogoyf.
And like also, even with Lava Dart is in the format, not every single one of your opponents is gonna have Lava Dart in their deck. And you know, like we've seen Obosh decks playing Blister Core weird, right? And tell me like how
The
How
circle
close
will
is-
being the proof that it is
how big is the
doable.
gap between Ragavan and Blister Core weird? I think pretty big. This big.
It's the same card.
It's kind of sad that.
No, well, just said that the gap between
Exactly,
the two is
outcompeted
pretty
by
big.
Monkey, but Monkey.
Yes, I know.
Alright, so Ragavan was 5 out of 5 and like Lavadar doubts, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Like it
Still-
was, I think, as good as it could have been. Like as close to the truth. Like
yeah.
I think it was only natural for people to have doubts about Lava Dart, like the concerns regarding Lava Dart, because it was just the reality that we were in. But yeah, like it wasn't a surprise when people started winning everything with Ragavans.
Yes. And like even if like that review, like I gave it 5 out of 5 and I said like all the things that are kind of true, it still feels like it failed to capture the dread you feel right now when you are on the draw without a removal spell and your opponent fetches for his team and stand 1 and you're like, oh yes, please play the DRC, please play the DRC, and
Yes.
no shit, it's the Ragavan. So some things words do not describe well enough.
That's why the
Legacy Common
best
Ragavan on-
blue-red players does not play Darcy, because then if they fetch on the play on the row 10, they are playing Ragavan.
Sure.
So you are twice as likely to play Ragavan then.
the play is game over. Yeah, that's true. Like the person plays Ragavan, and then the second player untaps, plays land, waltz, gets dazed, forces, gets forced back, untap, Ragavan attacks, makes a treasure, steals your ponder, casts a ponder. GG.
That's
Famous
a legacy.
in Modern. Sure. Strike it rich. Red mana.
Co ja tam piłem
It
sobie?
was exactly like that. Nothing else. Yeah, I know.
Nie wiem.
What do you think, chat? Yeah, oh, this makes a shitty token. And you think, oh wow, they printed Lotus Petal into Modern? Are they? The fact that it's not a Lotus Petal in large part because, you know, in large part, like, Lotus Petal's upside is the fact that it costs no mana, so it makes mana. And Strike Rich does cost mana, so it only stores the mana for the next turn, right? Obviously,
Expert
it's not as good.
analysis.
Well, it's all true, so it is pretty expert, I think.
Like Grinding Station, Underworld, Breach combo, I think it's potentially decent in such a share. So overall, I agree with what most of the chat says, and I think I'll give it 3 out of 5. All canisters, potential, neat playable, creating mana, always nice, like, can be free spell, does stuff, etc. Spending 3 mana for a treasure, XT, yeah. Just think about it, 3 mana for a game object. 2 force, and
Yeah, I think 3 out
We'll
of
see.
5, as you said, was
It's pretty solid. Well,
great.
there's few decks that play it, but it's pretty solid
Yeah,
when
it's a
it is.
Mertide level card overall, so makes
Yeah.
sense.
good, but I think it's fine.
Whenever you win a coin flip,
Whenever-
create 2
whenever
treasure
you coin flip it.
tokens. Sure, why is it there?
Faces out, if you lose the flip,
Frenetic
no,
Ifrit.
with Frantic Ifrit, to be sure. So,
Wait, what? Is it actually combo? The Frantic Ifrit, you can just flip coins endlessly? What about the Frantic Sliver?
Yeah, this is an infinite mana combo.
A Frantic Sliver is legal, right? If this player is on the battlefield, flip a coin. Oh, it does not work with Frantic Sliver. They nerfed it.
abilities in the stack.
But yeah, this could be a new combo deck in Legacy. Infinite mana with 2 good cards.
But it won't be.
Chance Encounter. Flip coin cards, KW, yeah, very funny card. Flame
Same.
Rift,
Yeah. People actually
question
thought
is,
it would
does-
be played in Bern, I think.
yeah. It's a bit weird that to me that doesn't, a little bit, but
It's really bad in mirrors.
it's pretty bad. Well,
Or against anything.
but
that's
Baron is pretty
aggressive.
bad, so it's pretty bad, right? But it's also, yeah, for life to pay for a card is pretty hard. But I remember that people also were talking much about Scorch the Skyclave's Death Shadow so that you could
Oh, that's true.
lose life, but of course it's not good in that context too, because it's not a good effect for a card and it's not really hard to lose life, right?
Bern even want to play this? Pretty terrible.
Not to mention that Scorch the Skyclaves, it's
painful.
nowhere to be seen since MH2.
Shadows and Scourges of the world. There's a high chance that Bern will want to play some of them because 4 damage.
3 out of 5.
But
Right, let's say 1.
Yeah, I think it's
think
a
it's also
one.
the same chance that-
2 at best, but probably 1.
the fact that was
3 out of
one
5.
1 red.
Merktide Regent level.
Psychic creature, ping 1, doing target. Towards yes, if I gave it a 4 out of 5. But then I think I would be doing something that is not true, which is empty, and I hope. Gas plus bombardment plus a fetch. If you happen to have 2 blood gas in your graveyard, then bombard any squirrels and you can shoot things a lot. Maybe there's like something to be built around that. I tried to build a zombie goblin bombardment deck and it looked like absolute shit. So probably would need to be done somehow better. But maybe there are ways. But this is definitely, I'm not gonna give it 4 because I'm gonna give it 3 because seems more appropriate because can definitely fail. I have no confidence about this. It looks kind of cool and I don't know, I like the card, but
It's probably 2, I think.
Yeah,
It's not
much
the
more
wor-
of a 2 than 3.
Not the worst card ever, and sometimes people build around it. And then it's not the worst,
And
but
it's another of those cards. Like if we ever have a Nest Shambler deck, there's a chance that it will be a Goblin Bombardment deck as well.
yeah.
that's true.
Next card is Gorilla Shaman. That's probably relevant in Modern.
Yes.
0 mana. This card can.
Give it 2 for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, ATTP
I mean, we could hear listen to that, but it doesn't seem interesting.
Yes.
The Imperial Recruiter is a bit more so interesting in a way because I think if not for the fact that this card used to cost $300 or however much it cost for like an extended period of time, nobody would really be like excited about it power level wise.
Yes. I think so.
And
2 or less, reveal it. Put it
because of kind of remembering that, I was like, oh yeah, it has
Yeah.
to be good because
It was a
traditionally considered to be powerful.
it's a card that
Because are
saw
generally
a fair amount of play in Legacy at that point.
in Aluren.
In
Or
Aluren
somewhere
and
else too.
in Painter.
Hmm.
And obviously in Commander, but Commander XD. And yeah, because it costed a lot of money. They were just reprinting it in those sets, and it's not a very good card.
that to be strong. Not.
Yes, it costed because it was a legacy card, but
Yes, you play your Kiki Jiki that you have found. And assume hope that your opponent didn't like stop you at some point. But yeah, I mean it does that.
It's
And
a
what do you
one
do?
card combo with Kiki
And
Jiki.
find Felder Guardian. Wait, that's
oh,
actually
because you find Fielder Guardian, then you blink the recruiter and get
Yes.
Kiki Jiki.
Or you find Kiki Jiki, you copy a recruiter, and then you find a guardian.
nice. Then free this, find Felder
Because
Guardian.
that's like the original back before Guardian was printed.
Mhm.
You were like,
With a restoration.
in Commander, of course. Once again, XD. You are finding Kiki Jiki to copy recruiter, getting Pestermite and Exarch, whatever.
That doesn't sound the worst TBH, but pretty mana intensive.
No, 10-5, you win with Kiki. Play Mana Dork, you could have played an Ethervial. Such as Oreo Champignon. Jogmod. Legacy decks. Wonder why they
XD.
So yeah, I gave it a 4 out of 5, but it's E2 at best.
Yeah, it's
result,
a resurgent
lowest-
belief for.
Yeah, exactly.
To me, it used to cost $300, and
I even said that. What the fuck?
give it the benefit of the doubt. And honestly, if it weren't for the reputation of the card, I would give it 2.
I knew
It cost
this.
$300, and
So you're actually spot on.
like $300. What you can buy for $300, right?
You can get a fisting for $300.
6th hour, and I would like to go to sleep. Foolish.
I was tired at this
And
point by
Cyberpunk
a lot.
2 instant. If an opponent controls an island, and you control a mountain,
Never seen this card played, and like it's probably never gonna be the shatter of choice. Doesn't seems pretty narrow. Opponent controls an island, you control a mountain, so it must be island deck. I think those are all of the red cards, and that leaves us with the rest of the cards, which there is still 5 hours of those, but we are at a good pace, I think, to power through that.
Yep.
But I'm going to
I
take a
might leave
quick.
you at some point to prep myself a dinner.
Sure.
And then I will come back to
I would-
finish with you.
Yeah, I would propose a few minutes break to grab something to drink, and we'll come back in 2 or 3 minutes to talk about the rest of the cards.
Yes, that's a good idea. Stretch my legs a bit. All right. So, what do you want to know about canister? I'll tell you everything, chat. Why are you drinking out of a measuring cup? It's not even a measuring cup. It's a cup that was a part of like my blender set. Like you have like a hand blender that you can like, and this was the vessel that you were using to blend things in. Cock size. Well, a gentleman does not kiss and tell, so I won't tell you that. How good is canister at rating cards? I would say about 3 woke canisters out of 5 at rating cards. Will you give Chad a kiss? For sure. That's for you, Chad. Yeah. Canister is basically Merktide Regent level at rating cards. That's a correct statement.
This stream has been proof that it's true, yeah.
Yeah, but when I was here like 30 seconds ago or a minute ago, and I asked chat to ask away questions about you, and you can scroll the chat to see what was the first question that they asked.
Why are you drinking out of a measuring cup?
That was a question to me, not about you.
Cock size.
Yes. My answer was that a gentleman does not kiss and tell. So I didn't tell them anything. Don't worry.
Very fair.
This is a PG-13 game and a PG-13 stream, so it don't make sense.
Let's see what I said about Abundant Harvest.
Yo.
A question: which canister is more cute, old canister or new canister?
Good question.
I don't know. Canister is a very handsome man.
Hello?
So
Thank
I
you.
don't know about cute.
After... I think it's gonna see play at first, because people are gonna try it out and gonna try to play with the card, but I think it's quite bad. And a 4 mana, Mind Rod effect, or like a Hymn effect, but Mind Rod effect. Kinda expensive for.
Wait, that was not about the harvest, that was about the Turek. It does seem like I just woke up for this.
Yeah.
The easiest and the most disruptive way for like a draw to go is when you draw too many or too few lands. And Abundant Harvest, in a way, sidestep that variance that other cantrips have when it is coming to finding your lands. As it is kinda guaranteed to, well, not kinda, it is just guaranteed to find your land. It's always gonna be your land. That means that when you build a deck where you cut lands or cantrips,
Whoa.
you then kinda a little bit increase the odds of the fact that you're gonna have to spend the mana early to find the land, and you might fail, and then you're really behind, etc.
Abundant Harvest feels like some kind of a psyop, I think. It's not good at all, I think. I thought about it today during shower a bunch, and it's a cantrip you need to. It only makes sense to cut lands for it from your deck during deck building, but then it's not really ends up not really worthwhile spending the mana over the lands. It does not end up being better than a land.
I actually think that like this is a card that I don't know if only cutting a land. Like I would say that a sweet spot is like if you have a deck with actual lands and you want to put 4 Abundant Harvest into the deck, I would cut like 3 lands and 1 spell, probably somewhere along those ratio. But like I do think that the biggest problem with Abundant Harvest is that there is just not a deck that would really want to use it, and the card is not powerful enough to like incentivize you to play the color. Like I think if you had like a low curve cantrip deck that wants to play green anyways, I can see Abundant Harvest being good.
Has to be a deck that like plays green as its main color, because you're also getting lands for it, so your mana gets tougher when you cut down.
Like you are playing like, I can see playing like a based blue-green cantrip deck that you want. Like
Yeah, Sodek is saying in the chat that it's good in Neo form, but I don't even think it's good in Neo form, because just random.
yeah, I
well,
don't think
okay,
it's
Neo
good
form is a little bit of an extreme example, and it's actually the best in Neo form probably out of the decks that it in general, because in Neo form it's like green card to pitch, and also in Neo form you want to run few lands so that you have cards to pitch to the Allosaurus Rider, and I guess it digs into your deck, although in a pretty bad way, because you're
It's a
looking for
land
a
that's green,
specific.
but it's also, because Sodek said that, it's a land that's green in Neo format. It also costs you mana to do so, which I think is not very good in that deck.
Yeah, but so I think this card, like, people played in Legacy at first, but then they stopped. And like the fact that I was playing in Legacy because of the fake release in Strixhaven, kinda made at least me think that it's gonna be good enough for Modern. But I played in 4-color too, and was usually felt like not worth spending the mana on that. It felt pretty poor in some other decks I tried it into. I played in Titan too.
Tried it in a bunch of like super land light tempo decks, like 16 lands Delver decks or 15 lands Delver decks. And my biggest problem was once again that it was basically the only green card I was interested in playing. And you were so committed to both blue and red that you just didn't want to splash for this cantrip.
Right, so if you disregard the color requirement, is this effect better or worse than Consider? I think it's worse.
I think it's worse than Consider, but Consider is an excellent card.
Well, it's
I
a
think it's
cantrip,
better than
so
Serum Visions.
better than Serum Visions.
Quite strong. Like I think if either this card was red or Ragavan was green, this would see play. It's the same color as Ragavan, basically. I think it would see play.
I think it's a weaker cantrip than Consider. Maybe it's stronger than Serum Visions, yeah.
Also, it's a sorcery for delirium purposes, which is, I think, quite important.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's worse than
Well, with
Consider,
Command
but once
Harvest, you
again,
have-
I think Consider is a somehow still underrated card. I think Consider is really good. I think people are not really
It's quite good, yeah.
valuing it correctly.
What do you think about people who choose to play Opt in their deck over Consider willingly while having minor graveyard synergies like playing Memory Deluge?
Like I get why people are playing Consider or Opt in blue white. I get
Alright.
the reasoning. I don't know if this reasoning is like if the upside, because there is a tangible downside to playing Consider in a fetch mana base. If you have like a single dual of a color for ending, like it is a tangible downside. If this downside is higher than the upside of binning your memory deluge once in a while, I have no idea. But
I'm pretty
I
sure
get why
that
people are doing that.
I played a league with blue-white control, and I opted Scryed Memory Deluge the bottom once.
And you never played Opt in your life again.
Yes.
Makes
Ria
sense.
in the chat says that Ria in the chat says that I both milled over a planes with Consider and Scryed the Memory Deluge in the same league. Which, yeah, probably happened. So I got the worst out of both worlds.
3 lands in your deck, and as soon as you can cast Abundant Harvest, you're gonna find it. It's much better at finding a land than a spell, and so it plays more like a tune with Ether than an Opt.
Why does it do
I understand why
that?
it was at finding a spell than it is a land. I assume you were clicking the spell option out of the two presented to you.
But when you put Abundant Harvest into your deck, like what do you expect to do with it? I guess
Well,
Just-
get land number 2 or 3 or get a spell, I guess.
yeah, that is fair. When I was playing with it in 4-color, I
I think it's fairly close to a tap land that has cycling 1 and always cycling on this spell.
mm-hmm. I was
And when you
always
think about that card, it's not that great.
I found it tough sometimes. Like I was on turn 1 with the 4-color deck, 2 lands in my hand and Abundant Harvest, and I didn't know if I want to cast it naming land. At that point, I typically didn't, but then if I didn't draw a land, I was kind of priced into
felt
finding the
terribly
third.
if you didn't draw land, yes.
So it was pretty tough to actually play with, and on the first turn,
Would it be more playable at instant speed? Definitely. The question is, would it be playable enough? Because
Yeah.
instants are much better than sorceries. It's a cast trigger for Shredder easily. Yes.
Is the mage already legal in MTGO? It is legal, but Harvest, when cantripping, is that it just differentiates between lands and spells. So,
Hmm.
while it is true that it's always going to guarantee you a land when you need a land, you kind of want to put it in decks where your spells are also of spell quality. So, for example, if you were to play a deck where you play Moxen, which per Abundant Harvest are going to be spells, but in actuality are going to play more mana, right? So that is a consideration to do. Real Advanced gives a good example. Abundant Harvest seems like it potentially fits well into an Amulet Titan deck.
Yeah, I think it fits into the Titan deck, kinda, but also not really because it does not castable, but the effect does kinda fit. Although many people who have played with the Abundant Harvest version, because I told them to do so, then reported that they hated it. But I think it was mostly the mana reasons.
Yep, I agree.
And giving it 4, but it's way overshooting that.
It's probably like a 2/3.
Yeah, I would say 2. You could say
It's
3.
like a 2.5 for me, and a card that doesn't
Let the
have
history-
home. But also, there is a suggestion in the chat that if it's set creature or non-creature or land, so it has 3 modes.
Well, jakby babcia miała wąsy, to
It would be pretty fucking busted, I think, that in that way. Because you would just play it in a deck that has a very few of either creatures or non-creatures, and it's basically a demonic tutor for a card you want.
yeah, then
Or a land.
throw it. Then yeah, that would be awesome. You play like
It would be fucking busted.
few creatures, you just can draw only few very selected cards. I have a Progenitor
It could also
Ooze.
cost 20 mana so that it can be played in calibrated blast decks. That's a very good suggestion, Antoś.
Very
Progenitor
good, yeah.
Ooze. Oh, so it's named Eve, like. No. I have not. Abundant Harvest is a cantrip you can flashback. Isn't legendary if it's a token. Eve enters the battlefield with kind of like weird card, proof of concept type card. Helps recover tempo. Sure. I mean, at the same time, we have Blue Red Prize that
This card is not very that interesting. It's like empty the warrants,
is
but
actually
in
kind of
green.
an
Yes.
empty the wins.
You can
Okay,
just skip
this
it.
format, we're gonna have a home.
2 out of 5, sure, yeah. That's
Money.
like has very little impact.
Attention, requiring precise accuracy. The answer is
Chatterfang.
mana, legendary creature, squirrel warrior, forest walk. If one or more tokens would be created under your control, those squirrels are so cute. It is insane.
Okay, do we want to talk
gave
about
it-
Shitters and Shitterfang and
Yeah, I give
Shitterstorm?
I give it KW, but it's actually better than that. I assume it's not playable, but it's actually close to being playable, but not quite there. But I had it in a few of the Academy Manufacture decks throughout the
Right.
year, and
Validly.
it's solid at times in those situations, but Shadowstorm, Thunder, KW, Squirrels, Crowstorm, yeah. Chitter Spitter. I put
Okay,
all
now we
the
get
squirrel
into
cards
actual
in there.
cards.
Suffer through playing it anymore. ETBs. One target player puts all the cards from their graveyard on the bottom of the library in a random order. Those leaks are weird or very long, yeah. So people say a lot. People seem to like this card a lot. And this one, a little bit, I fail to understand. Thing is that what endurance is a bitch.
It's a bitch. A bit of a thermal script.
Are very easily obtainable without 1 for 2ing yourself, right? Maybe an off in vintage. I think it's a pretty bad off. Yeah, this is definitely hardcastable.
So I was low on the endurance a bit, but I'm also thinking that to this day it's pretty heavily overrated, some of the applications of the card. What do you think?
My mic was muted. About endurance.
About endurance,
Yeah, I think like it's a card that's very often misunderstood. I think, like, it's weird how the same card can be so heavily overrated and underrated in different scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes just a 3/4 flash reach creature for 3 mana is quite great, even though you wouldn't think that in a format as powerful as Modern that's ever the case. And sometimes people are just blindly like boarding in endurance because there is a 1 card with flashback in their opponent's deck and they are just wanting to shut it down. I don't know. And now Canister left me out to dry and my stream cracked.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't crash.
It didn't crash. My cat screamed. Well, I do think that the 3/4 aspect is a bit overrated. Like, I
Okay.
think, for example, like the broad understanding of the effectiveness of a 3/4 flasher endurance against the Merc type decks, I think is overstated oftentimes, and
Especially after people understood that Darcy is a cringe card and they're not playing it anymore.
yes,
Because
well,
that was
now
that
it's
was
like
the
that's
incentive always to me that you have to attack into an endurance and endurance will eat your Darcy.
yes, but also that was also never really happening, right? Like countless times I had the endurance, but your opponent has the DRC, and to ambush it, you have to pass against a deck that can have a counterspell for the endurance or a unholy heat to kill it before the trigger resolves, and it just happened this way most of the time. It felt to me.
I think the matchup when it happened the most was like Rhinos.
Possible.
When I saw people playing the matchup and you're playing like Rhinos, you passed with like Outburst, and they attacked with Darcy. You can just trap them with endurance. If they want to do something, then they are tapped and they can't counter your cascade. Yep. So yep. Like if I had to like rate all of those elementals now from 1 to 5 in Modern, because there are other formats that I don't want to get into because I'm not like expert on them.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that That's actually pretty tough.
Well, and
but,
Endurance is the
I think
most
that
most played card in Modern, literally, I think, according to
Endurance.
Goldfish. Yes, and it's I think the most expensive card from Modern Horizons 2 on Magic Online too. So those point in favor of Endurance, but it's also because it's just like played in many
Like
decks.
I think like Endurance, Solitude, and Fury are 1 to 3, and then Grief and Subtlety are like 4 to 5, which is like I think a pretty common opinion.
Sure.
And I would have much harder time like grading them in those two tiers, like, more precisely.
Sure. Well, I do think that the effect of the card is good because, well, sometimes you need a Tormod script at instant speed. It's one of the best tools against living ends for many decks, and it is pretty great that it's somewhat main deckable as a hate card, but it can be really weak in that it can be really disappointingly weak in that 3-4 reach blocker used that many are eager to use it at, and I think I'm disappointed by that aspect of the card more so than like the general public.
Okay, that makes sense.
But still, I would give it
Let's hear what 2021 Piotruś had to say about the card.
But it strikes me weird as
it seems like not much.
the graveyard hate card you can also board in against decks that aren't super graveyard. I think it's a 3 out of 5 max. I'm considering giving it 2 out of 5. Crypt doesn't have flash, well you can use it as flash. But you know, like, what is the... If not Crypt, then you know, there's like Ravenous Trap, which is the same effect, but it's not pitch, right? If,
Yeah, I think
as far as graveyard hating goes.
2 out of like I think this is this might be one of the biggest underestimations you've done.
Maybe, but I can still stand by that to an extent.
Yeah, but well, maybe what I'm trying to say is that you didn't really underestimated any cards so far. You definitely overestimated cards much more than you underestimated them. And this seemed like I wouldn't fight with a 4 out of 5 opinion on Endurance. Even if I'm more inclined to give it 3 out of 5 myself, I wouldn't fight anybody who thinks it's a 4 out of 5 card.
All right. Well, the argument that I was trying to get to in here, trying to say that, is that while the other incarnations, again, maybe it's just wrong frame to try to like rank the incarnations. Like maybe that's not the goal. Maybe the goal is to rate the card as a card in general. But a Tormod crypt effect is not as like exotic or like hard to get.
That's true.
Because it typically is worth roughly 0 mana and 1 card. On the other hand, this costs 2 cards, and that's pretty tough when you want to cast it for 0, but I guess it does open up the new doors of using it against decks where you would not want to you would not want to have a Tormod script effect because it's kind of like no value attached to your Tormod script, right? So you like go down a card and this you go 0.
Yes.
0 cards. So it is pretty great card.
Question from the chat. Also, how do you rate a card that's always going to be a great sideboard card, but only sideboard? Will anyone even play Endurance if they ban Living End? So I think you generally, like, I would rate them on the same, like, I think a 5 out of 5 sideboard card is a 5 out of 5 card with an asterisk that it's a sideboard card. Like, it needs more context, of course, but I think, like, I'm trying to think about, like, I think Pyroblast is a 5 out of 5 card, for example. Even though you played it sometimes you play main deck Pyroblast, but it's mostly a sideboard card. And will anyone ever even play Endurance if they ban Living It? I think so. I think like Endurance is the most like main deckable graveyard hate, and also a graveyard hate that you actually want against things like, I don't know, a blue-white control, which like first of all can't ever beat a flash creature, as we already established, but also like has some incidental things like flashback or whatever. Like Endurance is just like an okay card. Like,
Well, I do think that it's not great. It's not actually good at those roles. Like, depending on what deck, out of what deck, I guess too. But
yeah,
for example, out
think
of
your perception might be skewed on that because you mostly played it out of 4-color.
yeah,
I think it's much more impressive tempo card if you're playing like Rhinos.
you're probably right. Out of 4-color against control, I frequently found it disappointing, and then
Yeah, that makes sense. Similarly, like when I was playing like Murktide or even slower blue decks, and I was pretty disappointed with Subtlety in a similar role. While I can imagine that in Cascade decks, it's like actually pretty great. So
okay, I think I understood the crux of the problem. I think it sucks out of 4-color. The body.
can you just say that
That's
4-color sucks?
You can say that, but I do think objectively it's a fine deck. But
Yeah,
it does kind of sucks.
Yeah, I like to downplay 4-color because if you happen to live on the other side of the ocean, you have to think that it's the best deck in the format, which I don't think is the case. But we are not here to discuss why Murktide is better.
3 to Fury, but like Fury kind of lower on. Would probably give 2.5 to Fury if I had halves.
2.5 to Fury. Damn, Fury getting roasted.
Fine, I say. Potentially combo card, but not as great as a fair card. How many did you give to Solitude? 4. But it's gonna for
So I guess I could give a 5 to Endurance still, because it's 5 out of 5 in general, but it's a 3 out of 5 card in 4-color. That's my final estimation.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that sounds about right.
Like in 4-color, it's a hate card versus Living End. That's it.
Okay.
Fey offering.
Fey offering. Again, more like face keeping. Why is there Endurance again?
Like skip through it. I bet like in a second you will have the Academy manufacturer in the
you have to be pretty quick.
left right corner.
Yeah.
Top left corner.
Yes. Foundation Breaker. It's a really boring card.
It's just a decent sideboard card for Cascade, for Living End.
Future Elemental, ETB, destroy artifact or enchantment, evoke 2. Fairly unremarkable. This one is again fairly unremarkable. There might be some reasons to play it. I don't know. Living End. And you might want to have Foundation.
Yeah, Living
I
End.
think that's a
But
pretty apt description.
Gaze Will.
This over the Nature's Claim. Because you might have some kind of a synergy with then. Chaos Will.
Okay, let's not talk about Chaos Will, okay?
Yeah.
I think it's not interesting. Do you think it 5 out?
I think so. Because people were trying the Cascade cards. I think it's 5 out. But I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't.
No results.
Yep.
Not even the sideboard.
Not even in the sideboard.
So I guess it can be a 1 out of 5.
That is the argument, yeah. Like
Got 2, but no
Goblin Shaman.
no results ever.
Exalted. Tap adds Jund mana. 0-1. So, once again, we are in a pickle. As because of Lava Dart. It might not be played.
because of Lava Dart.
The meta game is not right for it. I give it 5.
It's also kind of a puzzling rate to give a little bit, but I think it's like actually like the more proper way, the more truthful way.
It's probably not a 5. It's definitely not a 5. Like
Yes. Like
Even
Noble Hierarch is just not a, or Ignoble Hierarch in that case, is just not a 5 out of 5 card by today's standards.
But was it before MH2? Before MH2 Modern?
Right before? No, I don't think so. I think it would be a 5 out of 5 card in like 2017 Modern or whatever.
Probably. So this rating is just 4 years late.
It's like you were accusing Wizards of nostalgia baits, and you actually got baited by nostalgia.
Yes, I have fallen for a nostalgia bait
yourself. So yeah.
It is played in Yawgmoth, and like it's fine, but also in Goblins, I was talking about the Goblins, but the Goblins deck would be splashing for a mana dog. That's kind of sucks. Although they do that sometimes, but Goblins is not playable for
Noble Hierarch. Yeah, flavor text if they match, and they do match.
They do match.
Yeah, like the Noble Hierarch flavor text is she protects the sacred groves from Blight, Drought, and the Unbeholden, and it's like
she protects the fetid bog from light, life, and the hideous sound of laughter.
So that's pretty cool. Like I am a big sucker for throwbacks of any kinds, and that's pretty great.
Sanctum Weaver.
Doesn't sound worse than Goblins TBH. That's true. That's actually true. You cannot. Well,
2 out of 5. Okay.
2 out of 5. The enchantments deck sucks. Although I think it's pretty good card in the deck.
Yeah, it's a valuable card in the deck.
But it's everything costs 2 mana here.
It all depends on like how do you approach rating cards that are important cards of bad decks. Like, is it 2 out of 5 or 3 out of 5 just on principle?
It depends if I like the bad deck or not, and I don't like Enchantress much, so
yeah. And like it should be uniformed, and then you can just give it this like good card in a bad deck. Great.
Scary Oak is interesting because it actually combos with a few things.
Yes.
But
there were those like aggro Heliod decks for a while.
Mm-hmm.
With like a bunch of Soul Sisters and a Janice Pridemate.
BGX Sacrifice in a Yawgmoth deck?
No, it was Yawgmoth. Yeah, predicted played Scary Oak
with
a lot in those in his list.
With Ivy Lane Denizen.
Yes.
Okay, so that's infinite size, infinite squirrels. If you have those two.
Yes. And I think if you go to the
Heliod Company.
No, I can't say it. The Selesnya Life Gain deck, which is so terribly named. Yeah, this is the deck I was thinking about.
So it combos with Heliod too, right?
Yes.
No.
You need to have Spike Feeder Heliod and Scary Oak, or Soul Sister Heliod Scary Oak.
Yes, in Soul Warden.
Yeah,
Heliod Scary Oak.
This was a deck that people played for a while when they figured out that the combo is a bit too fragile. The Heliod parts were a bit too fragile, and they didn't really want to play like Arbor Elves anymore, so they decided to play Soul Wardens, I guess. But
6 for a 6 place, 2 fortified village.
Yeah, I remember that this person was actually playing this mana, which was like insane. But like I kind of like the idea of this deck. Like I think if for some reason you want to play Scary Oak, this is the deck you should try. I think. By no means that's a good deck.
Price of this deck is rather low. 50 tickets. So I actually just talked about the combo.
A deck that would be playing Heliod, the Sun Crown, and also
I think it's a 2 out of 5 card.
Mention the cards it combos with.
And Ballista.
I also mentioned the Sanctum Prelate, which I keenly missed in the white portion because it didn't appear in the set list because it was a box stopper or something.
Yes.
But that was a card I was kind of excited about, but I think it never came into fruition because of the evoke elementals being creature spells that are removal spells. So then never really was a good reason to play Sanctum Prelate. But it feels like vialing in Sanctum Prelate would be actually a pretty tough thing to deal for the blue-red decks, for example, or playing it with a cavern, naming one. But there is also like the other portion of the metagame.
Yes.
Also, this card is
And
super
then you
solid
get
limited.
clowned
Yeah,
by
which is not very
Dresden or
relevant in the.
Oh yeah, Dresden also gives an answer to like so many things that you wouldn't think.
Yeah, like those random trees cards.
Mm-hmm.
I want this to be a 1-2 for 2. If it costed 2 mana, then that card would be very good and would be just like 4 off easy. Instead of some silliness. So this,
2 out of 5 for a fringe combo. That sounds fair. Sylvan Anthem, that's not directly
Please.
playable. Although I had an opponent play this against me.
That's a card that was supposed to save elves from Lava Dart,
Yeah,
but it wasn't enough to save them from Fury.
this kick,
yeah.
control. Some things take place, but sure.
Thrasta.
Okay, so it works.
What do I have to say about Thrasta?
But well, I actually knew because I read this card previously. I wanted to bring attention to that because
Because what?
I think it's like not actually the most. Oh, it has regular trample too. Okay, it is fine then. It is fine. I thought it just doesn't have trample. It just has trample over planeswalkers, but that's okay. If it just had trample over planeswalkers but no trample over creatures, that'd be weird. Thrasta and the same thing, chat.
Same
Some
thing
kind
as
of a
Saga.
vaguely high cost in the right upper corner.
It's the same card.
Because it's at 12 mana, so to reduce it fully to 2, you need to cast 4 spells previously. Or excuse me, there need to be 4 spells cast previously.
It seems like I fumbled around for like half an hour but didn't say anything of substance.
Yes.
Sometimes I did that with the cards when I wasn't even sure like what to say about
You
them.
were talking about those cards.
Also mutagenics,
Sot King.
mutagenic gut shots.
Lava Dart obviously showed as a way to reduce the cost.
It does require. Very sad.
Wait, what?
It was 3 or 4?
It was 3 out of 5.
To get the payoff. I think the payoff is high.
Merktide Regent.
in an aggressive deck.
It's
I think it is
a
at least
big
worth 9
lizard,
too.
just as Merktide is.
I
So.
think it is.
Well, it did find a home in Modern.
Just
Although,
like Merktide did.
just like Merktide did, yeah.
It's a 7/7, just like Merktide is pretty often. It costs 2 green, Merktide costs 2 blue. It's basically the same card.
Exactly.
Unlikely to be overly successful. It is a card that's going to be bad top deck and it's going to be like weak to some kinds of hate.
I wonder if Thrasta is playable. Probably not. Definitely not a 3 out of 5. It's like Dion form filler. Wincon.
Really food or a treasure.
There's Provisioner.
I look at this card and I was a bit puzzled as to whether I'm supposed to like it or not, but all scenarios and I'd be hardly convinced to put Fearless Provisioner into my deck.
Well, that is true. There was a quick period that people were excited to play those in their glimpse decks in like high amounts
Yes.
because it made the treasures. I think it was never really good, and I think the glimpse version of the deck right now is a much better version, much better deck, as it's able to play cards that actually do things when drawn, and I
Yes,
don't
I
think
was-
this card does
was-
anything when drawn.
Really excited with this card at first because I can't read English, and
Mhm.
I thought that it makes both food and treasure.
That would be interesting. A food and a treasure.
Yes, there's a lot of game objects for
Yeah,
this amount of mana.
Food versus Prowess and Burn could be more relevant sometimes.
Prowess and Burn.
And command.
Verdant Command. Yesterday I was watching Nassif. He got blown out by Verdant Command really badly. Exiled
That's
his
pretty cool.
Archon from a graveyard and made 2 squirrels.
That sounds like a pretty bad blowout.
Yeah. I guess it's not even that big of a blowout. Probably gave it a squirrel.
Plus 2.
Squirrel.
Target player creates 2
uh,
squares.
2 out of 5.
No, the KW squirrels.
The KW, okay.
That you have bigger. You have actually bad side. Yeah, as we've seen, like spending a card to excel Uro, sell it. In sideboarding, your goal is to make your deck better, not to make it worse, which is what you would do by putting Verdant Command in it. Which is, while an
It's kind of
exaggeration,
harsh. I think it's like almost
it's like
playable,
shut up,
but
2 out of 5. Yes.
actually 2 out of 5. Yeah.
Enchantress Presence,
That was right.
Green Enchantment, when you cast playing cards,
Enchantress and bad card for a decent card for a bad deck.
in Rainbow card.
There's many of those in green.
Curion Ranger. Green.
Curion Ranger, bad card for a bad deck.
Returning forest you control to its owner. 4. Piece of Titania. What other we have? Heritage Druid, Untitled Sentinel.
Like assuming that you play elves despite Fury existing, you just ignore that. Do you play Curion Ranger in them?
I think so.
Probably.
There's a question from Homik. How many Kanikis did Merktide Regent get? 3 out of 5 is Merktide Regent rating,
Yes.
and 4 out of 5 is Resurgent Belief rating. And if you don't know what Resurgent Belief does, then Google it.
Ranger is
Exactly.
making more mana than having a regular mana dork.
So you say you would play Curion Ranger and elves? Probably. I can see that.
I think I would play Curion Ranger. It's really good with Elvish Archdruid, right?
Yeah.
Which is
Or-
something that you don't get in Legacy Elves.
Or with the like Heritage Druids. Just
Yeah, it's okay with Heritage Druid, but it's really good with Archdruid.
so if it's just a matter of like the elf deck being unplayable in
situation.
general. But if it was playable,
Yes.
then probably would be improved. Golgari elves.
Assume
Yeah, elves.
actually having 4.
Also nice with Shaman of the Pack. You can pick up Shaman. No, it does not bounce a creature, right? It bounces a forest.
Yes.
Okay, it's not good with Shaman of the
As I
Pack.
have not played Legacy extensively.
3 out of 5. What the hell, bro?
Merktide Regent level.
Where is a Curion Ranger? Well, it's being released, so.
I guess that's what I meant, right? That in elves I would have played it.
Yes.
Must be what I meant. Squirrel Mob. It's a funny
Yeah,
card.
Kek W.
Titania.
And now we've got.
Does look
Titania,
like some
Protector of
shit that you
Bardolph.
that you gave like
green.
4 out of 5.
Legendary creature Elemental.
No.
Return target land from our graveyard to the battlefield.
I should
So,
talk Titania.
Match. When a land you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, create a huge spawner for Titania, doing stuff to them. Create a 4/3 green elemental creature token. So for some reason, many seem to have a huge spawner for Titania, doing stuff to them, creating elementals, and infusing them with joy. Me, myself,
I'm one of those people.
I'm kinda unconvinced,
That's what you should have said.
because
I wasn't convinced.
it is a 5 mana value threat that, while it does create a pretty threatening board if unanswered, it does also die to lightning bolts. Or it can even be, like killed in response before you get value from it. There is a wonky thing you can do with it. We used to play with
Zuran Orb, right?
Zuran Orb, as Chad mentions, either by, which is also reprinted in the set. The 3 toughness is really unfortunate, but yeah, with Zuran Orb, like, you can fetch it with Karn or whatnot. You
Fetch it with Karn. Damn.
value as you return a land. Like, how big of a value it is? Here, 1.5-ish. You can try. 5 to 7. Take
What rating they gave to Titania?
6 lands with Zuran Orb. 35 power on the. You decide.
Something about
3 or 4. Here, I would like to rate.
something
3?
about giving this
I'll let
shit
you
4
decide.
out of 5.
3 or 4?
5 minutes ago.
I said I will let the chat decide whether to give her 3 or 4, which does not seem to be consistent with what I was saying before. So that is a pretty weird experience to watch that. But it's like a 2 card, like it has the small niche, but it's not even that great in that niche, and it's not even clear whether it should be played. She should be played or not.
Yeah, like no matter what happens, like in this stream, I think that my biggest takeaway will be that I'm 5 out of 5 in rating how much bullshit you will talk about different cards. Like, how would you grade them? Like
35 power on the board. Give them haste. just give them haste. 3 head. Is Titania the woman or the vines in the earth? Just
Good question.
And Titania, action is it? You need another
I did spend a lot of time talking about Titania,
side
seems
effect,
like.
I think you're right, chat.
So maybe I do enjoy looking at Titania's art too.
Like 3, 5, everything.
No, I ended up with 3. I give it
Yeah,
5 because
sure.
I press 5 on my keyboard for no reason.
Like, it does fit 3 mana, 2/1.
Yeah, my Elder is pretty clearly unplayable, even in cube.
Great.
Asmorano Mardikada Istina Kuldakar.
And we are with the rainbow cards.
I imagine the Asmo deck to be like Hollow One deck.
Yeah, I think that was my initial impression as well, that we were just playing like aggressively slanted. Like, to me, this card was first and
After
foremost
saying
a
Cookbook
wild
is something
Nakatl.
I didn't know
Mhm,
anything.
yeah.
The first one to say that. So you can just listen.
Yeah, because all the decks that play this ever did not take great advantage of the fact that it's a 1 mana 3/3 on
Yes,
top of the other things, seemingly. But it's pretty hard to do. So maybe that's why.
that's true.
And I guess, but if we had the faithless looting, then maybe this would be played this way, with like maybe
Yes.
not even the full 4 cookbooks, but just a few. But it ended up being played a bit differently than I imagined, with more focus on this than on this.
Next to legendary creature, which is both black and red. So it is a red-black card. That's as those cards go together. Obviously, you're gonna play together in your deck if you would like to. The first thing is that the Underworld Cookbook is a discard outlet that is better than many of the ones that we've seen in the past.
Mm-hmm. It's true, because it is kind of hard to
Expected in the
discard
event,
cards
probably
in
one of the-
Modern.
One of the
He's a
better ones
phenomenal control
lately.
player.
So that's actually pretty enticing. Like, it was not really all that easy to discard cards, and this is a pretty enticing ways to discard cards in your deck. Thank you very much for the sub, Brana Pluno. Hollow Vine, I think, is just bad. If discarded, it's around this card, and I like it quite a bit. With Street Rave, you can play
Asmorana Mardika Dynasty.
trying to use it. The cookbook making foods. The foods killing the creatures for 0 mana from your like reasonably costed threat. Pretty powerful things. And since like the decks were already being built, I have some like more insight about this card. And I think there's like 2 distinct ways in which you can build things. I think you can try to focus more around Hollow One, or not around Hollow One. And like the difference is gonna be
By
that
definition, that is actually
Hollow One
true,
is
right?
you would like to play Burning Inquiry, Goblin Lore type effects.
I guess so.
You either focus more so on Hollow One or not.
While those effects actually are kind of bad with Madness cards, which otherwise you could.
Yeah, it did take a while for people to discover Daredevil, I guess. Rather to pair it with the cookbook. I think so. Well,
But
not
once again, what does a while means? Like 2 weeks?
probably a week. So I
Yeah,
guess
so
maybe it's not a
I
while.
think, I think like
It was pretty quick.
the black-green like food deck with the Feasting Troll King was one of the first decks I remember like blowing up on Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
Like Doomway was playing it and it was dubbed like New Hogak, yada yada, whatever shit you want to say
Yes.
about it. So
Yeah. And that felt pretty powerful, but then the card fell off super hard, and now there's really no good decks with Asmorano, which is interesting.
yes.
I did give Asmorano 5 out of 5, and it seemed kind of rightful for the first few weeks, even though the decks look differently than what I imagined them to look.
Mm-hmm.
And then she just fell off, and now is a fringe player in the Time Sieve deck, which is like tier 2 at the best.
Yeah, I think that Asmo is like it's a pretty powerful card. And like, of course, I do think that you should evaluate it like together with Cookbook, because you will, when you play it, you will always find it.
Yes.
And you can kind of evaluate Cookbook on its own, because you don't really need to play both. And I do think that I would give Asmo like probably 3 out of 5. Like I think I think those decks really struggles against Blue Red. And I think also the decks that Asmo would be really good against are pushed by like Fury. Like once again, you would like to play against creatures, and to some
Yes.
degree, you don't have the Faithless Looting that you wanted. So, like, there is just a combination of so many different things that makes Asmo worse than we initially assumed. So, like,
Yeah, we got a
lot
raid
of smaller factors.
from Gabriel Nassif, so I will say thank you, Yellow Hat, for raiding, and go on.
Yeah. I wanted to mention the same thing. Thanks, Gab. Hope you had a great stream. And yeah, I do think that Asmo was overrated, but it was more overrated, more so overrated in the like, once again, in the reality, like what was poorly estimated was how the format will look like rather than the strength of it.
Yes.
Like Asmo was pretty good at killing storming entities, is what I'm trying to say, basically.
Yes, there was much more decks that. Yeah, just Modern Horizons 2, the best cards in Modern Horizons 2 are just super powerful removal spells for the most part, which also made people, and counterspell, which made people play more powerful removal spells and counterspell and less creatures that just die to removal for little value. And Asmorano is like the fifth best card that preys on opponents who just put creatures into play and don't interact with you much else, I think. They like at least the interactive aspect of Asmo, and then there's also the threat aspect of Asmo, but that's kind of hard to build. It's not easy to build around, because discarding cards is a bit tough, and then also you always inevitably end up playing the Cookbook, which also like gives you some other incentives. But it's pretty interesting. I think 3 or 4 would be proper rating right now. Probably 3 is closer to the truth with like how little actual play the card is seeing right now, like, but I think it can come back, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's a 3 with a potential of being a 4.
Okay.
Bias towards whom? Does it a 1/5/5 or 5/5? For the prediction. What's the prediction?
I'm not saying anything. It is true that synergies like do require lots of deck space, so they actually might not come back, because maybe it's never gonna be plausible to build.
I think Asmo basically needs looting.
Yeah, I guess with looting you would see.
Or looting quality.
Dakon Shadow Slayer.
Put an artifact from your hand or graveyard on the battlefield. I don't know, you would put a spell. Very curious. I could see bumping it to 2.
1 out of 5. I can no longer see bumping it up to 2.
Yes. Yeah. I was never high on that card. I know that some people were, but this card just seemed like pretty bad to me.
It is pretty bad. Just like Planeswalkers with bad abilities. Never gonna play it over to Fairy Time Raveler. The Hada's Ploy.
Probably not good enough because it costs 3. Maybe like you'd see some minor play somewhere.
If this costs 2, that would be, I think, kind of based. I think at 2 would be actually great. But at 3, it's obsolete by Tainted Indulgence, so I guess now it's a 1, and I guess it always has been because nobody has ever played this card.
Yeah, like Jumpstarting is actually a looting on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like
Draw 2, discard and gain 1. Jump starting. That's awesome. But that's pre-cost, it's too weak. I gave it a 2 out of 5.
It was pretty okay in the limited this format.
True. Next card was Garf 1i, which I gifted a Keg W.
So Garf is like very powerful, and we give it 5.
Keg W rate. Do you think anyone has 5 out of Garf, the Garf 1i to this day?
Yes, I think so.
When I last checked, there was no one. But
So
it
I
was a
think no one.
few months ago.
If you already checked, then I think it was not. Like, I think if nobody has done so in the first like month or two, then there was no one.
Yeah, because people forgot that it exists. Maybe someday. Well, I would need to play Yorion deck to play with it. If I were trying to like force a 5-0 with this card, but I can't. Yes, I swear not to play the Yorion decks anymore, so I just can't. So probably no one will unless somebody else picks up Garf as their bring to light target or something. Just for the sake of playing Black Lotus in Modern that one time.
Oh, Piłsudski.
Piłsudski. Doesn't even look like Piłsudski. It's kind of
No, it's like a small,
Oh,
not very like
no mustache,
elderly
nothing.
looking person.
Let's talk about Hexproof from Monocolor.
4 out of 5.
4 out of 5. I was
Provide a pretty powerful board.
thinking this card is pretty strong.
For a
I do think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely mentioned the Lava Dart thing, but I do think this card is kind of strong, and I do think it sees like surprisingly low amounts of play for how strong it is, because Hexproof from Monocolor is pretty powerful, and this effect is pretty insane too. So
Yes, but
what is that?
it's also a red-white mid-range card. So you have to play a red-white mid-range deck.
So the problems would be that it's a red-white mid-range card, and also that it requires to play multicolored cards, so effectively 2 mana cards mostly,
Yeah.
and not 1
Like,
mana cards. So those
Imagine
are
if
the
this card was
problems.
a blue-red.
Yeah,
And you could actually like play it, and then you play iteration. You even can play like, I don't know, a prismatic command
Manamorphose.
or something, or a Manamorphose.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because all the decks I've seen general in is either like 5-color zoo, and that's just a strategy that puts creatures into play, which 7,000 different cards in Modern Horizons to explicitly tell you not to do for your own sake.
Yeah, it's basically, imagine if this card, not even a blue-red, imagine if this card is in any pair of colors that has 2 good cascade spells. So blue-green, blue-red, or red-green. And then you can play it as like as a way to actually get value from your cascade spells, even if you can't resolve the actual null cost spell.
All right. So like
Okay.
in 4-color in the Yorion Rhinos deck that was popular, I guess somewhat at a point, you could play him as a cyborg strategy.
Like, yeah, I think the biggest problem of Rocky Reach is that it costs red-white.
The colors.
Shitty colors to be in, like a shitty pair of colors to be in, maybe. A better. I think the only worst combination would be white-black.
White black might be better for a card like this.
Oh, but then it's in neither of the Manamorphose colors, and I think Manamorphose is like one of the cards that most like are just like the most like let's say call that free additions to this card.
Mm-hmm. There's also some Niv decks.
Yeah,
that
but
played
Niv
it,
is
but Niv is pretty bad, especially since like MH2, right? And just
Yeah,
playing
I
only
think
2
Rocky
mana
Ridge would
cards is so bad.
I think Rocky Ridge would be bonkers in Pioneer.
Definitely.
While it does ask you to cast things, and Ethervile doesn't cast things, specifically viling General, Ferrous Rock Reach, and just playing a spell or 2 seems like a very enticing proposition.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom and you can just continue.
Sure. I'll be
So,
watching
overall,
what I
think the
said
power
about
of this
General.
The resistance to removal is pretty powerful. And I'm gonna give it 4 out of 5. Doesn't strike me truly as a 5 out of 5 card. Seems like it has enough weaknesses, but it can provide a pretty powerful board for a
It's
reasonably low cost.
It's probably realistically 2 right now, as you said. I was pretty high on the general. Geadron is pretty clearly a 1. I think I gave it 1 too. It's pretty clear the card doesn't do anything. It's a planeswalker that do plus or minus and has no effect on the game, so like you don't play those in modern.
2+1 and protect until old. Yeah, which is like not viable, right?
Goblin Anarchomancer is a slightly different version of the Goblin from MA. Electromancer. Obviously, Song of Creation. This is standard power level. You make Geadron. I don't think Geadron is even standard power level. Because it's just a planeswalker doesn't create card advantage. This, like, I had it almost. I played it in a few combo decks, but like, it is again taking the template of what was happening earlier in the format and then like applying it to a new card. And it is true that Goblin Electromancer decks were successful at times, but with MH2, it's probably not even a good strategy, right? Storm is not a good strategy. It's easy to kill the Storm monster, etc. So you can probably would give it
Song
1
of
to.
Creation.
Song
How
of
nice.
Creation was definitely on my mind a lot.
Oh, Greece. That's actually a pretty interesting thing to do.
Greece is interesting, yeah.
Yes, on the planeswalkers are so small. Have to sucks, right? Like the abilities kind of suck on this as a criminal planeswalker. Once again, I read this planeswalker. 3 starting loyalty, and frankly, it kind of sucks, right? Like the abilities kind of suck on this as a criminal planeswalker.
Do they? They don't really suck, right?
I couldn't really hear which ability sucked, in your opinion.
I said that I read this ability, this planeswalker, and once again, comparing it to the 2 previous planeswalkers from the set, Geadron and Dakon, the abilities kind of suck for the mana cost, which is not quite true.
Yeah, I don't think it's true.
Although
The last ability is kind of underwhelming, but other than that.
Well, it is true that Greece is like the card that makes Yawgmoth really a deck, because without that you don't have a backup plan, and this is a great backup plan.
One of the best cards in Yawgmoth.
But it also has like the perfect abilities for a Yawgmoth deck.
Yeah, like I just think that the ultimate is something that's pretty underwhelming when you consider you have to build towards it. But both +1 and -2 are excellent, I think, in that deck.
Yeah,
And the
but
static ability
but-
that makes it even better.
let's just say like by itself, right? Those 2 abilities, they don't strike me as like insanely powerful, but Yawgmoth utilizes them in a great way, right? Like the 1/1
Exactly.
insect in Yawgmoth is worth so much more than a 1/1 insect in Jund, because people sometimes play Grease in Jund, right? Like some
Yes.
just regular midrange. I think Grease is quite underwhelming in regular midrange. Do you agree with that?
I do think that if you play it in a like regular mid-range deck, it is to utilize its -2 ability. Like you want to kill Merktide Regent and leave something behind. You want to kill Teferi Hero of Dominaria or Jace and leave something behind. That's your main goal in those cases.
So is it underwhelming in Jund? I think so, because it does not.
Yeah, you can just play Unholy Hit. Well, you don't kill Merktide with Unholy Hit. But yeah. I would say that if your deck does not have like some sort of creature tutor, then it's a pretty underwhelming card to play.
Yeah. While in Yawgmoth is just the best card, and honestly, it's pretty hard to say that it's better than the Yawgmoth itself, but I guess it comes second.
I think it's the second best card in the deck
Yeah.
after Yawgmoth.
Plan in itself. So it's a little bit tricky to rate because it's like really a one deck card, but it's great at doing what it's doing.
This card. -2, kill a creature or planeswalker. That's pretty fine, but you need to sack a monster, so well, you can sacrifice the insects that you get from Grist. That's fine. And then you're working towards... The sacrifice comes from...
What rating they give it
Okay, to
to?
have a planeswalker to court into against sweeper effects in general. This deck would be the deck to play. It would be the Yawgmoth deck.
I haven't mentioned the Yawgmoth deck, but I didn't really grasp the
I mean, it's probably
like
okay
level
have
to
a
which
planeswalker to court
it's
into
good in there.
against sweeper effects in
Yep.
general. So it's probably like a one-off for like that purpose alone. In a few decks, you can nerf it.
But how big of a part do you think the static is in the in being like great in the Yawgmoth deck? I think it's
pretty important.
okay.
I think the most important part is that you can't spell pierce it. Like, I
Sure.
think that's actually pretty huge. Or can't force it, but for the most part, like the most relevant non-creatures can't spell now is spell pierce. So
Yeah,
I think it's actually quite important.
I think it's an upside, a little bit of a minor one, but definitely an upside.
Good, but a nerf, I think it's one of the more trap cards from the like Modern Horizons 1 in general.
Well, and of
Yeah.
course, the static makes it terrible, which is really important as well.
Yes. Also, really matches up really strongly against Living End sometimes.
Yeah.
It mills over cards from your deck, and then it returns if it's in your graveyard too.
Like static is definitely the important part of the card.
Yeah, but also I don't. But yeah, it is. I mean, oftentimes I was losing to Grease, like dork into Grease on turn 2,
One next
Yes.
to CMC.
which
They're gonna get 3 for having a nice gimmick that could actually come at handy.
Yeah, I think 3 out of 5
That's
is fair
what
for
Ken
Gris.
it's like more powerful than that in the Yawgmoth deck specifically, but in the Yawgmoth deck only, which is a strong deck, but
Oh yeah,
like,
it's definitely 5 out of 5 card in Yawgmoth. I think.
but a tier 2 deck overall, I would say.
Yeah, I'm not really married to like numbered tiers, but I do think like Yawgmoth is like, yeah, I guess if I say that Yawgmoth is like top 7 deck in the format, then it basically means that it's tier 2. Like it's a
Top.
similar vibe.
Yes, I do.
But I do think that it's like, I do think that right now like Murktide and 4-color are 2 best decks, and I think Murktide is a bit better. And then I think like you have like both Cascade decks, Hammer, Elementals, and Yawgmoth as like next batch of decks. And Yawgmoth seems like maybe the worst out of those 5 decks. Maybe Hammer is a bit worse, but I don't know.
So definitely definitely I rated Greased well, I think.
Yes.
Sack X close, target opponent reveals the top X cards of their deck. You may put a non-land permanent. The thing that
Lonis.
first stood out to me when I read Lonis was the second ability and about Lonis, and I think what is good about Lonis is not the second ability, nor the fact that she can be your commander. It is, well, again, Academy Manufactor, and potentially
At least
Academy
4 out of
Manufactor.
5. I think they do
a
say 5 out of
very
5
nice
card.
combo.
Cauldron Familiarity, nice combo.
But it's an opponent's deck, but you know, maybe in some spots, yeah.
3 out of 5.
3 out of 5? What?
I think the
That's
card
an
is.
amazing restraint on
For the
their
Monkey
part.
Delver, probably.
It was a painful 3 out of 5. I really wanted to make it bigger.
Yeah.
Would you say that Lonis
In
is a.
reality, how much would you give it now?
1?
Is it, I think, between 1 and KW?
1.
Okay. I can give you 1 on that.
Be a creature type somewhere, yeah.
Master of Death. This is like for Vintage Bazaar. I don't know if I
1 blue.
if I said that.
Creature, zombie wizard.
And it was in my
I don't think there is.
builds of
But
pretty
I think it's
unhealthy
a
deck, but
good
so
vintage
they
card. Very
did
meaningful
not like
vintage
it.
card that improves the Bazaar decks immediately.
Bazardex, yeah.
Huge.
One for modern, free for vintage. It's really great in the like Bazardex, so kind of random rate.
Yeah,
One
that makes
white,
sense.
blue
Oh,
enchantment. You can cast more
moderation.
than one spell each turn. Whenever you cast a spell, draw a card. He's happy with how it came out because some people think it's busted, some people think it's unplayable, and it requires you to work to reap its benefits. I don't know what's the thought process of those who think it's busted, but in my view, it's pretty terrible. Alright, the drawback is
Seem to
I was
materialize.
trying to build moderation
specifically
decks
drawback
at the
that-
beginning,
on a 3-mana card. It means that it
uh,
hinders your
and I don't know
ability
if I've
to-
played a single league with them. Actually, I just build them, I think. But it made me include a lot of pitch spells in my deck, which was okay. Which was good.
But what is the benefit then of having your spells be free when you can only cast one per turn, right? It's like what do you spend your mana on? Shark Typhoon? Castle Vantress?
Yeah, like I guess my deck was like this was like you had a moderation deck with a bunch of planeswalkers and were leaning heavily into this cast Jace or Teferi and have pitch spell on their opponent or your opponent's turn to protect them.
benefit from the second spell, right? So
I wonder if Moderation 5 out.
I think so. I would be surprised if it didn't.
Zarius Contra and Blue White from 2012, 6-8, so
But what
right
class
after
of players?
Kogamo.
It's Kenji, right?
I'm not sure.
Kogamo's either Kenji Tsumura or I think it's Kenji.
For Moderation, for Solitude. Oh, I guess you bounce your
Yeah,
Moderation with
because
the Fairy.
Trios is Yuki Ichikawa, yeah. So yeah, Kogama's Kenji. So
And then the second deck, 2 Typhoons, 3 Force of Negation, 2 Subtlety for Solitude.
it's a similar approach to what I wanted.
It does not actually seem absolutely unplayable, just slightly.
Yeah. It's basically makes you play fairly inefficient game in terms of how many spells you played, and Modern is all about that. So
Yeah. Yeah, if your opponent like ever holds up counterspell against you, you're kinda screwed.
yes.
I don't know in what sense it could be busted.
I think it's like a 2 out of 5 card.
I give it a 1.
1 is fair as
If you
well.
agree with like that opinion, then yeah. Well,
Piru the Volatile. Yeah, Piru Riru.
It's the best.
Freeze of
It's
the
one of the
Lights.
best 7 drops in
Human
Momir.
Warlock. Pay freeze.
I think it's an 8 drop.
It gives you a lot of life.
Piru is a very poor man's Grizzlebrand.
It's an 8 drop, bro.
Or an A drop, whatever.
Freeze
But
of the
it
Lights.
gives you a lot of
Human
life.
Warlock. Pay free,
It's
sack,
lots of
return
work.
creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, activate only a sorcery. Go to see it, see play. As I talked yesterday when I was reviewing Persist. Because redundancy is desirable. This is a card that produces redundancy for Persist if you want to.
It is true that produces redundancy for Persist, but I think it's just too bad on a creature. Too easy to stop and just bad redundancy. So Persist, you said often that 8 effects is good to have.
Yeah, but it's not a. I don't think it necessarily belongs in the deck that I want to build with Persist. Because Persist to me is more of a like. I do think that the Reanimator should be built as a like a combo control deck, and I do think that Priest is more of a this like mid-rangey white black piles that will reanimate this proverbial Grave Titan or some 4-drop or Obzedat, I don't know.
Obzedat.
And sometimes will just be a 2/2 that's attacking for 2 because, well, they are playing a mid-range deck.
Yeah, but it did not materialize ever.
Yeah, it's a once again, it's a pretty, like, it's a very pioneer card for me. Like, it gives me pioneer vibes. It would be probably good in that format.
Will be pretty strong in Pioneer, seems to me.
Yeah, it's not what Modern is about really
Uh-huh.
these days.
Yeah, the 5 mana activated ability seems kind of nice, but very tough to use against something that's not 4 color.
In general, it's potentially gonna serve a role in decks that might exist. I would give it 2.5 or canisters, but given that I enjoy the idea of the Elementor deck, I will round up this time, and I will.
Very self-aware rating here, right? I know it kind of
Yes,
sucks,
I'm
but
proud of you.
I'll give it a 3 anyways. I like this headliner. I like this card a lot. It probably was never played.
Yeah, I can see this being played in like some Hollow One deck.
Yeah, but it's also with the wave of the new removal from MH2, there is no point. It's not good enough stats to,
Yes.
and it just dies to things. And maybe with the old removal, it would be kind of interesting, although it's still like 2 mana, it's gonna die to bolt, and the only value
Yes.
is attacking with it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a card that if Hollow One is a good deck, that I can see playing this as a 5th copy of an enabler you can only play 4 of. Something like that.
Yeah, did I give it a
I don't
rating?
know about that.
It's not even a good enabler.
I think it's free history is pretty potent, like pretty decent stats for 2 mana.
I didn't even give it a rating. I think chat laughed at
You
me
thought it was
for
pretty
including.
potent, but not potent enough to give it a rating.
Yes, I think chat laughed at me for including the cards, so I got kind of shy.
Shy.
Ravenous Squirrel, I gave it a correct W rating because it was a squirrel, but then it actually became a historic all-star.
Better than Pepega Hollow
Yes.
Drums.
And it actually killed me a couple of times in Modern too, so.
Ravenous Squirrel, hybrid.
Yeah, it's actually a
Second
pretty
artifact of
powerful
creature,
card,
Squirrel,
isn't it?
second artifact of creature, you gain line 1 life and draw a card, +1/+1. This card is fine because it's a squirrel, but it's also like almost kind of playable, right?
He's
Because
a
for 1 mana,
phenomenal
1/1,
control player.
777 millimeters of mercury, 777 millimeters
Here we got a meme
of
subscription.
mercury,
because current feeder is a sack outlet by itself, and this is not a sack outlet, it just benefits from things being sacrificed, but it is like a bigger threat, potentially, than current feeder. So,
It does feel like you could do something powerful with this. Carrion Feeder Bloodgas this. But
Yes.
again, like what you get in return is stats. And again, like you can just stats don't win games.
Yes.
I guess Hammer just also gives stats, but it gives a lot of stats.
That gives a lot of stats quickly and
Yeah.
from not that much of an investment.
Yeah.
And this,
Yeah,
like, Squirrel is bad against, Ending is bad against. Like, Squirrel decks probably would be bad against Fury quite often as well, so.
Unless those stats are on Regen, says chat, but actually not true because Regent also has secret hexproof from Schmatic Ending, right? And like
Yeah,
some other
like-
effects. And Unholy Heat, while the squirrel is gonna be killed by heat before it grows out of it.
Yeah,
It's
and,
also
like, building up your synergies and sacrificing deck slots to include synergies that just results in stats is not very good.
yeah.
Merktide Regent gives you stats just for playing Game of Magic with good cards.
Exactly. The only synergy you need is to play
if you have
counterspell.
11, then you sacrifice 2 things per turn, this grows by 2 counters. This is not quite modern, yeah.
So give it a 2. Actually, I rated it.
It seems fair for Modern.
It could, I think they probably would. Like, it would be worse in that format because
Sith is like that's card X from the pre-made Enchantress deck.
it is
How many did they print? Like five different cards that are just Enchantress, obviously.
already
Two Enchantress effects,
Sorry.
Solitary Confinement, the Mana Dork.
Yeah.
And
So
some minor Enchantress things, but
so
I think those 4 are like
the Enchantress deck was even more pre-made than the Reanimator deck to an extent.
yes. Which I think
This,
was cool. I think Enchantress is a cool archetype to have.
yeah, maybe. But again, feels pretty heavy-handed.
Yeah, but
But
I
that is not necessarily bad. But it feels kind of weird. This Terminal Agony, it was just a brief case of me forgetting that Terminate exists. So I put it on the and gave it a 1.
okay.
Number of basic land types among lands you control.
Territorial Cavu.
When attacks, loot, or other Ramage, or exile one card from the
Oh,
graveyard.
4 out of 5 for Cavu.
So, pretty easy to have a 2 mana 4/4. Technically doable. Have a 2 mana 5/5 with Victrome. Although, this looks like a fairly aggressive card. Pretty easy for dodging a Bolterino.
Yeah, I can dodge
Makes
both.
you have to play 5 colors in your deck or something, but you can do it with not even play all the 5 colors of cards, actually just have a random Triome in your deck or something. And so I think it's a pretty good Tarmogoyf. Could survive both most of the time, has pretty stringent deck requirements, and has an extra upside of fixing your hand when it attacks. You're making it up. That's some extra upside. Not graveyard reliant like Tarmogoyf. Two Moskavu have a tail with a hand in it.
So yeah, this actually may be a bit interesting that this card did not succeed at all. Why is that? I guess the reason is that it belongs into the deck that is, again, putting creatures into play,
Yeah.
and that's it, and that's just a bad
Yeah.
archetype since
It
MH2.
basically can be played in one deck, which is a Tribal Zoo deck, and this deck is just not very good.
Yeah, then on top of that, you also have the weakness to dress down randomly, dice and cantrips.
Getting Cavu killed by Dress Down is pretty brutal.
Although, in some spots, if you're on the play with a Cavu deck, I would not be too embarrassed to play Cavu against a blue-red opponent, I think.
Because they have to Dress Down on 2 and they waste their turn? That makes sense.
Well, yeah. Or they don't have dress down, and you have a creature that does not die until they hit Delirium. So maybe they won't hit.
It's not very easy to have Delirium with the exiling ability.
Yeah.
Does it die to Dress Down? Yes, it does.
It does die to dress down though, so it actually is not really even great for the matchup in the end. It is pretty interesting deck. The blue-red deck is probably obviously the modern is an ecosystem where everything influences everything, so it does seem like there is some things that the blue-red deck would be weak to, which don't exist because it's being pushed out by Fury existing, Prismatic Ending existing, the 4-color deck in general.
Yep. I do think that Cavu is a type of card that's a strong card in a bad deck. We've talked about many of those cards. So I definitely can see Cavu being 3 out of 5. If Tribal Zoo is a good deck, then Cavu is a good card.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 definitely it's too much. 3 seems fair.
Cavu.
Maybe a bit highish.
It's once again, it all depends whether you rate cards that are good, but they are played in a bad decks, a 3 or 2 out of 5. And I think you have to uniform
Not a
that,
very great card.
and you just give the same grade to every one of those cards, no matter if you like the deck or not.
Wave Sister, 5 mana, 3 to flying. When ETBs investigate twice, evoke. I have kind of a boner for game objects. So 1-3.
Yeah, boner
actual
for
gameplay,
game objects.
Then I give it 1.
I miss the use of Wave Sifter, right? The only deck it's actually played in, the Glimpse deck.
Yes.
Makes things. Not actually, doesn't matter. Well, it is still game objects. It still matters that they are objects. But
It's
not,
a common. I thought
Yes.
it was an uncommon.
Put a lot of feelings on
Yes.
rating cards. Of the rate.
Gave 1 to the only card that saw play.
Usury,
Okay.
4 chance flame.
Fortune's Flame, Chiner.
Skip through those.
There was a 5-0 deck with Chiner, Humans deck, I think, but I'm not reading that card now. Doesn't
I think
seem
we're
worth
actually
it.
getting through that video
Wasted a
pretty
slot.
fast.
Maybe
Because
needed a
We
replica.
started an hour ago and we already...
Because it's
got through.
mono terrible cards.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe people need it for.
And
Reference.
we won't be needing a dinner break. Because we'll be done in like 45 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
Fire deals fire 1 red instant, deals 2 damage divided as you choose.
This is funny. I had to tell my head, right, to read Fire
You're
Eyes.
a king. You're the king of comedy. So
This is so
like,
funny.
Canister is actually the single funniest fucking human being on earth, I think.
Ice 1 blue, instant tap permanent draw card.
What did I think of Fire Eyes? I probably did not think
Cards
much
this
of it.
one are multicolored. That depends. If you're gonna just cast one of the house, then on the stack it's not gonna be multicolored. If you just I don't know, 5 out of 5. Oh, yeah, so Nif Method will find this. That's true. So I don't know. Fire and Ice is a card that people like.
I think you
remove and
you
cascade
will
decks.
dunk on it
That's true.
Yeah.
Actually works in those situations.
because it's a boomer card, quote unquote.
Say Barrel,
Definitely.
well, albeit kind of weak. That does cycle and does push to force. What in this since Nook 1 will put it into the deck.
Oh, God. Stop.
Wave Sister, 5 mana, free to flying, does push to force, or whatnot. And will put it into the deck. I kind of buy the removal for Cascade decks argument because in this situation I could see it, but you know that's a real card, not quite.
Yeah, Rhinos didn't quite exist before, I think. And I think this card is only really good in Rhinos. Like the control decks that people put it in, it's fine, but like it's 2 out of 5 fine. I think.
I think it's a 3 out of 5 card.
I think it's a
Just
fair rate.
solely on the back of being really good in Rhinos. And I think it's a good card to have in like blue-white. And also I'm biased because we've had this brief episode, like we've actually filmed a bunch of matches with Sodek when we were playing decks with Chrome Mox.
Mhm.
And we played 4-color with Chrome Mox, and we've had Fire Eyes in this 4-color deck. And it was so fucking busted that it's not even funny. Like, just turn 1 Fire Icing in that deck was gross because like the biggest problem with 4-color is that it was clunky against like other stuff, and then you were playing like against Oops with Chromox, for example, and you are just going turn 1. You're going turn 1, Chromox, land, go, and if they want to play their own Chromox on 1, you can respond to an imprint trigger, tap the Chromox that can't tap for mana, and they can't play their stone, or if you're on the draw, you can tap their land in their upkeep, whatever. Like, it was really good in that deck. But in general, I think as far as real modern decks goes, not the one with fucking Chromox, I do think that Fire Eyes is a pretty good card. I think it's a 3 out of 5 card. Like low 3, but 3.
I can buy that. I was shitting on it because it's a boomer card, as you said.
Yeah.
Mirari's Wake, it's not playable and never was gonna be. Oh, I broke it.
Anything?
1 out of 5, sure. Time well spent talking about it. And
Okay,
Shardless
Shardless is
Agent.
actually
3 mana Cascade, artifact creature, Human Rouge, 2/2. I think Shardless is very cash money. It's yet another 3 mana Cascader in the format, and it's immediately, I think we can say, the best one. Because, you know, it's obviously better than the like Ardent Clea or like the black one. Or,
It's not better than
it-
Outburst.
It competes with Violent Outburst, because instant versus a good card. But then on top of that, it's also just a strong fair card.
I think that was like
Especially
sort of a misconception. Like, it's not a strong fair card.
It is not, no, yeah.
Like, because people remembered playing like Shardless back in Legacy or whatever. But yeah, like I do think that Shardless is definitely like a 4 out of 5, maybe 5 out of 5 card.
I remember watching a replay of a Modern Challenge. I was going through the early rounds and seeing what people played to gather data.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked up someone who was going auto drop, and they played a 4-color mid-range control, let's say. And like one, I think their last play in the challenge was when they played Shardless Agent and cascaded into Prismatic Gaining and conceded and dropped. So it
Yeah.
was not a very good fair card for them. Of course,
Yeah.
that could have been avoided too, but just an anecdote that I recalled.
Yep.
Especially with Counterspell entering the format.
Oh, I remember I had this idea that because Counterspell is gonna be there, like fair Shardless Agent and fair
Will beat
Bloodbraid
up on Counterspell, yeah.
and fair Bloodbraid Elf are going to be PoC champion to play. But that also, it's just too expensive and the cascading is not too good, right?
Yeah,
Because
and both Fair Shardless and Fair Bloodbraid seems like something that's bad against Fair Merktide, so
yeah,
that was a context that we weren't aware of before.
Cascade is a mechanic, like one of the few mechanics in the game that punishes. I don't know, it can cascade into Ancestral Vision if you really it has human synergies. It has
human synergies, yeah, artifact synergies.
I rate Shardless Agent as a super card though, and I think it's really cash money.
So I think I was kind of oblivious of like just the cascade thing. The cascade
Yeah.
decks actually with this rating, but still got it right accidentally. Yeah.
Yeah, like I was on the other end of the spectrum. Like I was like, I don't think I've had Shardless in my like top 10 list. Because I was like, I got the fair thing right. I knew that it won't be, or like I suspected it won't be a
Mhm.
good fair card. But I also did not think that it would be as good of a cascade card as it wouldn't be that big of a deal for cascade decks. Like I didn't think that they will be as good as they are. So even on the virtue of being a cascade deck, cascade card alone, I think it's it's a 5 out of 5 card just for cascade's sake.
Yeah.
Oh, there is also Sterling Growth from like Enchantress package.
Sterling Road, the strange package. Let's just skip it over.
Yeah. Vindicate is whatever. 3 out of
Vindicate is
5
I give it 3 out of 5. That's too much. It's barely playable. It's like maybe barely playable is an overstatement too. It's just 3 mana sorcery is so expensive.
It's another nostalgia bait.
Yeah, nostalgia baited again.
Yeah. Okay.
And
let's not skip Manufactor.
I'm not skipping Manufactor, but I'm away here in this
Oh,
part.
okay.
So
because Manufactor is the most important card here.
yes, exactly.
I was talking about Endurance being the most overrated card on your list, and or the most underrated.
After the MH1 disaster, and they end up making too few playable cards.
Let's skip to talking on the Manufactor.
My favorite card from the set.
Yeah. Starts good.
How much I like it?
Well,
because I'm
favorite as in I like it, right? So self-aware.
Yes, I know.
Where I produce game objects and then you utilize them, be it with Ursa, be it with whatever else. For playability, I think it can produce a playable deck.
Playable deck, okay.
It probably won't produce a great deck. And it is still a 3 mana card that does die to bolt, and you need to resolve it. You need to keep it on the battlefield to actually gain value, and it can get killed in response to like you play.
Yeah, surprisingly self-aware.
Right, so, you know,
Yeah, but
they
you will give it 5 out of 5 anyways.
So I don't know, Solid Silence,
No.
depending on how you build it.
You will.
No. I remember I did not give it a 5.
Academy Manufacturer.
You gave it 5
fine.
out of 5.
Grab Rider Greed, sure. You can use Grab Rider Greed, Clock of Moments with Cut Off and actually goes infinite. Some say reduced to cost 2. Yeah, I did read that and I was really sad about that. So, while this is my favorite card from the set, in honesty, playability wise,
No!
I will give it 3 out of 5 Wolf Canisters.
3 out of 5. I can't believe
it creates 3 objects.
you actually did not give it.
There are ways
I
to
thought this was our
make it,
mirrored
like,
NPC.
create objects immediately. You can use Gingerbread.
I think 3 is too much anyways, right? But
Yeah,
2
level.
2 is fair. I think with the like fringe decks, I think the Time Sieve deck is actually decent.
Yeah, I wouldn't fault anyone for giving it 2 out of 5 as much as I wouldn't fault anyone for giving it 1 out of 5. I think it's like
Sure.
like a 3 out of 10 card, right? So
Sure. And to think that this could have cost 2 mana,
Yeah.
but some black was scared of Lurus synergies. And here we are. No Lurus. But it's still
It's not-
cost free.
It's no match for research and belief, for sure. Of course.
Obviously.
Cabin.
Not many cards are.
Mana for that.
I probably talk about the synergies for like hours on end with this card,
Yes.
so we can probably skip to the next one.
Brainstorm.
Brainstorm. I remember you liked this one at first. You
I
were
liked
putting
it.
it in your decks.
I don't really like how it looks because
I even played Miracles without Planeswalker. I played Miracles with Lurus and Brainstone.
Damn.
there's like one eye divided by some nose, and then there's like more eyes. So I'm not excited.
The moment I stopped playing this card was when I played it on 1 and my opponent played Ragavan and I played it on 1 and they attacked me with Ragavan, stole my ending and killed my Brainstone. And I was like, nah. No shot I'm playing that anymore.
True.
But,
Brainstormer once, but
like,
fine.
I would like for it, like, I think there is a possibility, not in the current format, but like, I can imagine with a different set of cards that there will be like a blue-white control deck that wants to play, like, you don't play Archmage's Charm, you play Urza's Saga in a control deck, and you are playing Brainstorm then, 2 copies or whatever. I think that might be somewhat reasonable in like other circumstances. Like I wouldn't be surprised if that happens in like at some point in the next 5 years.
I would be because it's a 3 mana cantrip. You do spend
but
like
in this scenario, we are playing Terminus, of course. So that's the selling point of it.
Sure, but also Terminus needs to be good in the format, which will not happen because of the Modern Horizons 2 removals that are good.
Yeah, but once again, I'm not saying it will happen, but I wouldn't be terribly surprised if it did.
Well, I would be surprised if Terminus would be good again because the removal is too good for it to people go wide enough to justify Terminus, I think.
I don't know. I guess I'm just you are just more easily surprised than I
might be
am.
Flash of Insight.
Maybe
3 country for 3 mana.
2 out of
Isn't actually
5.
powerful.
That's fair.
As for Miracle Believers, I'm not one.
Dermotaxi.
Not one of them. I'm gonna type it down. No.
Dermotaxi is pretty shit, I think. Given how it's never been played.
TBA.
Good with Seasoned
Okay,
Pyromancer though.
After your
Yeah, it's pretty good with Seasoned Pyro, but I probably gave it a 1. Or a 2. I probably... No, I gave it a 3. It's like 1 or a 2 best.
I think it's a 1.
Yeah, it's probably a 1. It's too many conditions to fulfill. Like both exile creature from your graveyard worth reanimating, and then this has to survive. And this you have 2 creatures. Yeah, it's too many. Too many things have to go right. Diamond Lion, that's Nostalgia Bait. 1 out of 5. Get this out of there. Ha!
Yeah, Nostalgia Bait.
Kaldra complete.
To not let
I
you
fucking hate
discard the
that
card while
card.
casting it because that would be weird. Kaldra complete. 7. Legendary Elfite Equipment. Living Weapon. Undo Resurrectable. +5/+5. First Rectangle and Resurrectable Haste. When it deals damage to a
What the
creature,
fuck
send
that this Ezra Tower was doing there?
Equip.
I wonder. Let's hear.
If your opponent kills your Stoneforge, you're not casting the Kaldra complete easily. You're not re-equipping it if the token dies, and you don't like do stuff. So what I could see happening is playing both of those and then sideboarding out whichever one like is less fitting in the matchup. When you're playing against somebody who you want to clock, Kaldra hits faster, 4 hits, 5/5 with haste flying. That doesn't have flying. Trample. Versus the Germ that just like keeps hitting and like getting lifelink. So card against interaction, Butter School, Bouncing Butter School, Hardcasting Butter School, getting life to survive versus aggressive decks. Both cards have like very meaningful upsides in their respective matchups. First strike exile creature is relevant versus Shadow / Titan. Yeah, very slightly so. You really don't want to draw Kaldra, but it's actually different. As there are 2 drop targets, I'll probably main deck both rather than living weapons to choose from. and play better kill little creature.
Alright, what they say about the tower?
Mostly prefers to play cards that are interactive and or let you survive as the payoff cards, given that you're frequently going to spend a lot of time to assemble your throne, and then you would like to immediately play something that just is very hard to beat for your opponent.
So I think I just said as Saxon core in Tron.
I hope so.
Hard to have a very proactive target, and Caldra is quite.
But you can grab it with Karna Great Creator for a threat in Tron, which nobody
Yeah,
ever did. It's not
I
very
guess
good.
so.
But technically you could, I guess. You have aged well this last year. You look good, Kanye. Thank you. Does that imply I did not? I used not to. Maybe. But I gave
I think you
Caldra.
look better with shorter hair.
Yeah, I think so too. Looking at this now. 3 out of 5 for Caldra.
Color, but I think you were a good blonde. You looked okay, especially with the fresh paint.
It was mostly not fresh because
Yes.
fresh for a very short time. 3 out of 5 for Caldra. That seems like a fair rating. You said you hate the cards. It's stinky at times. Definitely, it's sometimes good, but Stoneforge is not super great in general. So 3 out of 5 for Caldra because it's closely tied to Stoneforge Mystic. Although it did push out Batterskull fully. You almost never see Batterskull now. It's always Caldra.
Yeah, because you mostly you don't really play control Stoneblade decks, which I think is the only place where you might want Batterskull. You play aggressive, aggressive Stoneforge decks.
Nettle Cyst.
It's Mishra's Workshop artifacts to cast every.
Yeah, Misha's Workshop good. Mecha Godzilla good.
Those cards, and then
Chief of Foundry good.
For modern Nettlesis, I think I'm gonna give it 1. For vintage, I'm gonna give it 3.
Ooh.
This type of a situation here.
I just ignored it for modern entirely. That 1 out of 5. It's a solid 2 in modern. It has its moments.
You mean Caldra, right?
No, Nettle Cyst. There's a Nettle Cyst.
Did you give 3 out of 5 to Nettlecyst?
No, I just said 1 out of 5 for modern, 3 out of 5 for vintage.
Okay, yeah, I think Nettlecyst is 2 or even 3 out of 5 in modern. I think it's a pretty strong card.
It's pretty rarely played, and it is a kind of a vanilla creature for free, but being an equipment means it's sidesteps the weakness to removal at least partially, which would keep a vanilla effect otherwise out of the format. But it's not super present, right? So I would say a 2.
John of Draco.
John of Draco.
White, Hexer if it's blue, Lifelink if it's black, First Strike if it's red, and Trample if it's green. What do you think of Sion of Draco, chat? The idea behind this card is that, well, first, it's a mythic rare, so it's supposed to be great. Trap, Trash, good card. Draco. Yeah, that's really good new format to Draco, but I find that extremely unenticing. Flying. In theory, you can cast it on turn 2, you can go Triumph into a Shockland. Build a Cascade deck with this as a 2-drop. Well, that's pretty interesting. So I can play the Cascade cards with no cheap cards, and then you still have a good 2-drop.
Scion of Draco, an interesting card. Why doesn't Rhinos play Scion of Draco? Go Triumph into Shockland? And you go Scion of... It's probably bad. I guess, but you give your Rhinos Trample, which they already have, so it's not very useful. But your Charles Agent gets hexproof.
You're playing 4-color Rhino deck, and you cascade on 3, and then you play Draco on 4.
Yeah, but they don't do that, so why?
Yeah, I know. I thought it was something you said in the video, because I won't lie, for a second I was busy replying to my friend.
Okay.
So I don't think I'll be missing that. I don't know what you said about Draco. 4 out of 5. Okay.
I think it actually looks powerful enough to give it 4 out of 5 Hulk canisters. Maybe you can play it in an Unlimited deck. It's a cruelest card by itself. It does like boost your Unlimited to humongous proportions. I don't know. I think you probably would like to take advantage of the fact that it's a aggressively costed body 2 mana for 4 flyer. This was an 8/8 during playtesting. I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of
The
rated it.
original power toughness were supposed to be 9/9,
I think 8/8, maybe 9/9.
which would be like 8/8/9/9, all the same. Basically, it's like
That would be pretty strong.
it would be beyond busted, I think.
Yeah. Well, as it is, it's a 4/4. 4/4 is so small, actually. It's like almost like you'd expect it to cost 2 to begin with, not to be like reduced TBH. Maybe not to begin with, but
If it would be printed as 2 mana 4/4 flying,
yeah,
I think it would be more or less the same card.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
you could actually ending and push it then.
yeah,
It would be much more killable.
which is pretty big upside that you can't.
Yeah.
But that's a weirdly high rating on the Scion of Draco. I guess I was believing in the Kavu
Yeah, you also
Scion
gave
deck
Kavu 4 out of 5, so you're
and
clearly believing in the
and General too. General
Yes.
Rocky Reach also had a high rating, so
Still sounds like you're pulling my leg, but I think you actually aren't. Ooh, that's true. Just eligible to
Jonas Companion,
then call it.
Mirror Enforcer, and I talk about it for 3 minutes about how it's the same card and give it 2 out of 5. I think you can give it 2, but you can also give it 1. I think it
Yes.
sucks even the Affinity decks. It's a trap and makes the
Yep,
decks
I
worse.
think so.
So probably rating it at 1 is more wise for people.
Mhm.
Soul Talisman is unplayable.
It's reverse power. 4.
Yep.
Maybe I got 3 mana.
Sword of Hearth and
another
Home. This one
Sword of
I
Hearth.
need to read. Green or white, exile target you own, then search for a basic land, then put them on the battlefield together. This is unplayable
Yeah, I think
sword.
with those like unplayable rares that you most likely just mentioned because it's a rare card, I think I would just skip past them unless the rating is higher than 1.
For the most part, this card is
Sure.
kind of weird and it hits a narrow enough portion of things that I have a hard time actually imagining putting it anywhere. Realistically, you already have Caracas. Caracas is not a commonly played card in vintage shops, except for like the Golos decks. But it's not like played in the Ravager shops, the more popular versions. So I'm gonna give it 2 out of 5 for, I don't know, hating on something and doing that potentially strongly, but it's like, again, a card that has decks, but can you actually imagine playing this? Hardly.
It's a good rate. It's true. Hates on Cascade, but does so kind of poorly.
Right, like they I think 2 out of 5 is a pretty reasonable grade for Void Mirror. I think it's mostly not played because it's a fairly wide hate card, because you can hate Cascade, you can hate like colorless stuff and other things. But
So you hate your
colorless
own
stuff-
deck typically.
Come again?
So you hate on your own deck typically.
Not even that, even though that's true from time to time, of course. But like out of those possible decks that can be hated by Void Mirror, only Cascade is good, really, and worth having dedicated cards towards. And you have
and
much
then you
better
play
decks.
Chalice because it's 0 mana, not 2.
Yeah,
Which is world's difference.
Yeah.
I did have, especially earlier in the format, plenty of people intuitively boarded Void Mirror against 4-color, and then they very frequently followed it up with a Mishra's Bubble like a turn later, and it was kind of embarrassing for them.
yes.
Zabaz, an uninteresting slot into a Scales deck. The Scales deck is not really good enough, and strategically it's putting power and toughness onto the battlefield, which is bad against the how good removal is right now. So
Yeah, but it's a good card in Scales deck.
Yes,
Like
it's
it's pretty significant upgrade to Airbound Worker. So. Yeah. What is it? This card, Curse Totem?
then we have Curse Totem, which
I haven't seen anybody play that.
I have not seen either. I think I played the Lantern once, but I don't remember what for. What does it even do? Activate abilities of creatures can be activated. So it's a Yawgmoth hate card.
Yeah.
But literally worse than Pithing Needle. And I can't think of other matchups where it's actually desirable, although a bunch of people actually played it, so I don't know, maybe they had a better idea on why they're playing it.
No, it's like a card that, like, if you go to modern metagame,
Yeah.
like we can actually see decks that, like, it's good against Yawgmoth.
Sure. What
at the
else?
end.
Yeah, at the end. And in the Yawgmoth there's literally one creature that has an activate ability, so
Mana dorks also have activate abilities, and
Oh,
it doesn't
okay.
specify non-mana.
True. So it's a bit better than Needle against Yawgmoth. Also can turn off the
I don't think
Liberator.
it stops pure seal attacks, right?
Yeah, Pure Seal gives ability to equipments.
Equipment's ability to equip. Because
Yeah.
I was thinking about you can't use Stoneforge to put things into play, I guess.
Alright, so it's a Yawgmoth hate card, but Yawgmoth never been to. There's also different ones, and this is very, very much non-broad, so it's pretty shitty. Not played for that reason. Nevinera's disc, it got a 2 out of 5. Why exactly? I don't know.
When it comes to card playability, I'm gonna get 2 out of 5. I think Oblivion Zone typically preferable, like, or like on color cards typically preferable, mostly like.
Seems like I had no idea why I gave 2 back then either.
Oh, they actually reprinted Force of Negation in the Double Master set. That's pretty nice.
Zuran Orb, 3 out of 5? What the hell?
Could this be good with Necropotence? Necropotence is not a legal card in the format, so I guess would be not quite.
Hmm.
So in general,
Yes, Necropotence is not a legal card in Modern, that's true.
Doodle Orb. I'm gonna give it 3 out of 5 because maybe it's like secretly broken. It's 0 mana and 0 mana activation. It's for the most.
Yeah, I think that's actually pretty great for this card. Because it could have been broken.
Secretly broken, maybe.
Like 0 mana cards with 0 mana activated abilities that are repeatable, I think is something that can, like, just brimming with potential. It can do so many things.
Sure.
So.
I mean, I don't even play it in Neoform when I play Neoform typically. So
I've played it in Eggs, and it was pretty great in Eggs.
but anyway, there's one more big card to talk about. The bridges, whatever. I gave them some
There
shitty
are 2
rating.
big cards to talk about.
2 big cards. Power
There is
Depots,
Saga, and there is another one that's after Saga.
Camel Coffers.
No. But let's talk about Saga first.
Yavimaya.
0 or 1. Put it on the battlefield. Then shuffle. Enchantment land, Urza Saga. It's actually, well, yeah, it's actually a land that can be disenchanted, which I haven't thought about, but you can just play it on turn 1. They're like, okay, get a land. My disenchant with my Nature's Claim. And you're like, shucks. You killed my land.
Why would you play Saga on turn 1, bro?
So this card's very weird. First time we get enchantment land, first time we get Saga land, etc. etc.
I clearly had no clue. So I
Yes.
was trying to come up with something really hard.
Yeah, like on the fly, and it's really hard to do so with such a unique card as Saga.
Almost well with Power Conduit.
Power Conduit, yeah, let's go talk about Power Conduit for hours.
Land, which is good to have more lands in the vintage deck, because sometimes you get like stuck with not enough lands to play your stuff, while also making threats, and eventually searching for a Sol Ring. So obviously in formats where you can search for a Sol Ring or a Lotus, this one's a bad ability resource.
Good in vintage, sure.
I made that mistake myself too. I thought that it works this way, but it actually doesn't.
Yeah.
And
Do you think there is...
can be actually
There is a way to give Saga anything other than 5 out of 5.
No, I think it is a 5 pretty clearly now.
I was looking for a rhetoric that would convince me that it's a 4 out of 5 card, but I can't find it.
I remember being skeptical towards the Saga in Amulet, but it just took a few games to realize it's obviously great because you get 2 amulets so much more often than you used to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get Mox Amber too, but
Even if you sacrifice a land, it's whatever.
I can give it 3 or 4.
3 or
Not
4
sure
of
about
them.
that. Yeah,
But
I'm not sure. I'll give it 3 because it looks wonky enough that maybe can I not cringe.
Yeah, but clearly I just couldn't imagine like how it really plays out.
Yeah, so let's
Maybe-
skip to the last important card.
Maybe I could have like done a get better job of thinking of like the actual gameplay scenarios, but somehow I didn't, and like it was late into the stream, so
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah, with my eyes,
Come on,
whatever.
skip.
Colorless
Good in game objects.
deck.
I'm not interested
Four.
in Yavimaya.
4 out of 5 for Yavimaya. Damn, so good.
Skip.
Have you talked about Chatterfang Squirrel General? Will it go up in value?
What they gave to Cabal Coffers actually.
Triad of the Elysian Grove, where it technically can ramp you, but it doesn't meaningfully ramp you into a Titan. That seems worthless to me. Because from 4 lands you don't have Titan mana, and from 5 lands, like, does not, Parent Drake exist.
Oh, in Titan with Triad of Listen Grove. Sure. 1 out of 5.
Okay, that's apt.
It's kinda
I guess
harsh.
it's a 2 out of 5 card.
It is 2, like maybe even a 3. Like, and I don't know, the deck is weak, but
I guess it can be a 3 out of 5 card if Mono Black had like better tools.
better
Like,
tools.
This with Urborg is a very nice way to generate mana. Like if Cabal Coffers were green and you had Yavimaya, it would be really good.
Sure.
So, yep.
Worker, tap, target assembly.
Vicious Factory, irrelevant.
Kind of a strong card.
3 out of
3 out of
5.
5.
I haven't seen like that played. I assume this is the important land, right?
This is the important card, of course.
Yeah.
Because I
Riptide
promised
Laboratory.
everyone that I will play one of all of my decks till the end of days. And
Did
I'm
you
sorry.
do you play
Every
it?
single person that I lied to. Because I will say that I didn't expect, I don't know why, but how hard it will be to cast both Archmage's Charm and Counterspell on the same turn with a colorless land in your deck.
It's a tough,
It's pretty
tough one.
fucking
Tough
hard.
one to crack. How long have you played it?
I think I realized after
1 game.
like 1 or 2 days probably that I won't stick to it, but then I played it for like 2 weeks or something.
But you actually began with like no cap belief that you will have it in your deck like
I knew
Long-
I was
long
overrating
term.
it from the start.
so but
I knew that I was overrating it from the start because it's a huge like nostalgia card.
yeah.
But I actually believe that it's a good, like if you want to play, like we were in the time in which you were playing Field of Ruin in your control decks, and you were actually playing colorless lands, and I was like, okay,
Yeah,
if you're playing colorless
before
lands,
Counterspell,
we'll play
right?
this one. Come again?
Before Counterspell.
Yeah, it was before Counterspell.
I guess we also had a period where people just played blatantly Field of the Dead and Archmage's Charm the same deck and just didn't care.
Exactly. Yeah, I will just.
That's literally the worst card, the last card. I probably gave it a 1. Let's see. Snapcaster Mage, you can
give it
blink
2.
it. Maybe I gave it 2.
I think
Wait.
yes.
I gave it a 2, yeah.
Blue decks that would want this. We have reviewed all the cards.
We have reviewed all the cards.
Yeah,
So
There
not
is
even.
no- Okay, I want custom range because I will start at whatever May 1st of last year to today. So whatever, like 20. Apply and search. Do I want to? I've never 5-0. There is no noted results with Riptide Laboratory from me.
Somebody 5-0 a month ago with Laboratory in 4 color.
Yes.
Wow, with Fae of
They're
Wishes.
like fucking crazy. It's
Fae of Wishes is a wizard.
yeah.
And they have
It's a
a
three-color deck. Let's
they have-
be real. It's a
they have a gun Azarius Chancery. So why they have the Xander's launch for the ending? Okay, it's a free color deck.
yes.
And they
But
have
that's
Nexus of Fate, Jace, insane stuff. For the Fae of Wishes, that's impressive.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess if you actually want to play it in some deck, like I think if you actually want to play fairies, then you probably want to play Laboratory. If you want to play fairies, which is a big if. Because I don't think that charm really belongs in fairies. So
Well, if you want to play fairies. This person played Frantic Inventory to make sure that they have a way to spend colorless mana, so good planning on their part, but
Yes,
there's
but
also
they-
4 Archmage's Charm.
yes. An extremely powerful Expressive Iteration basic Plains Riptide Laboratory deck.
No counterspell too, either.
Yeah, because you can't play Counterspell with Riptide. Come on.
But you can play Archmage's Charm somehow, so... Also with Azarius Chancery.
Clearly you can. There are 4 copies.
Azarius Chancery, a Ganjo, Plains. Oh boy. Good deck. 2 Rogreen Triumph. Okay. Sure, I'm not gonna ask questions about this deck.
But there is one Mystic Gate to patch everything together. So.
Yes.
Okay.
4 house. Okay. No, closing this. It's too much. So there were some cards that I didn't was wrong about. There were some cards that I didn't think out through fully, seemed like, and just was easier to, I guess, wait for them and play with them in practice to rate.
But I think
Mostly the
overall it
Saga.
was surprisingly accurate. Most of your ratings were
Yes.
surprisingly accurate. I did not expect this level of accuracy in both directions. Like I for sure thought that you gave a bunch of shit artifact cards 5 out of 5, and that
No, I
some
know.
cards were completely missed even when they were busted.
Well, the big
So-
miss was that Unholy Heat was not even on the list.
Yeah, but
But-
that's not your fault. That's Wizard's fault.
Yeah, well, my fault too, kinda, because I did have access to it, but...
Oh, I guess so. But it was literally spoiled. You published it on July 4th. It was spoiled on July the 2nd. I
Yes.
don't know. I don't remember, or I don't know when you recorded those videos.
Immediately
Assume this
after
one-
the full spoiler, I took
Okay, so
an hour
sure,
to
but, like-
sift through the spoiler and look for the cards that I want to include in it.
Yeah, Saga was the biggest miss, really. Like the biggest underration that you've had.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
yeah, and I actually thought about that because I was in the bathroom and somebody asked how would you rather hit, and I was thinking about what I said about hit because I had like a video and I mentioned hit, and I think I felt like it's like a 2/3 out of 5 card. Like I thought it would be like a solid role player in some Blue Moon kind of decks, but
Mhm.
not nearly as potent as it turned out to be.
The other day I was sifting through my paper cards and I encountered 2 copies of Magmatic Sinkhole. And
Yes,
that
it's
card,
it's still in my binder for some reason.
that
I
card
didn't
does not
get it.
compare favorably to Unholy Heat when you think about it for a while. But also, it was kind of disguised under the fact that Channeler made attaining Delirium so much easier because it was not trivial to get Delirium for Traverse, for example. And with Channeler, it actually is pretty trivial to get Delirium in the before turn 3. It's basically guaranteed, I guess, if you play the Channeler. Channeler and the spell on turn 2. Alright.
Yep. I think that's all, right?
Yes, that is all. Thank you very much for your time. It was a pleasure to have you as a guest.
I would like to thank you for inviting me, but I kind of invited myself yesterday when we were
Exactly.
eating dinner, because Canister said that he'll be doing that, and I was like, well, I'll come and do it with you, and he was like, okay. So yeah, but yeah, it was a very pleasurable experience, and I think like next time we get a modern Horizon set, we can actually do the review together. So
For sure.
that might be something to explore.
Also, chat.
Maybe we can even plan it, and I will actually come to your house and we'll chill and stuff. So yeah,
Definitely. Chad also points out that even Wizards did not think that the Delirium cards would be good because they didn't make the retro versions of them, which is a good point.
yeah, that's kind of true. Yeah.
All right, so thank you for watching Twitch chatters, and see you on Thursday. Take care.
Take care.